The fire had burned down to coals, and I was still awake in my chair, when the voice came across the commons from the tree line, and it was Prue Coyle's voice. And Prue Coyle had been in the ground since the first hard frost. She called the way a child calls in a game, singing it out high and easy. Come out and find me. I sat with the axe across my knees, and I did not move, and after a while my wife came to the top of the stairs in her shift and looked down at me, and neither of us said a word, because there was nothing left to say by then that we had not already worn smooth. I was the man the Hollow chose to keep its business, its deeds and its quarrels and its dead, and I have never in my life known how to do a thing but plainly. My name is Richard Woods. Everyone in the Hollow called me Rick from the time I was a boy, and when the men voted I should be mayor and magistrate both, on account of my letters and my even temper, they went on calling me Rick, which suited me. I was 41 years old in the autumn of 1743. I was not a soldier, and I was not a preacher. I settled boundary quarrels, and I wrote the deaths and the births into the town book in my own hand, and I sat in judgment on the small crimes of small people, a stolen hog, a struck wife, a debt gone bad. My trade is worth the knowing, because it says the kind of man I was before that winter. I was a man who believed the world could be written down and squared. I do not believe that anymore. Cold Hollow sat in a long fold of the mountains, 3 days' hard travel from anything you could rightly call a town. We had come up the valley some 20 years before, a few families at first and then more, and we had felled the trees back from the creek and made our fields and raised our houses of squared logs with the chinking packed white against the wind. Mill Creek ran down the middle of the hollow, quick and cold off the high slopes, and the mill stood at the low end where the water gathered speed, and Josiah Bell's forge stood near it, and the meeting house stood on the rise above the commons with the burying ground behind it inside a split-rail fence. There were, at the time I am speaking of, some 160 souls in Cold Hollow. I could have named everyone. I had written most of them into the book myself. Above the fields the forest went up the mountain and did not stop. That is a thing a man raised in a settled country does not understand until he has stood at the edge of it. The woods went up and back for more miles than any of us had walked. Dark old timber, pine and hemlock and oak so big 3 men could not join hands round them, and under the trees a green dark that held even at noon. We took our firewood from the near edge of it, and we ran our hogs in it in the fall to fatten on the mast, and we hunted it, and we were careful in it, and we did not go far into it, and we did not, as a rule, go into it at night. Not from fear of any particular thing, just from the old sense a person has that the woods were not made for us, and did not care whether we lived. The creek was ours. The fields were ours. The trees were only lent. I had a wife named Sarah and a daughter named Beth. Beth was 7 that autumn, a quick brown-eyed girl who could already read a little from the psalm book, and who followed me about the hollow like a burr when her mother would let her. I will be honest about her, and so I will say that Beth is the reason I lived through that winter with my mind whole, if it is whole, and Beth is the reason I have never since gone back into those woods. And Beth is the one I will come to last of all. I loved her past sense. Any man who has had a child will know what I mean, and any man who has not will not, and there is no bridging it with words. I have to go back to the winter before, to 1742, because it started there, though none of us knew it at the time, and I did not know it until it was far too late to matter. There was a man in Cold Hollow named Ezekiel Cobb, Old Cobb, we called him, though I do not think he was above 60. He lived alone in a low cabin out past the tannery on the far side of the creek, where the ground went boggy and no one else would build. And he lived by trapping and by odd cruel dealings, and he was not liked. I will not paint him kinder than he was, to make this an easier story. He was a hard, sour, grasping man who had cheated half the hollow at one time or another and beaten a dog to death in the road once in front of children, and when he took sick in the deep of that winter, with the snow to the eaves and the creek roaring under a skin of ice, not one soul went out to sit with him. I knew he was ailing. Josiah Bell told me he had seen no smoke from Cobb's chimney in 2 days, and I said I would send someone when the weather broke, and the weather did not break for a week, and by the time young Caleb Van went out on snowshoes to look, old Cobb was dead in his bed, and had been dead some days, frozen stiff as a rail. The ground was iron. You could not have dug a proper grave that week with powder and a prayer, and no one wanted to keep Cobb's body in a warm room to thaw so it could be washed and laid out decent, because no one had loved him and the work was grim, and so we did a thing I have been ashamed of every day since. We took him out past the churchyard outside the rail fence to a low spot where the snow had blown thin, and 4 men chopped down through the frost as far as they could go, which was not far, maybe to the knee, and we laid old Cobb in that shallow scrape in his stiff clothes, with no shroud and no washing, and Parson Teal said the shortest words I ever heard him say over a Christian, and we shoveled the frozen clods back over him and piled stones on top against the wolves and went home to our fires. We buried him shallow, and we buried him careless, and we buried him outside the fence in unhallowed ground, and we did not even trouble to lay him straight. I remember his boot heel stuck up crooked before the last clods went on. I remember thinking I should climb down and fix it, and deciding I was too cold. That was the winter before. Then the spring came, and the creek came up, and the fields greened, and we planted, and we forgot old Cobb the way you forget a bad tooth once it is pulled. The summer was good. The corn stood high. If I had been asked that August whether there was any trouble in Cold Hollow, I would have said none at all, and I would have believed it, and I would have gone on writing the ordinary business of ordinary people into the book in my steady hand. A marriage, a birth, a boundary moved 3 rods west by agreement of both parties. That was the last summer I was that man. The dogs were the first thing, though I did not read it as a thing until later. Along about the middle of October, the dogs of the hollow began to act poorly at night. They would not settle. They stood in the yards with their hackles up facing the tree line, and they would not be called off, and some of them took to howling in a low broken way that was not their ordinary noise. And one of Foss's hounds slipped its rope and was gone 3 days, and came back with its tail tucked and would not leave the hearth after. I heard of these things the way I heard of everything, in passing, at the mill and at the forge, and I filed them where a practical man files such things, under the heading of a hard winter coming and the deer moving down and maybe a catamount up on the ridge. There is always a reason at hand for a small strangeness. That is how the large strangeness gets in. It walks behind the small reasons we have ready. Prue Coyle went missing on the last day of October. She was the youngest of the Coyle girls, 6 years old, a small solemn thing with her hair in a plait, and she was on the commons in the long blue end of the afternoon with the other children while their mothers put up the wash, and then she was not. It was that quick. One of the older girls said Prue had gone toward the tree line after something, a bird or a cat, she was not sure, and had told them to wait, and she would be right back. They waited. She did not come back. By the time Ann Coyle counted heads and came up 1 short, the sun was down behind the ridge, and the cold was coming up out of the ground the way it does in that country, fast, like water filling a cellar. I called the men out, and we searched all that night with pine-knot torches, up and down the creek and out along the fields and into the near edge of the woods, calling her name until our throats gave out. We found her track. That is the part that has never once sat easy in me. In the soft ground at the field's edge, right at the line where the grass gave way to the leaf mold under the first trees, there were Prue Coyle's small bare footprints, clear as anything in the torchlight, going toward the woods. She had taken her shoes off, or lost them. We never found them. The prints went in a straight, even line, not running, not dragged, just walking, a child walking calm toward the trees. And they went to a place about a rod inside the tree line, between a hemlock and a fallen log, and they stopped. They did not turn. Nothing carried her off to either side. There was no blood and no sign of any struggle and no track of any animal or any man near hers. Her prints simply walked to that spot and ended, as though the ground past that point had been swept, or as though the child had been lifted straight up into the dark, or as though she had walked the edge of the world and stepped off it, Caleb Van was the best woodsman in the hollow, and he crouched over that last print a long time, with the torch held low, and then he stood up and looked at me. And I have known Caleb since he was a boy, and I never saw his face do what it did then. He did not say anything. He just shook his head, slow, and I understood him to mean that there was no reading it, that the woods had taken her and left no page to read. We told ourselves it was wolves. We told ourselves it was a catamount that had carried her clean, though no cat leaves no blood and no drag. We told ourselves, God help us, that it might have been a raiding party come down quiet from up the valley, though there had been no raids in that country in a decade, and no strange track anywhere, and no reason on earth a war party would take one small girl in silence and leave 160 other souls and their livestock and their iron untouched. We told ourselves anything. A man needs a reason he can hold. I stood at my own hearth that night with Sarah's hand in mine and Beth asleep in the loft above us, and I told myself the reasons, one after another, and not one of them would sit still in my mind. Something underneath them all had begun to hum, low, like a wasp in a wall, and I could not find it to kill it. 4 days later, the Foss boy went. Sammy Foss was 9, a stout, freckled boy, and he was not the kind to wander. He was in the barn at evening milking with his father not 30 feet off, and his father heard him say, "Clear, I am coming," to no one, in the ordinary voice of a boy answering a call, and looked up, and the boy was walking out the barn door into the dark with the milk pail still in his hand. Elias Foss called after him and got no answer and went out, and the boy was already at the edge of the yard walking steady toward the tree line, and Elias ran and caught his son by the collar not 20 steps from the trees and hauled him back, and the boy fought him. That is the thing Elias could never get past. In the weeks that followed, before his own turn came, his boy fought him to get to the woods. Sammy Foss clawed at his own father's hands and kicked and strained toward the dark trees like a dog straining at the end of a rope toward something it wants. And his eyes, Elias said, his eyes were not right. They were open and they were fixed on the tree line, and they did not see his father at all. Elias got him inside and barred the door, and the boy came back to himself within the hour and remembered nothing, nothing at all, only that someone had called him and he had wanted so badly to go. He could not say who. He said it was a good voice. He said it more than once, in a small, troubled way that turned his father gray. It was a good voice, and he had wanted to go to it, and that was all he knew. The Fosses kept Sammy in the house behind a barred door for 3 nights and thought they had saved him. On the 4th night the boy was gone from his bed with the door still barred from the inside and the one window still shuttered and pegged, and there was no track and no sign, and he was simply not there in the morning, and his mother's screaming brought half the hollow up the creek in their nightclothes. I went into that room myself. I looked at the bar still seated in its brackets, and the shutters still pegged from within, and I am a man who dealt all his life in what can be proved. And I stood in that cold room with the empty bed, and I felt the last of my reasons go out of me like breath in winter air. There was no reason left that a sane man could hold. The boy had been behind a barred door, and now he was in the woods, and no door in Cold Hollow had opened to let him out. That was the night I stopped sleeping right, and I have not slept right since. The pattern came to me slow, and the seeing of it was the only thing that ever gave us any purchase, and the men who would not see it were the ones we lost first. Every soul that went missing went out. That was the whole of it, and it took us too long to understand a thing so simple. Prue Coyle walked out to the tree line of her own 2 feet. Sammy Foss walked out of his father's barn, saying, "I'm coming to a call his father could not hear." When we lost the Bell girl, and then old Widow Marsh, and then the 2 Renner brothers, every one of them, if there was a witness, had been called and had gone. It did not break down doors. It did not come through walls. It did not reach into a barred room and drag a soul out kicking, though I know it looked that way with the Foss boy, and I will come to what I think happened there. It could not take a person who stayed where they were. It could only take what came to it. And so it learned, night after night, out there in the black timber, to make a voice you would come out for. It learned our children first, because a child will run to a voice it loves without thinking, and then it learned the voices of the children to draw out the mothers, and then it learned the mothers to draw out the men. and I went down through the hollow that way, family by family, along the lines of who loved who, and every soul it took gave it another voice to hunt with. Old Hannah Cade was the one who put words to it, though I think Parson Teal knew it too, and could not bring himself to say it in the daylight of the meeting house where he had to be a reasonable man in a black coat. Hannah Cade was the oldest living soul in Cold Hollow, past 80, a birth woman and a herb woman who had come up the valley with the first families and had buried 2 husbands, and could not read a word but knew more than any of us about the things that have no words in the book. I went to her because I had run out of anywhere else to go, and I sat on a stool in her smoky little house with the strings of drying roots hanging from the rafters, and I told her all of it, plainly. Mayor to old woman, and she listened with her clouded eyes half shut, and her hands never stopping their work on the wool in her lap. When I was done, she was quiet a while. Then she said, "You buried a man outside the fence last winter, with no shroud and no washing and no full rite, and you buried him shallow, and you buried him ill-used and unwilling, and you had all of you wronged him living." She was not asking. She said it flat, the way you would state the weather. "There is your door, Rick Woods. You made it yourselves, and you swung it open, and you have been letting the cold in ever since." I told her, because I was still the man I had been, that I could not credit that old cob, a dead man a year in the ground, was calling children into the woods. I told her a dead man is dead. She looked at me then with her half-blind eyes, and she said something I have carried like a stone in my pocket ever since. She said, "Some of them are. Most of them are, thank God. But now and again one goes into the ground with a hunger still on him and a wrong still owed him, and if the ground is shallow and the rights are wanting, he does not lie easy. He does not stay dead the way the good dead stay dead. He gets up in the dark, and he is hungry, and he is cold, and he is alone, and he cannot bear to be alone, and so he goes out to fetch company, and he cannot come into your houses, because a house is a raised and blessed thing with a threshold, and he cannot take what will not come to him, because that is the one law over him. He can only take what walks out. So he calls. He wears the voices he has already gathered, and he calls in the dark, and he is patient because he has nothing but time now, and one night the door opens and someone answers, and then he has one more voice to call with. That is the whole of it. Bar your doors, set your watch, and never, whatever voice you hear, whatever child, whatever wife, whatever mother in her grave, never go out to it, and never answer to your own name in the dark. Answering is the first step out the door. He needs you to give yourself. He cannot take what is not given. I have carried her words as near to word for word as my memory will hold, because they were the only true and useful thing anyone said to me that whole winter, and because every death that came after came to someone who did not believe it or could not obey it. I went back down the creek from Hannah Cade's house in the last light with her words sitting cold in me, and I did not fully believe her, and I want to be honest about that too. I was a magistrate. I had spent my life squaring the world. Part of me still stood back and called it an old woman's tale, and then that very night the thing let me see it, as if it had heard her give away its law and meant to answer. It was past midnight and I could not sleep, and I was at the shutter of my own front room with the barest crack open to the cold, watching the commons the way I had taken to watching it when I saw them at the tree line. There were 3 of them, standing at the edge of the trees, across the open ground, maybe 80 yards off, in the light of a low half-moon on the snow. They were pale in a way that the moon does not account for. I have stood in moonlight all my life, and I know what it does to a face and to a birch trunk and to snow, and this was not that. This was the paleness of a thing with no warmth left anywhere in it, a candle color, a tallow color, and they were still. That is what I could not get past, watching them, and it is the thing I still cannot rightly describe. A living person standing still is never still. There is the small sway of the body over the feet, the rise of the breath, the shift of the weight, the turn of the head to a sound. These 3 stood the way a fence post stands, the way a stump stands. There was no breath in them, and no sway, and no smallest human motion, and they faced the hollow, and even at 80 yards across the snow, I felt their attention come across the open ground, and touched the house like a cold hand laid flat against the logs. One of them was small. One of them was the size of a boy of 9. And one of them wore what I was near certain, even at that distance, in that light, was old Widow Marsh's shawl, and the small one lifted its head, only the head. The body did not move at all, and the head came up and turned, and I understood that it was looking at the window where I stood, at the crack in the shutter, at me, and I stepped back so fast I knocked the stool over, and my heart was going like a hammer on Bell's anvil, and when I made myself look again a long minute later, the tree line was empty. They had not walked away. I had not looked away long enough for anything to walk 80 yards. They were simply not there anymore, the way a candle flame is not there when it is pinched, and the snow along the tree line lay smooth and unmarked in the moonlight, as though nothing had ever stood on it at all. I did not tell Sarah what I had seen. I told her I had heard a noise and gone to check the bar. She looked at me in the dark, and I think she knew I was lying, and I think she was glad of the lie, because a lie was easier to live in that night than the truth. And we lay down together, and neither of us slept. And above us in the loft our daughter slept the deep sleep of a child, and I lay there and listened to the dark and understood that I had become a man standing guard over the only thing in the world he could not bear to lose, against a thing that could not be shot or reasoned with or written down, a thing whose only law was that it had to be answered, that it had to be come to, that it could not take what a man refused to give. We buried the pretense the next morning. I called the men to the meeting house, and I told them, as plainly as I have told this, what old Hannah Cade had said, and what I myself had seen at my window, and I told them we were done pretending it was wolves. Some of them believed me because they had seen their own dead standing at their own tree lines. Some of them, God forgive them, laughed, quietly, the way frightened men laugh when a thing has gotten too big to look at head on, and those men mostly did not live to laugh at me in the spring. But enough believed. Enough of us set to work that day like men who had accepted the shape of the thing they were in, and that acceptance was the only weapon we ever had that was worth a damn. We did what men in that country and that year knew how to do, which was not much against such a thing, but it was what our hands and our tools and our beliefs allowed, and I will set it down, because the manner of our defense is part of the truth of it. We barred every door in the hollow at nightfall, and we did not open them again until full daylight for any reason under heaven. We shuttered the windows and pegged the shutters from within, and we drove iron nails in a row along every threshold, because Hannah swore by cold iron laid across the door line. And Josiah Bell forged nails half the night for anyone who came to the forge, and I have no learning that says iron does anything against the dead, but I laid it across my own threshold with my own hands, and I would not have slept the small amount I slept without it. We hung a horseshoe over the doors, points up. We kept a fire going all night in every hearth, high, because Hannah said such things love the cold and the dark and hate a living fire, and I believe that much is true, for I never once saw them come near a lit window. We set a watch. Every night, in each cluster of houses, 2 men sat awake, armed by the fire in turns, not to fight the thing, for we had learned soon enough that fighting it was not the point, but to lay hands on any soul who rose in the night and started for the door with that look on them, and to hold that soul down by main force if it came to it, until the fit passed and the light came. That was the cruelest work, the holding, because it did come to that more nights than I can bear to number. A man would wake at his own hearth in the small hours, and rise up quiet with his eyes open and fixed and empty, and walk for the barred door, and his own brother would have to throw him down and pin him to the floorboards while he strained and clawed toward the door and made no sound but a terrible low wanting in his throat. And it might last a quarter hour, or it might last till dawn, the pinned man fighting like a snared animal to get to a voice no one else could hear. We lost men who were left in the care of a watchman who was too kind to hold hard enough, or who dozed, or who could not bring himself to strike his own kin to keep him down. We learned to bind them. We learned to take a man who had gone under and lash his wrists to the bedstead and put a rolled cloth in his teeth so he would not bite through his tongue. And we sat with him, and held him, and prayed over him, while he arched off the bed, reaching for the door, And in the morning he would come back into his eyes and weep and not remember and thank us. And that was a good night. Those were our good nights. I understood the Foss boy then. He had not been dragged through a barred door. He had risen in the night behind that barred door with no watchman set, because his poor father still half believed a bar would hold, and the boy had unpegged his own shutter with his own hands in the dark, quiet, the way you do a thing in a dream, and gone out the window his father found shut, and pegged it behind him from outside, or the cold and the frost had swelled the peg back home. I do not know. He had let himself out. It had not needed to break anything. It never needed to break anything. That was the whole horror of it, that we were never under siege by something battering to get in. We were penned up against ourselves, against the traitor part of every one of us that wanted, when the good voice called across the snow, to rise up and go to it. The enemy was already inside every house. It was inside every skull. All the thing in the woods had to do was call and wait and be patient, and it had all winter, and it had nothing but patience, because it was dead, and the dead are not in a hurry. The voices came every night once the cold set in hard. I will try to say what it was like, and I will fail, because there is no saying it to anyone who did not sit through those nights. Full dark would come down, and the fire would be high, and the door barred, and the iron laid, and the watch set, and for an hour, maybe two, there would be nothing but the wind and the crack of the fire and the ordinary sounds of a house holding out the cold. And then, out across the snow, from the black edge of the trees, a voice would come, a child's voice, most often, at the start of the night. Come out and play. Where are you? I'm cold, Mama, I'm so cold, let me in. And it was Prue Coyle, exact, or it was the Bell Girl, exact, every catch and lilt of a living child that half the hollow had known since its christening. And in the house that child had come from, you would hear the mother start up out of her chair with a sound I cannot write, and her husband would take her by both arms and hold her, and she would beg him to let her go to her baby who was cold in the snow, and he would hold her while she came apart in his hands, and that was the good voice doing its work. And there was not one thing in the world we could do but hold each other down and let the fire burn and wait for the day. It learned Sarah's mother's voice. My wife's mother had died in Connecticut before ever we came up the valley, and was buried 100 leagues away, and had never in her life set foot in Cold Hollow. And one night in December that voice called my wife's girlhood name across the commons, a name I had never heard anyone use, a name Sarah had not been called since she was a child at her own mother's knee, and Sarah went white and stood up out of the chair before she knew she had done it. I got to her. I got my arms around her from behind, and I held her, and I put my mouth against her ear, and I said her married name over and over, Sarah Woods, Sarah Woods. You are Sarah Woods, and you are home, and that is not your mother, until the fit went out of her, and she sagged against me shaking. It had never known that name until it took someone who had known it. I have thought a great deal about how it came to have my dead mother-in-law's voice, buried 100 leagues off, and the only answer I can find is the worst one, which is that it did not need the woman. It only needed someone in the hollow who carried the memory of that sound, and it had taken such a one, and gutted the memory out of them the way you gut a fish, and put the voice on like a coat. It wore what it emptied. Every soul it took was a wardrobe it could open. The night it wore Beth's voice, I nearly did the thing I had held every other man in the hollow back from doing. My daughter was asleep in the loft, alive, breathing. I could hear her, and the voice came across the snow calling, Papa, Papa, help me, it's dark, in Beth's voice. In my Beth's exact voice, and I knew she was above me, safe in her bed, and my body did not care what I knew. My body was up out of the chair and across the room with my hand on the bar before Sarah caught me, and I am ashamed to write that it was my wife who held me and not the other way. My small wife with her arms locked around me while I stood there with my hand on the door bar and my dead daughter's voice that was not dead calling me out into the snow, and I stood shaking and I did not lift the bar. And it was the closest thing to hell I expect to know this side of my grave. It called for an hour. It knew it had a hook in me. It called Papa in that small voice until I thought my mind would tear loose at the roots, and I stood there with my back to my wife's chest and her arms around me, and I said out loud, into the dark, the only thing I had, which was Hannah Cade's law. I will not come to you, I will not answer, you cannot take what I do not give. I said it until the sky went gray and the voice went quiet, and I have said it many nights since to nothing, to the dark, out of a habit I cannot break. By the middle of December we had lost, by my book, 11 souls. I wrote each one in as gone, not dead, for I had no bodies and no proof of death, and no right to write down a death I could not swear to. And so the column stood there in my book, gone, 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 11 times in my steady hand, and it was that column, more than anything I saw at the tree line, that finally moved us to do the terrible thing we did. Because a man can bar his door against the dark for only so many nights, before the barring itself begins to feel like dying by inches, and we were farmers and hunters and smiths. We were men used to answering a threat with our hands, and the winter of only holding on, only enduring, only waiting to see whose voice would call next, had ground us down to where we would rather die doing something than live doing nothing, so we resolved to go to the root of it. We resolved to go out to old Cobb's grave outside the fence, and open it, and do to what we found there the things that the old people said must be done. We went to the grave in the full light of a clear, cold morning, because whatever else we did not know, we all knew by then that the thing kept to the dark, and no man among us would have gone near that ground after the sun was down for all the land in the valley. There were 9 of us. Myself, Josiah Bell the smith, Caleb Van, Elias Foss, who had lost his boy and wanted to be there past any reasoning, the 2 Renner cousins who were left, and 3 others whose names I will keep to myself out of respect for children of theirs who yet live. Parson Amos Teal came with his black book and his gray face, and Hannah Cade came the last little way on the arm of a granddaughter to see it done right, for she said the doing of it wrong was worse than the not doing of it at all. The stones we had piled over old Cobb the winter before had been moved. I will say that part plain. We had left a low, careful cairn of creek stones on that shallow grave against the wolves, and when we came to it that morning the stones lay scattered wide, tumbled off to every side, and the frozen scab of earth over the grave was broken and heaved up from below in a way that no thaw makes and no animal makes. The clods were pushed up and outward, mounded, and in the mounded dirt were pressed shapes that Josiah Bell looked at for a long moment, and then turned away from, and would not look at again, because they were the marks of hands, spread hands pressed up into the underside of the earth from below, the way you would press your palms up against a door you meant to open. The ground had been opened from the inside. I made myself write that in the book later, and my hand was not steady doing it. We dug. It did not take long, for we had buried him so shallow, and I felt the shame of that shallowness in every spadeful. And we came to old Cobb, and I will say what we found, because it is the crux of the whole thing, and because a man who leaves out the crux to spare himself is telling a lie by the half. Ezekiel Cobb had been in the ground a year, buried in the dead of winter, with no embalming and no care, in a wet, low, bog-edged spot where a body should have gone to corruption fast once the spring came and warmed the ground. He should have been bone and rag, he was not. He lay there in his shallow scrape, as whole as a man asleep, fuller in the face than I remembered him in life, the cheeks and the lips of him dark and swollen with a ruddy color that a dead man has no business wearing, and his gray beard and the nails of his folded hands were grown out long past what any barber had left him, as though the year in the ground had been a year of slow, terrible growing. His eyes were part open, and at the corner of his mouth, and soaked into the collar of the same stiff shirt we had buried him in unwashed, there was blood, fresh, wet, red, not his old dried blood gone black, but new blood, bright as a cut, more of it than one mouth should hold. And the sight of that fresh red blood on the mouth of a man a year dead in the cold ground was the thing that broke the last of us who still had any doubt, and one of the younger men went off to the fence and was sick, and no one thought the less of him. Hannah Cade looked down into the grave a long moment with her clouded eyes, and then she said, "Quiet. There he is. There is your caller." and she told us what to do, and we did it. I will not dwell on the doing. Josiah Bell had brought a sharpened stake of whitethorn as long as my arm, cut and pointed the night before to Hannah's direction, because she said whitethorn and no other wood, and Caleb Van had brought his felling axe honed to a razor, and we had brought pitch and a store of dry wood and a barrel of the good grain spirit that was meant for no such purpose. Elias Foss asked to be the one to set the stake, for his boy's sake, and no man argued him out of it, and Parson Teal read out of his book in a voice that shook and then steadied, and Elias set the point of the whitethorn over the still swollen chest of Ezekiel Cobb, and Josiah Bell struck it home with the flat of a maul, and I will say only that the thing in the grave was not so dead as a dead thing should be when the stake went in, and leave the rest of it in the ground where it belongs. Then Caleb took off the head with 2 strokes of the axe. Then we took out the heart, which was not the withered thing a year-old heart should be, but was full and dark and wet, and we burned the heart apart from the body on a fire of pitch pine while the parson read, and it did not burn easy, and it made a sound going into the fire that I will hear on the day I die. Then we burned the rest of old Cobb entire head, laid between his own feet as Hannah bade us, until there was nothing but bone and greasy ash, and we broke the bone up small, and we mixed the ash and the bone meal through with the churned earth, and we filled the grave and turned the last of it face down and laid the parson's iron crossplate over where the breast had been. And Amos Teal spoke the full burial rite this time, the whole of it. Every word we had cheated the man of a year before, and it was too late to be a kindness, and we all knew it, and we did it anyway. Because Hannah said the right was not for Cobb now, but for the ground, to close the door we had left standing open. And for a while it worked. I will not pretend it did not. For 4 nights after we burned old Cobb, the voices did not come. 4 whole nights the tree line stood empty and dark and silent, and men slept in their beds without a watch pinning them down. And I lay beside my wife, with my daughter breathing soft in the loft, and I let myself begin. God help me to believe it was over, that we had found the root and burned it, and that the spring would come, and we would bury our grief and go on. 4 nights. I have learned to distrust a quiet that comes right after you have done a hard thing, because I have learned that a quiet like that is often not the thing lying down, it is the thing changing its shape. On the 5th night the voices came back, not from the near tree line where they had always been, from deeper, from up the mountain, back in the old timber, faint and high and many, and there were more of them now, and they did not call to be let in, and they did not beg to come home. They called us out. They called us up. They called us by our right names, each man his own, in the voices of the ones we had lost, from far back in the dark trees, and there was something in it that was not grief anymore, and was not allure anymore. It was almost like laughter. It was almost like the woods themselves had found it funny, that we had dug up one old man and burned him, and thought that had settled anything, when the woods had been there before old Cobb was born, and would be there after the last of us was ash, and had only ever lent us the ground we stood on, and could call in the whole loan whenever it chose. It was after that 5th night that the men resolved to go into the woods after it, and it was the one decision of that whole winter that I set myself against with everything I had and lost. I understood them. I have never once faulted them for it. These were men who had spent 2 months barring their doors, and holding their own wives down on the floorboards, and burying nothing, because there was nothing to bury, only names to write in a book. They had done the grave. They had done the stake and the axe and the fire, the whole grim work the old people swore by, and it had bought them 4 nights, and then the mocking had started up from the mountain worse than before. A man can only be prey for so long before something in him would rather be dead than go on being prey, and these were not cowards, they were the opposite of cowards, and to them the woods hunt was the one manly thing left, to take up their muskets and their axes and their pitch torches and go up into the dark timber in force and find the thing in its den and burn it out and get their children back, or their children's bones, or die in the trying with their guns in their hands, like men and not like sheep waiting in a fold. I stood up in the meeting house, and I told them no. I told them everything Hannah had told me, and everything the winter had taught me, that the one law over the thing was that it could only take what came to it, that it could not force us and could only lure us, and that to walk up into those woods in the dark was to do the one thing, the only thing, that handed us over. I told them the woods were its ground, and the dark was its hour, and our own names in our own dead children's voices were its bait, and that no man who went up into that timber after dark was hunting anything. He was answering. He was walking out to it on his own 2 feet, and giving himself, which was the only way it could ever have us. Hannah Cade said the same, harder than I said it. She stood up, bent over her stick in front of all those men, and she said, "You cannot hunt it. There is no it to hunt. Not the way you mean, not a bear in a cave you can smoke out. It is the woods being hungry. You do not go hunting the hunger of a thing 1,000 years old with a fowling piece and a pine knot. You bar your door and you keep your name in your own mouth, and you outlast the winter. And in the spring the sun climbs and the ground warms and it sleeps again, and you have lived, and that is the only winning there is against a thing like this. Living through it is the whole of the victory. There is no other." They would not hear it. Grief does not hear. Elias Foss had a son up in that timber, and he stood and said he would go up alone with a torch and a hatchet before he would sit another night by the fire, listening to Sammy call him. And when Elias said that, 20 men were on their feet, and I saw that it was decided, and I saw that if I forbade it as magistrate, they would go anyway and go divided and angry. And so I did the only thing left to me, which was to say that if they would go together and in order and roped one to another, and that I would go with them, because a shepherd does not send the flock up the mountain and stay warm in the fold. Whatever the flock has decided. I have asked myself many times since whether I went to lead them or only because I could not bear to be the man who stayed behind. I do not have an answer that satisfies me. We went up the next night, because the men would not wait for another, and going by day was no use, for by day the woods were only woods, and there was nothing to find. There were 19 of us. We were roped together at the waist with good hemp line and arm's length apart, Caleb Van in the lead, because no man knew that timber like Caleb, and myself second, and Josiah Bell at the rear anchor with his great strength to hold the line. Every man carried a lit pitch torch in one hand. Most carried a musket or a fowling piece primed and loaded, and long knives and hatchets, and Caleb his felling axe, and it matters to the truth that the guns were the least of what we carried and did us the least good, and that some part of every one of us already knew it, the way you know a thing you will not say. You do not load a gun against your own dead. But a musket in the hand is a comfort to a frightened man, and we were all of us frightened past speech, and so we carried them up into the dark. The woods at night in winter are a silence like the inside of a church, and we went up into that quiet in a line of guttering torchlight, up the old game trail, past the last stump of our cutting, and into the big timber where the trees closed over us, and the snow lay blue and untracked between the black trunks. And for a while there was nothing but our own breath, and the crunch of our own steps, and the hiss of the pitch, and the cold came down through the trees and got into us, and we went up, and up, further into that timber than any of us had been, and I felt the fields and the creek and the barred houses of Cold Hollow fall away behind us into the dark, and I felt how thin our line of light was in all that black, 19 small flames going up into a country that did not know we existed and would not have cared. Then the calling started, and it started all around us, and it started in the voices of the ones we had lost, close now, from just beyond the torchlight, from behind this trunk and that one, and it called us by our names. "Elias," a small boy's voice said, right at the edge of the light, off to the left. "Elias, Papa, I'm here. I found you." And I felt the rope jerk as Elias Foss turned toward it, and the man roped ahead of him grabbed him, and there was a struggle in the line, torches swinging, and we got Elias stopped. But now the voices were coming from every side at once, each man's own dead, calling each man's own name out of the dark, just past where the light reached. and the line began to buckle and knot as man after man turned toward the voice that had a hook in him. And Caleb was shouting to hold the line, keep the light together, and it was like trying to hold water. A voice called my name from off to the right, from the black between two hemlocks, and it was Beth. It was my Beth. Papa, I'm cold. Come find me. I've been waiting so long. And I turned. God forgive me. I am the man who stood in the meeting house and told them not to answer, and I turned toward the trees with my whole body before I caught myself. And the only thing that saved me was the rope at my waist and Josiah Bell's dead weight at the far end of it, an honest man too heavy and too stubborn to be moved. And I hung against that rope like a hooked fish, and I said Hannah's words with my teeth clenched. I will not come. I will not answer. You cannot take what I do not give. And I hauled myself back hand over hand along the line toward the light, while my daughter's voice begged me from the dark not to leave her. We lost 3 men in the first rush, and I do not fully know how, because it happened in the swinging torchlight and the shouting, but the rope went slack in 3 places at once, and 3 men were simply gone. Cut loose or slipped loose, or the line parted, and their torches were lying in the snow, guttering out, and the men were not there, and from up the slope, from deep in the timber above us, I heard them, or I heard the things wearing them, already calling back down to us in their voices, come up, it's fine up here, come and see. It was then, in that breaking moment, that I saw the thing itself, and I will set it down once, and then leave it, because I have found that the more I say of it, the less of it there is, and I would rather keep it whole and terrible in the few words it deserves than wear it down to nothing. At the far edge of the torchlight, up the slope, where the black timber began, there were faces, not one, many. They stood among the trunks at every height, some low near the snow, as if crouched, or as if there were no bodies under them at all, some higher, as high as a tall man's head, and higher, up in the low branches where nothing living stands, and they were all of them pale with that tallow paleness, and they were all of them still with that stump stillness, and they were all of them turned toward our light, and they were the faces of our dead, our children, our wives, old Widow Marsh, the Bell girl, Sammy Foss, and among them and behind them, and taller than all of them, there was one shape that was not anyone we had lost, one shape at the center of them, in the dark, that I could not make my eyes fix on, that the torchlight seemed to slide off of, and I understood, without being told, that this was the collar itself, and that the dead we knew were only its hands and its voice, only the coat it wore, and that it was looking at us, at me, and that it was not afraid of our light, or our iron, or our guns, and that it was, in some way I have no word for, glad we had come, because we had come, we had walked up into its country in the dark, we had answered, and it had been waiting 1,000 winters for men foolish enough to answer. Somebody fired. I do not blame him. A gun went off close to my head, and then 3 or 4 more, muskets and fowling pieces roaring and flashing in that black timber, the balls tearing off up the slope into the faces, and the faces did not move. The balls went through them or into them, and it did not matter at all, no more than throwing a stone at the moon, and in the flash of the powder I saw the faces plain for one instant, lit up white, still smiling, unmarked, patient, and then the dark came back down, and the smell of the powder hung in the cold, and the woods were laughing again, up the slope, in our children's voices, laughing. Caleb Van got us out. I have to give him that, though it cost him, and I do not know to this day whether it cost him everything. He was the only one whose head stayed clear enough to remember that light and downhill were the same direction, and he took the front of the broken line, and he put his back to those faces, which not one other man among us could have made himself do, and he drove us down the mountain by main force, and by cursing, down toward the fields and the creek and the barred houses and the far gray promise of the dawn. And we ran down through that black timber with the voices coming after us the whole way, calling our names, calling us back, and we did not turn, and we did not answer, and we ran until we broke out of the trees into the open fields where the sky was going, the faintest gray in the east, and the voices stopped at the tree line, the way they always stopped at the tree line, and we fell down in the snow of our own fields and lay there heaving like run horses, those of us that were left. We had gone up 19, we came down 13, and Caleb Van, who had saved every one of the 13, was never right again after that night. He would not speak of what he had seen up there in the last of it, driving us down with his back to those faces. He sat by his fire through the rest of that winter and into the spring, and he flinched from the tree line, and in the summer that followed he walked out of Cold Hollow one morning down the valley trail with a pack on his back, and did not say goodbye to anyone, and no one ever heard of him again. And I hope he found a settled country far from any big timber and lived out his years, and I fear he did not. After the woods we did the only thing that was ever going to work, which was the thing Hannah Cade had told us to do at the start before we lost 6 more men learning it. We barred our doors and we set our watches and we kept our names in our own mouths and we endured. We stopped trying to win. Hannah had told us there was no winning against a thing like that, only living through it, and that the living through it was the whole of the victory. And she was right. And it is a hard kind of right to make peace with for men who were raised to believe that a threat is a thing you answer. We learned to answer nothing. We learned that the answering was the death. And slowly, as the winter came to its deepest and hardest part, as the creek froze solid bank to bank, and the cold came down so bitter that the trees cracked like musket shots in the night, the voices came less. Whether the deep cold drove it down into the ground, or whether it had simply taken all it wanted and was full, or whether the burning of old Cobb had done more than we could see and it took the whole of the winter to work, I cannot say. I only know that by February we might go 2 nights, then 3, then a week, with the tree line dark and silent, and then a thaw would come, and it would call once or twice more, thin and far off now, and then the true spring came up the valley, and the sun climbed higher, and the ground softened, and the green came back, and the voices stopped, and did not come again. We had lost, by the book, 29 souls out of 160. I wrote every one of them in, gone, in my own hand, and under the last of them I ruled a line, and I have not written a death in that book since, nor a birth, nor a marriage, nor a boundary moved by agreement of both parties. Someone else keeps the book now. I could not make my hand do it anymore. Every time I opened it I saw that column of gone running down the page, and I heard the voices those names had been worn as, and I put the pen down. Old Hannah Cade did not see the spring. She died in her smoky little house in the last week of the hard, cold quiet, in her bed, of nothing but age and a long life, and I have wondered whether she willed it, whether she was ready to be done once she had gotten us through the worst of it, for she had carried us on her old bent back all that winter, and I do not think there was a thing left she thought she owed the world. We buried her deep. We buried her inside the fence in the good ground with the full right and every word of it, and a proper washing and a proper shroud and stones laid careful, and a watch kept the first 3 nights, and she lay easy, and she has lain easy ever since, and I go and sit by her sometimes in the summer, and tell her the small ordinary business of the hollow, the way I used to write it in the book, a marriage, a birth, a good corn year, because she earned the hearing of ordinary things, having stood so long between us and the other kind. Parson Teal went south in his old age to live with a married daughter, and before he went he told me a thing I've kept. He said he did not believe the thing was gone. He said he believed it was only sleeping, down in that cold ground under the big timber, full for now, the way a snake is quiet and slow after it has fed, and that a day would come, long after him and long after me, when the settlement had forgotten, when there was no one left who had lived through that winter and no one left to bar the door and keep his name in his own mouth, and that on that day some soul would take sick in the deep of some winter and be buried careless and shallow in unhallowed ground by people who had wronged him living and could not be troubled to do right by him dead. And the door would swing open again, and the woods would be hungry again, because the woods were always hungry, and had only ever agreed to sleep, and had made no promise about how long. He said, "The ground remembers what men forget." Then he shook my hand and got up on the wagon and went south, and I never saw him again either. I am an old man now. Cold Hollow is a town in earnest these days, with a road down the valley and a church of sawn boards where the log meeting house stood, and children who have never heard the story and would laugh at it if they did, the way I once laughed, quietly, at things too big to look at. I have not told them. I do not know that telling them would keep them any safer than not telling them, and it might only teach them where the door is. I have kept the tree line cut back further from the houses than any man thinks is needed. I have kept the burying ground fence in good repair with my own hands into my old age, every rail of it, and I have made sure, with what little authority is left to an old former mayor, that no soul is ever put into the ground of Cold Hollow, shallow or careless, or unwashed, or unwilling, or unloved, or without the full rights said over him slow and complete, whatever kind of man he was in life, whatever any of us thought we were owed. That is the only thing I have found in all these years that a man can actually do about it. Bury your dead deep and bury them right and grudge them nothing, even the ones you hated, especially the ones you hated. It is cheap. It is so much cheaper than the other. Beth grew up and married a good man and has children of her own now, and she lives down the valley in the settled country, and she does not remember that winter, or says she does not, for she was only 7, and I have never once told her that the thing in the woods learned her voice, or that her voice out of the dark is the thing that nearly walked me out of my own barred door, or that I hear it still, sometimes, on the worst nights, thin and far off up the mountain. Papa, Papa, come find me. I do not go find her. She is in the settled country, grown and safe, and asleep in her own bed with her own barred door, and the voice on the mountain is not her, and I know it is not her, and I bar my door, and I keep my name in my own mouth, and I do not answer. Last night there was a voice at the tree line. It has been years, and I let myself think it was done. But last night, after the fire had gone to coals, I heard it, faint, across the old commons from the dark edge of the trees. And it was not a child this time, and it was not Beth, and it was not my long-dead wife, whom it also learned, at the last, though that is a grief I will keep to myself. Last night it called my own name, in my own voice, my exact voice, the way a man's voice sounds inside his own head. "Rick," it said, "Rick, come out and see." And I do not know how it came to have my voice, for it has never taken me. I have never once answered. I have never given it a thing. Unless a man can be taken slow, over a whole long life, one bad night at a time, by the wanting, by the standing at the door with his hand on the bar. Unless the answering I have refused all these years leaks out of a man anyway, drop by drop, into the dark, until the dark can say his name back to him in the small hours, in his own tired voice. I did not go out. I sat with my hands flat on the closed book, and I said the old words to the coals until the sky went gray. I will say them again tonight. The woods are still up there past the last houses, dark and old and patient, and they were there before Cold Hollow, and they will be there after, and they are only sleeping, and they know my name now, and I have lived a long time on the far side of a door I have never once opened, and I mean to die on this side of it, and be buried deep, and buried right inside the fence, with every word said slow. The thing I keep coming back to is that I never once saw it move, not the first night, not the last, not in any of the weeks between. It was always just closer than it had been the time before, the way the minute hand is always closer to the top of the clock every time you happen to glance up. And by the time I understood what that meant, I was standing in my own front yard at 2 a.m. with my brother's hand clamped around my arm, both of us staring at the tree line, both of us afraid to blink. It started smaller than that, and slower, in the weeks before that night in the yard. I bought the place in the spring, 10 acres and a small 2-story farmhouse about 9 miles east of Sweet Home, Oregon, up a county road that turns to gravel a mile past the last mailbox that isn't mine. The land east of Sweet Home climbs fast into the Cascade foothills, and the timber comes down off the ridges and stops at the edges of the cleared plots the way water stops at a shoreline. My 10 acres was one of those plots, a rough oval of pasture and blackberry, with the house set roughly in the middle, and then the trees on all 4 sides, Douglas fir and hemlock and a few big cedars, standing in a wall maybe 200 feet back from the house, no matter which window I looked out of. I had spent 11 years in Portland before that, the last 4 of them in a 1-bedroom on the east side that cost me more every month than the mortgage and the taxes on the whole Sweet Home property put together. I did remote work for a logistics company, monitoring freight routes and flagging delays on a laptop, which meant I could live anywhere with a decent signal and a chair. And after the divorce, I did not have one single reason left to keep paying Portland rent to sit in a chair. No wife anymore, no kids. My folks were gone. My brother Travis was down in Eugene, 40 minutes off, and that was the closest thing I had to a tie, and Sweet Home only put me closer to him, not farther. So when the listing came up cheap because the previous owner had died and the family wanted it gone, I drove out on a Saturday, walked the pasture, stood on the porch, and put in an offer before I got back in my truck. The divorce is part of why the quiet came to mean what it meant to me then. Her name was Kayla, and it had not ended in any dramatic way. No affair, no screaming. Just 8 years of 2 people in a small apartment slowly running out of things to say, until the silence in the rooms turned into a different kind of silence, the kind with a decision inside it. She kept the friends. She kept the city, really, because all of it had been more hers than mine. What I got, when it was done, was a used pickup and a job I could do from anywhere, and a very loud apartment that I could not afford and did not want, and a feeling I could not shake that I had been failing for years at something everyone else seemed to find easy, which was simply being around other people. I had started to think there was something wrong with me that a person could catch, like the quiet in those last months had come off of me and not off of her. So when I stood on the porch of that farmhouse and heard nothing but the wind in the firs, I did not hear loneliness. I heard permission. I heard a place where being a man who could not hold on to people would not be a failure, because there would be no people to hold on to, and the not having would finally look like a choice instead of a verdict. I wanted that so badly I put money down on it inside of 20 minutes. And it matters later that when the woods sent me something that wanted to be near me and would not leave, some sick part of me in the first days, before I understood, was almost glad of the company. The quiet was the selling point. I want to be honest about that, because of everything that came after. I stood on that porch the first time, and the only sound was wind moving through the tops of the firs, a long, soft rush that came and went like the property was breathing slow, and I thought, this is it. This is the thing I have been missing. In Portland, there was always a siren or a neighbor's television through the wall or somebody's car alarm going off at 3. Out here, there was nothing. I remember thinking the word nothing like it was a gift somebody had handed me. It took me most of April to move in. I did it myself, in loads, in the bed of my truck, up and back on Highway 20 until I knew every curve. The house had been sitting empty a few months, and it had that closed-up smell, dust and cold wood stove and old man, because the previous owner had been an old man. His name was Bennett, according to the county paperwork, and according to the woman at the hardware store in town, he had been a Jippo logger back in the day, one of the independents who ran his own show up in the units when there was still real cutting to be had. He had lived on that 10 acres for a little shy of 50 years, and died in the house, in the downstairs bedroom, of nothing more sinister than being old. I did not love learning that a man had died in the room I was going to sleep in, but you get past that. People have died in most rooms if the rooms are old enough. My nearest neighbor was a man named Everett, who lived maybe half a mile down the gravel in a double-wide with a metal roof and a yard full of equipment under blue tarps. He was somewhere north of 70, wore the same green Carhartt coat no matter the weather, and he drove up my driveway in a side-by-side about a week after I moved in to introduce himself and to look me over. He had a thermos of coffee and he poured me a cup into the lid without asking whether I wanted it, and we stood in my yard and drank it, and he told me things about the road. Who plowed it in winter, which was nobody, so I would want chains. Which well guy to call. Where the property lines actually ran, as opposed to where the survey said. He was easy to talk to, in the way old countrymen are easy to talk to, which is that they do most of the talking and you just stand there and nod. He was the one who told me about the dogs. You'll hear dogs some nights, he said. Pack of them run loose up in here. Somebody's or nobody's, hard to say anymore. They won't bother you, just don't leave food out. I asked him if he meant coyotes, and he gave me a look like I had asked a genuinely stupid question, which I suppose I had, being a city guy, and he said, "No, dogs. You'll know the difference." Before he left, he stood by his side-by-side for a second, looking at the house, and then past the house, at the tree line on the north side, and I would swear now that something crossed his face right then. Some small hesitation, though at the time I did not think anything of it. He said old Bennett kept this place clean, kept it mowed right up to the trees, kept the brush knocked back. You'll want to do the same. You let it go, and the woods will take it back faster than you'd believe. Then he told me to holler if I needed anything, and he drove off, and the sound of his little engine faded down the gravel until the quiet came back in behind it and closed over the top like water. I did what he said. That was one of the first things I did, actually. I bought a used brush cutter off a guy in Lebanon, and I spent a whole Saturday walking my property line, knocking down the blackberry and the young alder that had started to come up in the year the place sat empty, mowing the pasture down to a even stubble right up to where the big trees started. It felt good. It felt like the kind of thing a man who owns land is supposed to do. When I was done, I stood in the middle of my cleared pasture in the last of the light and looked at the clean line where my grass ended and the timber began, that dark even wall of trunks going up into shadow, and I felt, for the first time in a long time, like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The first few weeks were the best weeks I have had as an adult. I am not exaggerating that. I would work my shift at the kitchen table with the windows open and the fur smell coming in, and when I logged off, I would walk the pasture, or split wood, or just sit on the porch with a beer, and watch the light go down the ridge. I slept better than I had in years. The bad thing about that, I understand now, is that it lowered my guard. I had spent my whole life in places where you keep a part of your mind awake even when you are asleep, listening for the footstep in the hall, the hand on the door. Out there I let that part of me go quiet. I let it lie down and sleep. I told myself the only thing that unsettled me in those first weeks was how alone I was. Not lonely, alone. There is a difference. On a still night I would stand on the porch and understand, in a way I never had in the city, that the nearest other human being was half a mile off through the dark, and that if something happened to me out here, if I fell off the roof or cut myself with the brush cutter or just had a heart attack at the table, it could be days before anybody knew. Nobody was coming to check on me. Nobody had a reason to. That thought would sit in my chest for a minute on the dark nights, and then I would go inside and lock the door, which I had started doing even though Everett had told me nobody out here bothered with locks. And I would tell myself I was being a city boy about it, and I would go to bed. I made a note to get a dog. I want that on the record too, because of how it turned out. I thought a dog would be good company, and good warning. Some animal with better ears than mine that would lift its head and growl at the dark before I ever knew there was a reason to. I even called the shelter in Albany about it. I just never got around to going, and then it was too late to matter. The first wrong thing happened on a Tuesday in the third week of May. I was washing a coffee cup at the kitchen sink, which looks out the back of the house at the north tree line, and I noticed a new tree. It sounded like nothing at the time, but I had mowed that whole line myself 3 weeks before, walked every foot of it with the brush cutter, and I had spent enough evenings staring at that dark wall of trunks with a beer in my hand that I knew its shape the way a man knows the ceiling over his own bed. And there was a trunk standing a little out ahead of the others, now maybe 6 or 8 feet clear of the tree line, out in the mowed grass where no trunk had any business being. Tall and thin and dark, straight up and down, a little narrower than the firs behind it. I stood there with the cup in my hand and the water running, and I looked at it for a while. My first thought, the flat, reasonable one, was that a snag had come down. A dead standing tree. A widowmaker. One of the gray dead ones that are all through that timber, and it had toppled out of the woods, and its top had swung out into my pasture and hung up on something. That happens. Everett had warned me about widowmakers the first day, told me not to park under the big dead cedar on the south line. So I turned off the water, and I dried my hands, and I walked out the back door to go look at it, because I am the kind of person who would rather go look at a thing than wonder about it. By the time I got out there, it was just a tree. I mean, it was standing in the tree line where it belonged, flush with the others, and there was no fallen snag lying out in my grass, no top hung up on anything, nothing out ahead of the line at all. I walked the whole north side. I found the trunk I thought I had seen, or one that could have been it, a young fir, a little thinner and darker than its neighbors, but it was in the line, rooted, part of the wall. I stood there feeling like a fool. From the kitchen window, I decided the angle must have thrown it. A trick of the light and the distance and the dirty glass, the trunk looking like it stood forward when really it stood back. I have worn glasses since I was a kid, and I know how the eye lies at distance, especially in that flat gray Oregon light that comes before rain. I did notice one thing, standing there, though I did not make anything of it. The smell. There was a smell in that spot, faint but real, and it did not belong to the woods. The woods smelled the way they always did, like fir pitch and wet duff and the green rot that is the good, clean smell of a forest floor. This was under that, sour, a little like a wet dog and a little like a cold wood stove full of last winter's ash, and under those two things, a third thing I could not name then and can name now, which was the smell of a person who has not been able to wash for a long time. I figured a deer had died back in the brush, or one of Everett's loose dogs had come through and marked the tree line, and I went back inside and finished the dishes, and did not think about it again that day. It rained that night, hard, a real May soaker that went most of the night, and I lay in bed upstairs and listened to it come down on the roof, and it was one of the best sounds I have ever fallen asleep to. In the morning, the new tree was back. Same spot on the north line, or close to it, out ahead of the others, clear of the wall, standing in the mowed grass. I saw it from the kitchen window with my first cup of coffee, and this time I did not tell myself a story about it right away. This time I just stood there and looked, and I felt the first small cold thing turn over in my stomach, the first one, so small I could have talked myself out of it and did, because trees do not move overnight. Trees do not walk out into your pasture in the dark and stand there and wait for you to wake up. I knew that. So it had to be that I was seeing it wrong again, that the angle from the window was fooling me twice, and I told myself that, and mostly I believed it. But I did not go out to check that morning, and I want to be honest about why. It was not that I was late for anything. I work from home. I had all the time in the world. I did not go out because some animal part of me, some old part that the city keeps awake and the country had almost put to sleep, did not want to walk across that wet grass toward that thing to find out. I worked my shift. I flagged the late load out of Ontario, and I answered my messages, and every so often I looked up from the laptop and out the window over the sink, and the tree was there each time, in the grass, out ahead of the line, dark and thin and straight. And here is the thing I noticed by the end of that day, the thing I did not want to have noticed. It was not in the same spot at lunch that it had been at breakfast, and it was not in the same spot at dinner that it had been at lunch. Not by much. A few feet each time, closer to the house each time. But every single time I looked up, it was standing perfectly still, so still that I could believe I had been wrong about where it stood before, that my memory was the thing that had moved and not the tree. That was the trick of it, though I did not understand yet that it was a trick, or that there was anything there to do the tricking. When you look at a thing and it is not moving, your mind hands you the easiest answer, which is that it never moves, that it has always been right there, that you are the one who is confused. I did not sleep as well that night. I lay upstairs in the dark and I told myself the whole reasonable story again. The angle, the light, the dirty glass. And it held right up until I turned off the lamp. And then in the dark, it did not hold at all. I got up once. I am not proud of this. And I went to the upstairs window that looks out over the back, and I stood to the side of it the way you do when you do not want to be seen, and I looked at the north line. There was a moon behind the clouds, enough gray light to see the pasture as a pale field, and the trees as a black mass at the edge of it. And out ahead of the black mass, alone in the pale grass, there was a single dark upright shape. I stood there a long time. I watched it the way you watch a spider on the wall over your bed, which is to say I was not going to look away from it and I was not going to go near it. And it did not move. Not once. Not the whole time I watched. And I watched until my legs got stiff. It just stood there in my grass in the middle of the night, closer to my house than the tree line, and it did not move at all, and somehow that was so much worse than if it had. I told myself it was a tree. I went back to bed. I did not sleep. At first light I went out. I made myself do it. I put on boots over bare feet, and I walked out the back door into the wet grass with a cup of coffee in my hand like a man going to look at his garden, because holding the coffee made it feel ordinary. And I crossed the pasture to the spot on the north line where the thing had stood. There was nothing standing there in the morning. Of course there was not, but there was something in the grass, and I crouched down over it, and I felt that cold thing turn over in my stomach again, harder this time. The grass was pressed down, not torn, not dug, just pressed, in a patch about the size of a welcome mat, the blades bent all one way and dark with the wet the way grass gets when something heavy has stood on it a while. And at the front of the patch, toward the house, there were 2 deeper marks pressed into the soft dirt where the grass was thin, 2 of them, side by side, longer than they were wide, with a squared-off front and a rounded back. Boot prints. 2 boot prints. Toes pointed at my house. The sensible thing would have been to go back inside and call somebody. I did not. I crouched there, and I looked at those 2 prints, and my mind, which is a coward, went to work on them right away, telling me stories. Everett had walked the property with me. Everett wore boots. A hunter could have come through. Somebody scouting for elk, somebody who did not know the place had sold, standing at the tree line looking at the pasture, and the prints were his. It was the kind of explanation that works fine in the daylight with a coffee in my hand, and I took it, because the other explanation, that someone had stood in that exact spot in the dark and watched my windows and not moved for hours and left before dawn, was not a thing I was ready to hold in my head. Then I smelled it again, the sour smell, the wet dog and cold ash smell, strong right there over the pressed grass, and I put my hand down flat in the patch without thinking, and when I lifted it my palm was tacky. There was pitch on the grass, fir pitch, that amber sap, smeared on the bent blades, and now it was on my hand, and it would not wash off with spit, and I had to go back inside and scrub it with dish soap and a brush, and even then I could smell it on my skin the rest of the day. That is the detail that stayed with me. Not the boot prints, the pitch, because pitch comes off the bark of a tree when you lean on it hard, when you press your whole weight against a trunk and stand there, and it gets on your clothes and your hands, and then it gets on everything you touch after. Whoever had stood in my grass had come out of those trees close enough to wear them. I called Everett that afternoon. I did not tell him the whole thing because I could hear how it would sound. I just asked him, keeping my voice easy, whether hunters came through this time of year, whether anybody scouted his land or mine. There was a pause on the line, a real one, longer than the question deserved. "Season's closed," he said finally. "Nobody's got business back in there right now." I asked him, still easy, whether anybody lived back in the timber, any cabins, any camps, anybody up the draws. The pause again. Then he said, "Why?" Just that. Not why do you ask, not a question even, really. Just the one word. Flat. And it told me more than a paragraph would have. So I told him a little. I told him I had seen somebody standing at my tree line, maybe more than once, maybe at night, and that I had found tracks. I kept it small. And Everett was quiet for so long I thought the call had dropped. And then he said, in a different voice than he had used for the coffee and the plow talk, "You keep your doors locked. I'll come by tomorrow." And he hung up before I could ask him anything else, which was not like him because the man could talk the bark off a tree. He did not come by the next day. He called instead and said his hip was bothering him, which might even have been true, and told me again to keep my doors locked and to call the sheriff if I saw anybody. And then he said one more thing before he got off the phone. He said, "Old Bennett had somebody used to stay back in his timber. Long time ago. It's nothing you need to worry about." And then he would not say another word about it, changed the subject to my well pump, and got off the line. Somebody used to stay back in his timber. I turned that over the whole rest of the day. Used to. Long time ago. Nothing to worry about. 3 ways of saying it was over, and Everett had said all 3. And a man does not need 3 ways to tell you a thing is over unless he is trying to talk himself into it, same as you. And I did the thing you do now, the modern thing. I ordered a trail camera. 2 of them, actually. The kind hunters strapped to trees that fire off a photo when something moves in front of them, and I paid for the fast shipping, and they came in 2 days, and I set them up that evening. One on the north line, aimed out along the tree line where the thing kept standing. One on the back corner of the house itself, aimed at the pasture, so that anything crossing toward the house from the trees would trip it. I felt better once they were up. I felt like I had done something, like I had put a piece of the city's paranoia to work for me out here where I needed it. I checked them obsessively. You can pull the card and look at the photos, and the first morning there was nothing but a few frames of grass moving in the wind, and one of a barn cat that must have been Everett's. Its eyes lit up white by the flash, and I felt almost silly. The second morning the north camera was facing the ground. Not knocked down, not torn off the tree. Turned. Somebody had reached up and swiveled it on its strap so that it pointed straight down at the base of the trunk, at nothing, at dirt. And the last photo on the card before it went to staring at the ground was a photo of grass and tree line at 3:40 in the morning with nothing in it that I could see. And then the next photo, 1 minute later, was dirt. Whoever had turned it had known what it was, had walked up to it in the dark and understood it and pointed it at the ground and left the other one alone, the one on the house, maybe because they had not found that one yet, or maybe because they wanted me to have the second one. I did not sleep on that thought. I moved the house camera to a better spot, and I told myself the north one had slipped on its strap, and I did not believe it even a little, but I told myself anyway, because you have to tell yourself something, or you cannot go to bed. The next week is the part that is hard to lay out in order, because it stopped being one thing a day and became a kind of weather I was living inside of. The shape of the tree line was there most nights now. I stopped being able to pretend it was a tree the night I saw the boots. It was a clear night, more moon than usual, and the shape was standing out in the pasture, maybe 80 feet from the house, closer than it had ever been. And I stood at the upstairs window in the dark and looked at it for a long time, and the moon came clear of a cloud, and I saw that the bottom of it was wrong for a tree. A tree goes into the ground. This went down to 2 pale points that caught the moonlight, side by side, a little apart, and then stopped, with dark under them, boots and legs, and the dark under them was the shadow a standing man throws, and the rest of it, the tall dark straight part I had been calling a trunk, was a person standing with his arms down flat against his sides, and something over him, a coat or a tarp or a hide, something ragged that broke up his outline and hung down and made him look from a lit kitchen window at a distance, in bad light, exactly like a young, dark tree. He was looking at the house. I could not see his face. There was no face, just a dark place at the top where a face would be, but a body knows when a thing is facing it. Mine knew before my mind would agree. And I stood there with my heart going, and I did the test that I would do 100 times after that, and that never once came out different. I did not look away. I watched him, and I watched him, and he did not move. Not a twitch, not a sway, not the small constant motion a living body cannot help. Nothing. He stood in my grass in the moonlight like a thing carved and set there, and I watched him until my eyes watered and I had to blink. And when I blinked, he was closer. Not a lot, a stride, maybe 2, but between one blink and the next, with no motion in between that I ever caught, he had come a stride nearer the house, and now he was standing still again, exactly as still, as if he had been in the new spot the whole time and I was the one who had lost track. I backed away from that window. I went downstairs and I checked every lock in the house twice, and I sat on the couch with the lights on and my back to the wall, and I did not go upstairs again until it was light, and when it was light he was gone. And there was a fresh pressed patch in the grass 80 feet closer than the last one, with the pitch on it and the smell. The next morning is when I found the handprint. I had gone out to look at the new pressed patch, the 60-foot one, and on the way back to the house I came around the corner under the kitchen window, the low window on the north side, and I stopped because there was something on the siding. The house is white, or was white once, old lap siding gone chalky with the years, and on it, under that window, about chest high, there was a smear. Amber and dark. I did not have to touch it to know what it was, because I had scrubbed it off my own hand a week before, pitch. And it was not a smear you would make brushing past. It was a hand. You could see the 4 fingers drag down through it, and the heel of the palm at the top, a right hand pressed flat against the wall under my kitchen window and drawn down, the way you would steady yourself if you were leaning in close to look through the glass. I stood in my own yard, and I put my own right hand up next to it, not touching, just to see, and his hand was bigger than mine. He had stood right there, right up against the house, in the dark, with his face a foot from the window I did my dishes at, and looked in at me, and left his hand on my wall to tell me so. I washed it off. I know that was wrong. I know a person with any sense leaves it for the deputies, but I could not stand it being there. And I got a bucket and a brush, and I scrubbed the siding until the pitch was gone, and my hands smelled like him again. And I went inside and I sat down, and I did not work that day. That was the night I decided I would outlast him. It was a stupid idea, and it came from a stupid place, from being tired, from being pushed, from the animal thing in me that had woken all the way up now and wanted to stop running, from a man who would not even do me the courtesy of moving where I could see him. I had convinced myself of a kind of logic. He only moved when I looked away. I had tested it a dozen times now, and it always came out the same. He was stone when my eyes were on him and closer when they came back, and so I thought, all right, then I will not look away. I will sit at the upstairs window, and I will put my eyes on him, and I will keep them there all night, and he cannot come 1 foot closer as long as I do. And when the sun comes up, he will be stuck out there in the open, 60 feet from my house, pinned in the daylight, and I will have proof. I will have him standing there in the sun with nowhere to be a tree, and I will get it on my phone, and then it is real, and then it is somebody else's problem. So that is what I did. I made a pot of coffee, and I took it upstairs, and I set a kitchen chair back from the window in the dark room, far enough that he could not see me, and I sat down at full dark, and I found him. He was out there already, 60 feet out, the tall, dark, straight shape in the pale grass, and I put my eyes on him, and I did not take them off. I had never done anything like it, watching a thing that will not move for hours in the dark, and knowing it is watching back. It is the longest thing I have ever done. For the first hour it was almost easy. I was angry, and the anger kept me sharp, and I would catch myself starting to drift, and I would snap back, and there he was, exactly where he had been, not 1 inch different. And I would feel a mean little jolt of triumph. Got you, stay right there. But the dark does a thing to a man's eyes when he holds them on one spot too long. The shape starts to swim. The edges of it crawl. It would seem to breathe, to sway, and I would jerk upright, sure I had caught him at last, and then understand it was my own eyes, the shape floating on my own strained vision, the way a word comes apart into letters when you say it over and over, and I could not blink. That was the trap I had built for myself. Every blink was a door I was opening for him, a tenth of a second of dark, and I stretched my eyes until they burned and watered, and the water ran down my face and blurred him worse, and I had to blink to clear it. And every time I did, my heart stopped in the black behind my own eyelids, and every time I opened them, he was exactly where he had been. Exactly. Not closer. And that started to feel like winning. The last thing I remember clearly is the coffee going cold in the cup in my hand, and the sky over the ridge not being quite as black as it had been. The first gray of it, the dawn maybe 40 minutes off, and thinking, I did it. I made it. He is stuck now. I'm looking at him 60 feet out and holding my eyes on him and feeling, under everything, so tired, so heavy and warm and tired, the kind of tired that a body decides about without asking you. I did not mean to close my eyes. I do not think it was more than a moment. It was the kind of blink that is not a blink, the kind where your eyes close and your head dips and some part of you insists no time has passed, none at all, you were awake the whole time. And when I opened them, the gray had come up over everything, real light, flat and even, the light I had been waiting for, the light that was supposed to pin him in the open with nowhere to hide. The pasture was empty. He was gone from the 60-foot mark, and he was not gone, he was closer. He was standing maybe 20 feet from the house, 20 feet, 3 times nearer than he had been when I closed my eyes, out in the open, in the full gray light of morning, and for 1 second I had him. I had exactly the thing I had stayed up all night to get, the man in the branches standing in the daylight where he could not be a tree. And I grabbed for my phone off the sill, and it clattered off my numb hand onto the floor, and I bent for it, and I came up with it and got the camera open and looked back out, and the pasture was empty. All the way to the tree line. Empty. The whole thing had taken maybe 3 seconds, and in 3 seconds he had crossed 20 feet of open ground in broad daylight and put himself back inside the trees. And there was a fresh-pressed patch in the grass 20 feet from my house, the closest one yet. And the light was full up now, and I had nothing on my phone but a blurred gray photo of empty grass, and I understood that I could not outlast him. Nobody could. He had been doing this longer than I had been alive, and sleep is a thing a body does whether you allow it or not, and he knew that. He had always known that. He had simply waited for the one blink he knew was coming. That was when I called the sheriff, the first time. Not 911. I looked up the non-emergency line for the Lynn County Sheriff, and I called it in the morning like a reasonable man, and I told the woman who answered that I had a trespasser, that someone had been coming onto my property at night and standing near the house, and that I had found tracks. She was kind, and she took it seriously in the flat way that means it is going in a queue, and she said a deputy would come out, and one did, that afternoon, a young guy named Deputy Reyes, with a shaved head and a notebook, and he was decent about it. He walked the north line with me. He looked at the pressed patches in the grass, which by then there were 3 or 4 of the trail of them coming across the pasture toward the house like stepping stones, each one closer than the last. He crouched over the boot prints the way I had. He agreed they were boot prints. He agreed somebody had been there. But there's only so much a deputy can do with a boot print and a bad smell. He told me that himself, not unkindly. He said it was probably a transient, that they got them now and then out in the county, guys who camped up in the units and came down to poke around empty-looking places, and that the best thing I could do was make the place look occupied, keep lights on, keep the doors locked, and call it in the second I actually saw the guy, so they could roll on it while he was there instead of after. He took down what I told him. He gave me a case number, and I wrote it on the pad by the phone, incident number 74419, and I looked at that number a lot in the days after, because it was the one solid thing I had, proof that I had told somebody, that there was a record, that if it came to it I was not a man imagining trees. Deputy Reyes was good about the whole thing, but he drove off down my gravel at the end of it, same as Everett had, and the quiet came in behind his truck and closed over the top, and I was alone again with the pressed grass and the trees. That night I called my brother. Travis is 2 years younger than me and has spent his whole life deciding I worry too much and I love him, and I knew exactly how the call would go before I made it, and it went that way. I told him the whole thing, start to finish. The tree that was not a tree, the pressed grass, the pitch, the boots, the camera turned to face the ground, the deputy, all of it. And I heard him try to be a good brother about it and not quite manage. He asked me if I was drinking a lot out there by myself. He asked me, gentle, whether the divorce had hit me harder than I let on, whether being alone in the woods was maybe not the best thing for my head right now. I did not get angry. I understood. If he had called me with this story, I would have thought the same. So I did the only thing I could think of. I asked him to come out for the weekend and see for himself. If it was nothing, I told him, if it was a city guy losing his grip in the woods, then he could tell me so to my face and I would believe him. And we would grill some steaks and drink some beer and I would feel like an idiot and that would be fine. He came out Friday. He got there a couple hours before dark. And I watched him get out of his car in my driveway and look around at the pasture and the trees and the ridge going gold behind them. And I watched him fall for the place the same way I had. He walked the property with me in the last of the light. I showed him the pressed patches in the grass, and I could see him wanting to have a reason for them and reaching for one, a deer bed, a place where I had knelt to work, and I did not fight him on it. I showed him the north tree line. I showed him where the camera had been turned. He listened, and he nodded. And by the time it was full dark and we were inside with the steaks going in the pan, he had settled into a kind of careful cheerfulness, the way you are cheerful around somebody you have decided is not well. And it made me feel more alone than I had felt the whole time, honestly, because now the one person I had brought into it was managing me too. We ate. We had a few beers. It got late. And around 11, with the plates still on the table, Travis got quiet in the middle of something he was saying, and he was looking past me out the black kitchen window over the sink, and his face changed. "There's somebody standing in your yard," he said. I did not turn around fast. I had learned not to. I got up slow, and I came around the table, and I stood next to my brother, and I looked where he was looking, and there it was, the shape, out in the pasture, closer than the 80 feet, maybe 60 now. Dark and tall and straight and dead still in the light that spilled out from the kitchen. And I watched my brother's face while he looked at it, and I watched the careful cheerfulness go off of it like water off a windshield, because Travis has good eyes, better than mine. And he did not see a tree. He saw what I saw. He saw the two pale points at the bottom where the boots caught the light, and the ragged hang of the thing over the shoulders, and the dark place at the top where a face should be and was not. "That's a person," he said very quietly, like it might hear him. "Ryan, that's a guy." "I know," I said. "Why is he just standing there?" "He does that," I said. And I heard how insane it sounded, how it turned the whole thing from a moment into a habit. "Does that," like weather. And I saw it land on Travis, the "does that." And I saw him get scared for the first time, really scared, not for me, but with me. Travis wanted to go out. That is the difference between us. His first instinct was to grab a flashlight and go out there and yell at the guy and run him off, because that is a thing you can do to a person. And I let him talk me into it, because I was so tired of being the one who watched from windows. We got the two big flashlights from the mudroom, and we went out the front, around the side of the house, and we came around the corner into the back pasture, shining the lights out ahead of us. Travis yelling, "Hey, hey, this is private property. You need to get gone." His voice big and flat and all that quiet. There was nobody in the pasture. We walked the whole thing. We walked it out to the north line with our lights swinging, and there was the fresh pressed patch 60 feet from the house, still warm looking somehow. The grass just bent and the smell was there. Strong. The sour wet ash smell, so strong. Travis gagged on it and said, "Jesus, what is that?" And I said, "That's him. That's what he smells like." And I watched my brother understand that I knew the smell well enough to name it, but the man was gone. Between the window and us coming around the house, in the space of a minute, he had crossed 60 feet of open pasture and gone back into the trees without us seeing a flicker of motion, and I knew he had not run, because I had never once caught him moving, and a running man you catch. He had just, between one look and the next, not been there. We stood at the tree line and shone our lights into the timber, and the light died about 15 feet in against all those trunks. And past that, it was just black, and the smell hung there, and neither of us wanted to take one step into those trees, and we did not. We went back inside and we locked the doors, and Travis was not cheerful anymore. He sat at the table and he called the sheriff himself, the non-emergency line, and reported it, a prowler, active, right now. And they said they would send someone. And we sat up waiting, and it took the deputy 50 minutes to come up that gravel, because the county is big and the night was long, and there was one car working the whole east end. By the time the deputy got there, a different one this time, an older guy, there was nothing to show him but the pressed grass and the smell, and he walked the line same as Reyes had and said the same things. Transient, keep your doors locked, call the second you see him. And he left. And it was 2 a.m. by then, and Travis and I sat in the lit-up living room with the fireplace poker and a kitchen knife on the coffee table between us like a couple of scared kids. And we did not talk much, and we waited for it to be light. It did not get to be light before the tapping started. It came from the front room, the downstairs room that had been Bennett's, where the old man died, which I used for storage and did not sleep in. A soft sound, tap, 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 spaced out, patient, from the window in there. We both heard it. We both went still and looked at each other, and then we got up, Travis with the poker and me with the knife, and we went to the door of that room, and I turned on the light, and there was nothing at the window. Just the black glass with their own scared faces in it, and then the tapping stopped. We stood there, and then it started again, tap, 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 and it was not at the window anymore. It was under the floor. I have gone over this so many times since, and it always comes back the same way. The sound moved. It went from the window, glass, up high, to somewhere down low, below the boards, and it kept its same patient spacing, tap, 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 and Travis looked down at the floor and then at me and mouthed the word crawl space, and my stomach fell out of me, because I knew the house had a crawl space. The well guy had gone down into it my first week, through a little hatch in the floor of the mudroom, a square door in the floorboards. I had a rug over, and had not thought about in 2 months. Tap, 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 moving. Going from under the front room, toward the middle of the house, toward the mudroom, toward the hatch, and I understood all at once, standing there with a kitchen knife in my hand, that the smell I had been noticing in the house for a week, the sour, wet ash smell I had told myself was the wood stove, or the drains, or my own imagination. The smell I had smelled at the tree line on the man himself was not coming from outside. It was coming up through the floor vents. It had been in the house for days. He had not only been standing in my pasture at night. Some of those nights, maybe a lot of them, he had not been in the pasture at all. He had been under my house, in the dark, under the boards I slept over, close enough to hear me walk from room to room, close enough to reach up through a heat vent and touch the floor I stood on. And I had lain in that bed upstairs, telling myself I was a city boy jumping at trees. Travis got to the mudroom first. He threw the rug back. The hatch was not sitting flush. Somebody had come up through it and set it back down, and it was proud of the floor by half an inch on one side, sitting crooked in its frame, and there was pitch, a smear of amber pitch, on the wood around the edge of it. And while we stood there looking down at that crooked hatch, the tapping came again from directly under it. Tap, 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 right under our feet, and then, God help me, we heard the hatch move, just a fraction. A press up from underneath, testing it. The square of wood lifting maybe a hair against the floor and settling back, tap, and lifting again. We ran. I want to be clear that we did not do anything brave. We did not throw open the hatch and confront him. We ran. We went out the front door into the dark with the knife and the poker and no shoes on my part, and we ran for Travis's car because it was closest, parked nose out in the driveway. And I remember the grass wet and cold on my bare feet, and the enormous black of the pasture all around us, and the trees standing in a ring around the whole property. And I remember thinking, running. He could be anywhere out here. He could be standing 3 feet away in the dark, and I would run right into him and never see him coming, and that thought almost stopped my legs. But we made it to the car. Travis had the keys in his pocket, thank God, and the doors were unlocked, and we got in, and he hit the locks and jammed the key in, and the engine caught, and the headlights came on. And in the headlights, standing in the driveway between us and the road, was the man. That is the one clear image I have of him, the only time I saw him in real light, and it lasted maybe 2 seconds before Travis put the car in reverse. He was tall, and he was thin, the way a person is thin, who has not had enough to eat for a very long time, all cord and bone, and he had a coat or a poncho of something over him, canvas maybe, gone black and stiff with dirt and pitch, hanging down past his knees and stuck through with fir boughs and dead branches, tied on, woven in, so that even standing in my driveway in the headlights, the shape of him tried to be a tree, and almost was. His hands hung down out of the sleeves, and they were dark, and his fingernails were long, and his face was a person's face. That is the part I cannot get past. It was just a man's face, weathered dark and hollow at the cheeks, with a gray beard matted flat, and his eyes in the headlights were a person's eyes, pale, and they were not wild. They were not the eyes of some raving thing. They were calm. They were patient. They looked at me through the windshield with something that was almost like recognition, like he had been waiting on me a long time, and here I finally was, and that was the worst part. Worse than the branches tied to him, worse than the crawl space. The calm, patient, almost fondness in a stranger's eyes, looking at me like I was something that belonged to him. Travis stood on the gas. The car shot backward down the driveway, and the man was gone out of the headlights, not dodged, not jumped, just gone the way he always went. And Travis whipped it around at the bottom, and we fishtailed out onto the gravel and drove. I got my phone out with shaking hands, and I dialed 911. And it rang and rang the way it does out there, where the towers are far apart. And finally a dispatcher picked up, a woman, calm. And I told her we were on the county road east of Sweet Home, and there was a man who had broken into my house, who had been living under my house, that he had chased us out, that we were in a car now heading for town. She kept me on the line. She was good. She was steady. She asked me where exactly. She told me units were coming. And I stayed on with her the whole way down that gravel, with Travis driving too fast, and the high beams jumping over the road, and both of us checking the mirrors, checking the ditches, checking the black wall of trees going by on both sides, because now that we had seen how he could stand at the edge of it and be nothing but another trunk, the trees were not trees anymore. They were all of them him. Every one of them, the whole way down, could have been him, standing still, watching us go. We drove straight to the sheriff's substation, and we did not stop until we were parked under a light in front of it with people around. They took it seriously that night, I will give them that. 2 units went up to the property, while a deputy sat with Travis and me in a bright fluorescent room and took our statements, one at a time, and I remember how flat and stupid it all sounded. Read back to me in daylight language. Subject was standing in the pasture. Subject did not respond to verbal commands. Subject was observed to have foliage affixed to his person. Foliage affixed to his person. I signed it anyway. They gave us a new incident number for the break-in, a longer one, and I wrote it down, and I still have it. Incident number 74882. And I put it in my phone and on the pad, and I have looked at it many times since. The way you press on a bruise. The deputies who went up that night found the crawl space. That is not a thing I imagined, and it is not a thing Travis imagined, and I hold on to that because there are mornings I need to. They went down through the hatch in the mudroom with their flashlights, and they found where he had been living, under my house, in the dark, under the floor I slept over. A nest is the word one of them used, and it is the right word, and I hate it. Flattened cardboard and a filthy sleeping bag and a nest of dry fir boughs and old blankets pushed up against the warm side of the crawl space where the ductwork ran, and empty cans, and my things. That was the part that finished me. My things were down there. A travel mug I had thought I lost. A pair of my work gloves. A framed photo of my mother that had been on the mantel that I had not even noticed was gone. Down there in the dirt under my house, in his nest. Like he was building a version of my life for himself, underneath the one I was living. He had been coming up through that hatch while I was at the store, while I slept, while I sat at my kitchen table flagging freight and thinking I was alone. The deputy said he had probably been under there most of the time I owned the place, maybe from before I owned it. They did not catch him. Some part of me had known they would not from the start. They searched the timber that night, and again the next day with more men and a dog, and back in the trees on the north line, maybe 200 yards in a little draw where a seasonal creek ran. They found the other camp, the real one, the one he had before he decided he would rather be under the house. A lean-to of poles and a blue tarp gone gray, a fire pit, more cans, a system of it, years of it. The dog worked the draw and lost the scent at the creek where he had walked in the water, the way a man does when he knows a dog will come, and they never picked it up again. He knew that ground better than any deputy, or any dog. He had lived on it longer than I had been alive. Everett told me the rest of it, finally, a week later, when I stopped by his place to tell him I was selling. He stood in his yard among the tarped equipment, and he did not look surprised at any of it, and he told me the thing he had been not quite telling me since the first day. Old Bennett had a brother, younger, simple in some way, people back then did not have a word for and were not kind about, and the brother had never been right to live around other people, and Bennett had let him live back in the timber on the 10 acres for the better part of 40 years. Built him the lean-to, ran him food and dry socks, kept him out of sight and out of trouble, and the county had a soft understanding about it the way small counties used to. Everybody knew, and nobody said. And the brother had grown old back there in the trees, the same as Bennett grew old in the house. And then Bennett died. And nobody thought to tell the man in the woods that his brother was dead, or that the land was sold, or that the food would stop coming. Nobody thought about him at all. The family cleaned out the house and sold the place and drove back to wherever they lived, and the man in the trees just went on, the only way he knew how. Except now the food did not come, and the house that had always had his brother in it had a stranger in it instead. A stranger sleeping in his brother's bed, walking his brother's land. And I do not know what that was in his head. I never will. Everett did not know the man's name. He said he was not sure the man had ever really had one that got used. He said they just called him Bennett's brother, and then he looked at the tree line on the north side of my property a half-mile off across his own field, and he said, "You did right to sell," and he did not offer me any coffee, and I went home and finished packing. I sold the place at a loss to an investor who never walked the property, which was fine with me, because I did not want to be there when somebody walked it. I gave the sheriff every photo off both trail cameras. There was only ever the one that mattered, off the house camera, from a night near the end. It is a photo of my own back porch at 3 a.m, lit up white by the flash, and in the bottom corner of it, closer than anything had any right to be, there is a face turned up toward the lens. Just a face, pale in the flash, a man's face. Calm, looking right into the camera as if he had heard it click and wanted to see it. The deputies kept a copy. I kept a copy too, and I do not know why, except that on the nights I start to talk myself out of the whole thing, the nights I start to think Travis and I scared each other into seeing a tree, I make myself look at it, because a tree does not have a face and this one does, and it is looking at me and it is not afraid. They never found him. There is no arrest, no name, no charge, no restraining order, because you cannot get an order against a man who has no name and no address and does not officially exist. There is just a case that stays open in a file drawer in Albany, incident number 74882, and a lean-to rotting in a drawer, and a crawl space that somebody has since sealed, and a photograph of a face in the dark. I live in town now, in Lebanon, on a street with houses close on both sides and a street light outside my window, and I sleep fine most nights, better than I would have thought. But I bought the place partly because the lot behind it is another house and not a field, and I catch myself, still, doing the thing I learned to do out there. When I am somewhere with a tree line, a park, a rest stop, the edge of a parking lot where the woods come up close, I find myself counting the trunks, looking for the one that stands a little forward of the others, the one that is a little too straight, a little too dark, a little too patient. And I hold my eyes on it, and I make myself not blink, because the one thing I know about him, the only thing I am sure of, is that he only moves when you stop watching. And I think about him out there right now in some other stand of timber, gray and thin and calm, wearing the branches, standing so still that the people who own that land walk past him every day and see nothing but the woods. And I think the thing I try hardest not to think, which is that a man who waited 40 years for his brother is a patient man, and that patience like that does not care much about a county line, and that the tree line I used to call mine is only a stretch of the same road from where I sleep now. I keep the doors locked, I keep the photo, and when the light is right in the evening and the trees along the far edge of the park go dark and even and tall, I count the trunks, and I wait to see if one of them is closer than it was. The third time the voice called my name from the water, I had already made up my mind not to answer it. That was the rule old Nils gave me my first night at the saltery. Told it to me plain over the stove, like he was telling me where we kept the salt and how much of it went into a barrel. You hear your name from the channel after dark, he said. You do not answer it, and you do not go and look. He said it once, and he did not say it twice. And he went back to filling his pipe. And I remember thinking he was a strange old man with a strange head full of coast country notions. The kind of thing that grows on a man who has spent 40 years watching the same gray water freeze and thaw. I had laughed about it later with Reuben in the bunkhouse. Not out loud. Just the look you give another young man when an old one says a thing you have decided is foolish. In September I laughed. By the middle of October I was standing at the bunkhouse window with the flat of my hand against the cold glass and my breath fogging it white, listening to my brother call me down to the beach. And my brother had been 4 years dead. Before that, though, there was the boat, because that is where a man is when he decides a thing, and I decided to go to Kettle Inlet the way you decide most of the worst things in your life, which is to say I did not really decide it at all. I took the job because it paid, and it paid because nobody with sense wanted it. The company was called Pacific Salt, and the man who ran the saltery at the head of Kettle Inlet was named Dellaway, and I never learned his first name, and I never much wanted to. He was a heavy man with a face the color of a boiled ham and a way of standing with his thumbs hooked in his vest like he was holding himself together. He met the boat at the little gray dock, and he counted us off as we came down the plank, not by name, just counting 1, 2, 3, the way you count barrels. There were 8 of us that came in on that last run of the season. By the time the steamer came back for the pack, there were 4. I was 22 that autumn. I had come up the coast from a mill town I do not need to name, and I had come up alone, and I had a reason for being alone that I carried around inside my coat, the way you carry a stone you have not decided what to do with. My mother thought I had gone up for the wage, and I let her think it, because the true reason was not a thing you write in a letter. The true reason was that in that town everybody knew my brother had drowned in the mill pond 4 years back on an evening in June, and everybody knew I had been the one who was supposed to be watching him. And after 4 years of that town looking at me with its soft, careful eyes, I had decided I would rather look at nothing at all. Kettle Inlet was nothing at all. That was most of what it had to recommend it. My brother's name was Dell. He was 11 when he went under. He had a cowlick that stood straight up no matter how our mother wet it down, and he could not whistle to save his life. And he used to follow me everywhere with a look on his face like I was going to show him the trick to being a person. I did not show him the trick. I let him go down to the water while I sat on the bank with a girl named Cora Finch, and by the time I heard him, it was already the kind of quiet that means the worst has happened. And I went in after him, and I did not find him, and they found him the next morning against the sluice gate with his eyes open. I have not been able to swim since. I mean, the body knows something the mind will not say. I would go in up to my knees to wash, and my chest would close like a fist. That was what the thing in Kettle Inlet had to work with. It did not have to make anything up. It found what was already in me and waiting. The Saltery was a long, low shed and a scatter of outbuildings and a bunkhouse, all of it silvered and warping, all of it standing on pilings above a beach of black stones at the head of the inlet where the mountains came down close on both sides, and the water went narrow and still. Behind the buildings the trees started and did not stop. Spruce and hemlock, close and dark and hung with a gray moss that moved a little even when there was no wind, and under them a smell of wet rot and cold that got into your clothes and did not come out. The sound we called the water, the channel, sometimes. It was the color of a dead man's lips most days, and it did not have a bottom that any of us cared to think about. At slack tide it went so flat you could see the mountains upside down in it, perfect, like there was a whole second country hung below the first one and it was only waiting. The work was salting salmon. The last of the fall run came through in October, the big dark humpbacks and the dog salmon with their ugly hooked jaws, and the fish wheel above the shed turned them up out of the current, and we split them and gutted them and packed them in the coarse salt and the tierces, and the brine got in the cracks of your hands until your hands were somebody else's hands, white and swollen and stinging. It was cold work, and it did not stop for weather. Dellaway had a contract to fill and a steamer coming and a bonus riding on the number of barrels, and Dellaway was not a man who let anything ride that he could push instead. Old Nils was the salt master. He was maybe 60, maybe more, a Norwegian who had come to the coast so long ago that he had gone half native to it, and he knew the brine and the fish and the weather the way you know your own name. He was the only one of us who was not afraid of the trees, or he was afraid of them in a different way, an old way, a way that had rules to it. The rest of us were just afraid the way an animal is afraid in a new pen, not of anything, only of the newness. Nils was afraid of something particular. I did not understand that yet. There was a native man named Cash who worked the fish wheel and mended the nets and did not say much. He was from a village down the coast that the company had more or less emptied out with wages. He had a wide flat face and hands that were always working at something. Twine or a knife or a bit of cedar he was whittling down to nothing, and he watched the water the way Nils did, sidelong, like it might move if he looked at it straight. The white men mostly left him alone. I did not, because I did not know any better yet, and because there was a steadiness to him that I wanted near me. That turned out to be the only smart thing I did, all season. The rest were just men. Reuben, who was near my age and laughed too loud. Tomas, a big slow Finn who could lift a full tierce alone. A boy we called Sig, 16 and lying about it, on his first season away from his mother. 2 brothers from down south named Pell, whose first names I never sorted out, and Dellaway over all of us, counting. The first weeks were only work in cold and the ache of it, and I will not dress them up. We salted fish, we ate beans and hard bread, and drank coffee that had been boiled to tar. At night the bunkhouse stove ticked, and the men snored, and outside the inlet lay flat and black and gave nothing back. I slept the way you sleep when your body is used all the way up. I did not dream, which was a mercy, because when I dreamed at all, I dreamed of the mill pond. It was the second week that Nils gave me the rule, and I want to set it down exactly the way it happened, because I have gone over it many times since, and I have never found a way it could have gone different. We were the last 2 up. The others had turned in. Nils was at the stove with his pipe, and I was oiling my boots, and out on the water something made a sound. Not a loud sound, a small sound, far out toward the mouth of the inlet, a sound like a man clearing his throat to speak and then thinking better of it. I did not think anything of it. Sound carries strange over cold water at night. Nils took the pipe out of his mouth and held it in his hand, and did not move for a long moment, and then he looked at me. "You hear your name out there after dark," he said. "You do not answer it." His accent made the words heavy and slow. "And you do not go and look. You do not answer, and you do not go and look." I asked him why. I was young enough to ask. He put the pipe back in his mouth. "Because it is not who it sounds like," he said. That was all he said. He said it the way you say a thing you have paid for. Then he banked the stove and went to his bunk, and I sat there a while with my oiled boots in my lap, and outside the inlet had gone quiet again, and I told myself the old man had spent too many winters up here talking to the water. I believed that for 11 more days. I have had a long time to think about those 11 days, and about the man I was during them, the one who could hear a thing like that and file it away as an old man's foolishness. I am not angry at him anymore. He did not know. Nobody tells you the water can want you. You have to be told by the water itself, and by then it is most of the way to too late. The first wrongness was an otter, and I almost missed it, and I have thought since that this is how these things always start. Not with a scream, with something so small and so ordinary that you have to be looking to see it is wrong at all. It was a gray afternoon near the end of the second week, and I had gone down to the beach at low tide to fill the water cask from the creek that came in there. The tide was out a long way, and the black stones were slick and hung with weed, and the whole flat stank of the cold, clean rot of the sea. Out on the exposed rocks there was an otter, a river otter, the kind that worked the shore up there, dark and sleek and quick. It was sitting up on a rock the way they do, its little hands held in against its chest, and it was watching me. I liked otters. Dell had liked them too, from the pictures in a book we had. So I stopped and I watched it back, and I felt something in me go soft the way it does when you have been cold and lonesome a long time and a small living thing looks at you. Then it opened its mouth. I do not know how to make this land the way it landed. An otter opens its mouth all the time. It yawns, it chitters, it makes that little chirping the young ones make. This was none of those. This otter opened its mouth wide, wider than the jaw of a thing that size should open, and it held it open, and out of it came a sound, a low sound, a sound with the shape of a word in it, though I could not have told you what word, and it went on too long for any breath an otter had in it, and the whole time its black eyes stayed on me, flat and steady and interested. I dropped the cask. I did not decide to. My hands just opened, and the otter shut its mouth and slid off the rock into the water without a splash and was gone, and I stood there with my heart going and the cask rolling away down the stones, and I told myself I had heard a seal somewhere, or a raven, that ravens can make near any sound, everyone knows that. I told myself a good long list of things on the way back up to the shed. I believed about half of it. I did not tell anyone. That is the part I am most ashamed of all the things I did or did not do that season, and there are worse ones coming. But if I had said it out loud that night, if I had said, "The otter opened its mouth and made a sound like a word," maybe Nils would have said the thing he said later, sooner, and maybe Sig would have gone home to his mother. I did not say it. I did not want the men to think I had gone soft in the head. So I ate my beans, and I turned in, and I lay there in the dark, and I listened to the inlet, and the inlet was quiet, and after a while I slept. 2 nights after that it called me for the first time. I woke without knowing why, the way you do, all at once and complete, lying in the black of the bunkhouse, with the stove ticking and Tomas snoring like a saw and the cold pressing in at the walls. And into that dark, from outside, thin and far, came my name. Emmett. I lay still, not breathing. I told myself I had dreamed it. And then it came again, closer maybe, from down toward the beach, and this time there was no mistaking it, no telling myself anything, because it was not just my name. It was the way Dell used to say my name. He had a way of leaning on the first part of it, Emmett, a little sing to it, from when he was small and could not get the whole word out at first, and had made a game of it. Nobody living said my name that way. Nobody had said my name that way in 4 years. Emmet. Come see. I do not know how long I lay there. My whole body had gone to stone. Some animal part of me wanted up and out that door and down to the water so bad that I had my blanket half off before I knew I had moved. And it was only Nils that stopped me, Nils, who I had not known was awake, saying from his bunk across the room in a low, flat voice, no louder than a man talking in church, "No, that was all. No." And I stopped. And we lay there in the dark, the two of us awake and the rest asleep, and outside the voice called a while longer, patient, unhurried, "Emmet, come see, come down and see." And then the tide must have turned, or it lost interest, or whatever such things do, because it stopped. And the silence after was worse than the voice. I lay in it until the window went gray. In the morning, Nils did not look at me over the beans, and I did not look at him. And it was only when we were down at the tierces with our knives, the two of us a little apart from the others, that he spoke. "You heard him," Nils said. Not a question. I said I had. My voice did not come out right. "It knows a way in now," Nils said. "It has your name and a voice you love. That is all it needed. It will not stop now. You understand me. It will come, and it will be him. It will be so much him you will weep, and you must not answer it, and you must not go down to that water. Not in the dark. Not to any voice. There is nothing down there that loves you. Whatever is down there, whatever wears him, it does not love you. It is hungry. That is the whole of it." I asked him what it was. He worked his knife down a fish, slit and pull, and did not answer for a while. Then he said, "Kosh can tell you better than me. It is his country. But I have been on this coast 40 years, and I have buried men who went down to that water in the dark, and I have seen what came back up once, and I will tell you the one thing I know for true. It is not who it sounds like." He had said that before, the first night. It is not who it sounds like. It had sounded like an old man saying then. It did not sound like a saying now. I went to find Cash that evening. He was at the fish wheel, up on the little platform, greasing the axle by the last of the light. I climbed up and sat and did not say anything for a while, because I had learned by then that Cash would talk sooner if you did not push at him. The wheel turned slow in the current, empty, the run thinning out now, and below us the water slid black and quiet toward the mouth of the inlet in the sea. Finally I said, "Nils told me to ask you what it is." Kosh kept greasing the axle. He had a way of going still without stopping, if that makes sense. His hands kept moving, and the rest of him listened. "You heard it," he said. I said I had. I told him about the voice. I did not tell him about the otter yet. I do not know why. Maybe because the otter was worse. He wiped his hands on a rag and he looked out at the water for a while. And then he told me. And he did not tell it the way you tell a story, with a shape to it and a place it is going. He told it the way you tell a man the water is deeper than it looks. Plain. Because he wanted me to live. "There are people in the water," Cash said. "Not the drowned. The drowned are just dead. These are the ones the water kept. You go under in the cold, the real cold, and you do not come up, and something down there takes you before you are all the way gone. It warms you. That is how my grandmother told it. It is kind at the first. You are freezing to death, and something pulls you out of the cold and holds you, and you are glad. And then you are one of them, and you are not cold anymore, and you are not you anymore either. Kushtaka, land otter man. That is the closest words for it in yours, and they are not close." He was quiet a moment. The wheel creaked. "They wear what they took," he said. "The shape of it, the voice of it, most of all. That is the part they keep best, the voice, because the voice is what brings the next one down. They stand at the edge of the water where the land starts, and they call. They call in a voice you know. Your wife, your child, a brother." He did not look at me when he said brother. "They call and you come, because who would not come, and they take you into the cold. And then there are 2 of them calling, and then 3. They are not evil. My grandmother was careful about that. A wolf is not evil. It is only that you are meat. To them you are cold that has not been warmed yet. That is all you are." I asked him how you stop it. "You do not go to the water," he said. "That is the whole of it, mostly. It cannot come far up onto the land. It is a water thing. It hates the deep woods, it hates fire, it hates a dog, because a dog is not fooled by a voice. A dog smells what it is. But there is no dog here. Dellaway would not have one, said they eat too much. He said the name Dellaway the way you would name a leak in a roof. So we have no dog. We have the woods behind us, and the fire in the stove, and the rule. You heard the rule. Nils gives it to every new man. Most of them it never has to touch. It touched you because you brought it something to use." He looked at me then. "You lost somebody in the water," he said, "a long time ago." I did not answer that. I did not have to. He saw it on me. He nodded, slow, and turned back to the wheel, and that was the most he ever said to me at one time, before or after. I have gone over what he told me 1,000 times in the years since, and I have never been able to decide how much of it was true in the way a rock is true, and how much was the shape his people had made to carry a thing that has no good shape. But it does not matter. Whatever the true nature of the thing at Kettle Inlet, Cash's telling was a map that kept me alive, and Dellaway's kind of telling, the kind that says there is nothing out there but water and superstition and lazy men. That kind of telling put good men in the ground. Keep your true nature, then I will take the map that keeps me alive. The nights got worse after that. It came most nights now, and it always came from me, and it was always Dell. I know how it sounds. A man says his dead brother called him from the water, and you think the grief did it. You think a lonely young man in a cold place heard the wind and made his want into a voice. I thought that too. I held on to that thought like a rail, but there is a thing that thought could not explain, and it is this. It knew things. One night it stood down by the beach, and it did not just call my name, it talked. It talked in Dell's voice about the mill pond, about the green light that comes down through the water in June, about how it was not so bad down there once you stopped fighting it, and it said it was not my fault. Emmett. It said the words I had wanted somebody to say to me for 4 years. It said, "I forgive you, come down and I will tell you it is all right." And I stood at that window, with my hand on the cold glass, and tears running off my chin, and every part of me that had carried that stone in my coat for 4 years wanted to set it down in the water and be done. That is what it does. It does not lure you with a promise of pleasure. It lures you with a promise of rest. It had gone into me somewhere I did not know had a door, and it had found the exact thing, the one exact thing, and it held that thing up in my brother's voice. Nils got up that night and came and stood beside me at the window and put his hand on the back of my neck, hard, the way you hold a dog that wants to bolt, and he did not say anything. He just held on until it was over. And when it was over, he said one thing. "My son," he said. And then he did not say anything else, and I understood that the thing on the beach had once had another voice, an older voice, and that Nils had stood at a window like this one a long time ago, and had not had a hand on his neck. And it was not only me it worked on. That is the thing I understood slow, over those nights, and understanding it was worse than anything the voice said to me directly. It went down the row of us in the dark, like a man trying keys in a lock. Some nights I would wake and hear it out on the beach, and it would not be my name at all. One night it was a woman calling soft and steady, over and over, a name I did not know, and in the morning Reuben's eyes were red, and he would not meet anyone's, and I understood he had lain there in the dark, the way I had, being worked, holding some rail of his own. Another night it was a child, a small child crying the way a small child cries when it has woken alone and cannot find anyone, and one of us had a reason that cry could reach him, and I lay there sick with the not knowing of which of us it was. listening to a grown man on the far side of the bunkhouse, breathing in that careful way you breathe when you are trying not to make a sound. The worst of those nights was Tomas. I woke to the smell and the cold, and I saw him already up, the big Finn, standing at the window in his union suit, with both his huge hands flat against the glass and his forehead against it too, and he was making a sound in his chest, low, not words, a kind of answering hum, and outside a voice was calling him in a language I did not know, gentle, glad, a woman's voice or an old woman's, and Tomas had his hand on the latch. I got to him the same moment Kosh did. We took him by the arms, the both of us, and he was strong. God, he was strong. He near threw us off just turning toward the door. And Kosh got in front of him and took Tomas's face in his two hands and made Tomas look at him and said something low and hard, over and over in Tomas's own face, until whatever it was let go, and Tomas came back into himself all at once and sat down heavy on the floor and put his face in his hands and shook. He did not speak after that night. Not one word more, all the way to the end. I think a part of him stayed at that window. I think that is where the thing finally collected the rest of him from, later, on the shed watch, the part that had been standing at the glass with its hand on the latch since that night, only waiting. The smell started around then. It would come up in the night, into the bunkhouse, a smell that did not belong, wet fur and low tide, and under that a sweetness that was worse, like meat that has just started to turn. Some mornings there would be water on the floor by the door, a track of it, wet marks that were almost the shape of a man's bare foot but too long in the toe, and webbed, and Nils would take the mop to them before Sig or the Pell boys were up, because Nils had decided that the fewer of us knew the whole of it the better, and I have wondered since if that was mercy or a mistake. Both, probably. Most things are both. Dalloway knew something was wrong. He was a hard, stupid man, but he was not blind. The men were not sleeping. Tomas had stopped speaking almost altogether. Sig had a look to him like a rabbit in the open. Work slowed, and to Dalloway a thing that slowed the work was a thing to be shouted at, and he shouted. He stood in the shed with his thumbs in his vest, and he told us we were women and children afraid of the dark. He told us the pack had to be done before the steamer came on the 1st of November, or there would be no bonus, and by God there would be no full pay either. He had it in the contract, he said, and he would hold us to it. He said the noises at night were wolves, or seals, or Indian foolishness, and he looked at Cash when he said the last, and Cash looked back at him and said nothing. And I've never in my life wanted to hit a man the way I wanted to hit Dalloway in that moment, standing there fat and safe and stupid, betting our lives on his own thick certainty. Because that is the thing about a man like Dalloway. He was not brave. He just could not imagine the water wanting him. He had decided a long time ago what the world was allowed to contain, and the list did not have room on it for a thing that stood at the edge of the trees in the voice of your dead. And so when such a thing came, he simply did not see it. The way you do not see a word that is spelled wrong if you already know what it is supposed to say. His certainty was not strength. It was just a wall he had built so he would not have to look. And walls like that do not keep the thing out. They only keep you from seeing it come. We were 9 days from the steamer when the first man went. It was the younger Pell, the one I had never got the name of straight, and I will carry that too, that a man died near me and I did not know his name to say over him. He had the night watch on the salt shed, which was a thing Dalloway made us do, one man up through the night to mind the fire under the tripods and keep the damp off the pack. Nobody wanted the watch anymore. We drew for it. Pell drew it that night. I heard the door of the shed in the small hours, just the door, the particular groan of it, and then nothing. I lay there, and I told myself he had gone to make water, and I listened, and I did not hear him come back. And then, thin and far, from down toward the beach, I heard a woman's voice. It was not calling my name, it was calling his. and it was soft and glad, and it said his name over and over, the way you say the name of someone you have missed a long time. And I understood, lying there in the dark, that the younger Pell had lost a woman somewhere, a wife, or a mother, or a sweetheart, the way I had lost Dell, the way Nils had lost his son, that we were all of us carrying our stone, and the thing at Kettle Inlet went from man to man in the dark, feeling for the crack where the stone had cracked us. I got up. God help me, I was slow. I had learned the rule so well, do not go to the water, do not go to the water, that I lay there obeying it while another man walked down to the beach. By the time I understood the voice was not for me, by the time I got Nils awake, by the time we got the lantern lit and got out onto the porch, it was too late for the younger Pell. The tide was high and flat and black. The lantern threw a little yellow reach of light down the stones and then gave up. And at the edge of the water, right at the line where the black stones went under, there was Pell. He was standing dead still with the water around his knees, and his arms held a little out from his sides, and there was somebody with him. The not seeing is the worst of it, and I will not pretend I saw more than I did. There was a shape beside him in the dark, person-sized, pale where the lantern light just barely touched it, and dark everywhere else, and it had its arms around him, from behind, gentle, the way you hold someone who is cold, and its head was down against the side of his neck, and Pell was not fighting. Pell had his face turned up to the sky, and his eyes were open, and he was smiling, and he was walking slow backward into the water, and the shape was walking him. Nils shouted. He shouted a name that was not Pell's, an old name, a young man's name, and I understood it was his son's. That in that moment the years had folded up on Nils, and he was back at his own window, 20 years gone, and the shape at the waterline lifted its head. It lifted its head, and it looked back at us up the beach, and for just a moment the lantern caught its eyes, and its eyes threw the light back the way an animal's do, 2 coins of cold fire in the dark, and there was nothing in them. I do not mean they were cruel, I mean there was nothing there at all. It was the flattest, oldest, emptiest looking I have ever had turned on me, the look of the deep water itself, and it held me the way the mill pond had held me when I was 18 and could not go in after my brother. It held me right there on the stones, and I could not move. Then it took Pell under. There was no thrashing. The water closed over the 2 of them almost without a sound, one soft heavy folding of the black surface, and then the inlet was flat again, flat as a stone, giving nothing back, and Pell was gone, and the lantern light lay on the empty water, and Nils was down on his knees on the stones, saying the old name over and over, quieter each time. We did not find the younger Pell. Not that night, not in the morning, not ever, not the whole part of him that a man would want to bury. What we found, 3 mornings later, caught in the weed at the low tide line, I have never said out loud to a living soul, and I will not start now. I will only say that it was enough to know him by, and that it was not enough to have come off a man in any way the sea does its work, and that the older Pell, when he saw it, made a sound I have never heard a grown man make before or since, and stopped speaking and did not speak again until the steamer came. That should have been the end of Dellaway's certainty. It was not. I have never got over the durability of a stupid man's idea of the world. Dellaway stood over what we found in the weed, and he went the color of tallow, and then he decided, right there, I watched him decide it, that the younger Pell had drowned. Had gone down to the water drunk or sleepwalking or lovesick and had drowned, and the crabs and the tide had done the rest, and that any man who said otherwise was trying to break contract and skip out on the pack. He said it standing over the remains. He said the steamer came in 6 days and the pack would be done when it came, and any man who ran off into the woods would get no pay and would answer to the company, and the woods would kill him anyway. And at least the water was quick. He actually said that. At least the water is quick. Standing over what the water had left of the younger Pell. That was when I stopped thinking of Dellaway as a fool and started thinking of him as the second monster. Because the thing in the water only did what it was, the way a wolf does, the way the cold does. Dellaway was a man, and he chose, every day, standing on 2 legs with a brain in his head, to feed us to it one at a time, rather than lose his bonus. and he dressed the choice up as sense. He called it not being superstitious. I have met that man many times since, in many shapes, and he is always the most dangerous thing in the room, more dangerous than whatever is out in the dark, because the thing in the dark cannot help itself, and he can. Sig broke that night. The boy, he came to me in the bunkhouse, shaking, and he told me he could not stay. He was going to walk out, down the shore trail toward the cannery at the next inlet over. It was only a day, maybe 2. He would go in the daylight and keep to the high ground away from the water, like Cash said, and he would make it. He was 16, and he had a mother down south, and he wanted to live, and there was nothing foolish in a word of it. I told him to wait for the steamer. I told him the trail hugged the water half the way, and that the thing could reach a man on that trail as easy as here, easier, alone, with nobody to put a hand on his neck. I told him 6 days was nothing. I told him all the sensible things, and every one of them was also exactly what Dellaway would have wanted me to say, and I have never been sure, not to this day, whether I kept that boy alive with my sensible words, or whether I only kept him where the thing could get at him. He listened to me. That is the part I cannot put down. He listened to me, and he stayed, and he wiped his face, and he thanked me, and 4 nights later he was the second one gone. I did not hear Sig go. I have been grateful for that and ashamed of it in equal parts. He had the watch, and he must have gone quiet, without a sound, because a boy who has decided to trust a voice does not cry out. In the morning the shed door stood open, and the tripod fire was dead, and Sig's blanket was folded at the foot of his bunk, folded neat, the way his mother must have taught him, and that folded blanket did for me what the thing in the weed had not quite done. It broke something in me that I have never got all the way back. He had folded his blanket. On his way down to the water in the dark, to whatever voice had come for him, the boy had stopped and folded his blanket so as not to leave a mess. 4 of us left then who could still be counted men, and Dellaway, who I no longer counted, Nils, Kayash, the older Pell, who did not speak, me, and Reuben and Tomas. Though Reuben laughed no more, and Tomas had gone somewhere behind his own eyes and only worked split and pull, like a machine that had forgotten it was a man. 2 days until the steamer. Dellaway drove us at the pack like the devil was at his own back, which he would not admit was true. And we packed salmon with our ruined hands while the light failed earlier each day, and the woods behind us dripped, and the inlet lay there in front of us, patient, flat, and full. Cash came to me the second to last night, and he had cut a small thing for me out of the cedar he was always whittling. It was small and rough, and it was meant to be an otter, or a person, or the thing that is both. I could not tell, and he pressed it into my hand and closed my fingers over it. My grandmother would have burned tobacco and said the words, he said. I do not have the words right. My mother had them, and I did not listen when I could have. This is the best I have. Keep it dry and keep it on you, and do not go to the water. He looked at me a while. You are the one it wants most. You know that. Your crack is the widest. If you go, do not let it be because you wanted to. Whatever it says, however much it is him, it is not him. Say that to yourself. It is not him. I asked him why he stayed, if he knew all this, why any of us stayed. He almost smiled. Where would I go? He said. It is my country. It was here before Dellaway, and before the company, and before the pack, and it will be here after. I do not run from my own country. I only keep the rules in it. He looked out at the black water. Dellaway does not keep the rules. That is not the water's fault. The water did not ask him to come and take the fish and build his shed on the stones and call the rules foolishness. He came into a house and spat on the floor of it. Now the house has noticed him. He turned the cedar thing over one last time in my hand. The house has noticed all of us. But him worst. A thing can want you for your grief. It can want you worse for your insult. I did not fully understand that until the last night. Then I understood it all the way. Tomas had the watch that last night. We had stopped drawing for it. Nobody would take it, and nobody had to be made to. because Tomas had gone so far back behind his own eyes by then that I do not think he understood what the watch was anymore, or cared. He just went when Dellaway pointed him at the shed, the way he did everything now, and he sat by the tripods in the dark with the fish smell and the fire, and he did not come back. And that is the thing I have to carry too, that we let a broken man sit alone in that shed on the worst night of all of it, because none of the rest of us was brave enough to take his place. I never heard Tomas make a sound. He was the biggest of us, strong enough to lift a full tierce alone, and whatever came for him, he went to it as quiet as Sig had, as quiet as a folded blanket, and by the time we understood he was gone, the night had already come apart around us. The last night before the steamer, the weather turned. It came down off the mountains at dusk, a cold hard rain and a wind that pushed the inlet up into a black chop for the first time all season, and I remember being glad of it. God forgive me, I was glad, because I thought a rough loud night was a night the thing could not work in. I thought it needed the flat stillness to call across. I was wrong about that the way I had been wrong about everything, because the thing did not need stillness. The stillness had only been a courtesy. That last night it did not court us at all. It came up onto the land. Kash had said it could not come far up, far. I had heard the word and made it into a wall in my head, the way you do. I had drawn a line at the tide line and told myself we were safe above it. But far is not never, and a night when the water is high and wild and thrown halfway up the beach by the wind is a night when the tide line comes to the shed and the thing that lives below the tide line comes with it. The first we knew, the fire in the stove guttered. All at once, like a hand had passed over it, and the bunkhouse went cold, colder than the night outside had any business making it, and the smell came in strong. Wet fur and low tide and the sweet turned meat under it, and it was not out on the beach now, it was under the floor. I heard it move under the pilings, a wet, dragging, heavy sound, and then something touched the underside of the boards beneath my bunk, patient, testing, tap, and drag, and tap. Dellaway was screaming before any of the rest of us. That surprised me, and it did not. The loud certain ones are always the loudest when the certainty goes. He had come running from his own quarters at the end of the shed in his nightshirt, with a lantern swinging and his ham face gone to putty, and he was screaming at us to do something, to get it, to make it stop, as if we had been keeping some secret method from him all along, out of spite. Nils had the poker from the stove. Kash had his knife, and the older Pell stood with his back to the wall and his mouth working and no sound coming out. And then there was Reuben. Reuben went to the door. I do not know what voice he heard. The wind was loud, and the thing under the floor was loud, and I did not hear a voice at all. But Reuben heard one. I saw it take him. I saw his face change from a frightened man's face to the soft, glad, wondering face I had seen on the younger Pell at the waterline. And he said a name, a girl's name. He said Alma, soft, like a boy. And he went to the door, and he opened it, before Nils or I could reach him, and the wind and the wet dark came in, and Reuben walked out into it, with his arms coming up to hold someone. And the door was a black rectangle full of rain, and then it was full of something else, something pale that rose up out of the dark on the porch to meet him. And I did not see the rest because Nils had me by the collar and threw me back from the door, and Kosh got it shut, both of them throwing their weight on it against the wind, and Reuben was on the other side of it, and Reuben did not knock to be let back in. That is the thing, he did not knock. Whatever met him on the porch, he went to it glad, and the last of Reuben that I have is a girl's name, said soft in the voice of the boy he used to be, before this coast took the laugh out of him. Then it was the four of us, and Dellaway in the cold bunkhouse, with the fire dead and the thing under the floor, and now up on the porch too, moving. We could hear it moving all around the shed now, more than one of it, I am nearly sure. Wet weight dragging on the boards and on the walls, testing, and the smell so thick I could taste it, and Dellaway on his knees in the middle of the floor, with his lantern held up in both hands like it was a thing that could save him, praying, actually praying, this man who had called it all foolishness, praying now in a high broken voice to a God he had clearly not troubled about in years. And I heard Dell not from the water, from right outside the wall by my bunk, a foot away, on the other side of the thin boards, my brother's voice, close as a whisper against my ear. And it was not calling me down to the beach anymore because it did not need to. It was right here. And it said, Et, let me in. I am so cold. You let me get cold once. Do not do it again. Let me in. What happened next is the truest thing I know about myself, and it is the thing I have spent a lifetime not looking at. I got up. I went to the wall. My hand was already on the boards, feeling along them for the gap, for the loose plank, for the way to let my brother in out of the cold, because he was cold. He had been cold for 4 years, and it was my doing. And here at last was the chance to undo it, to open a door I had failed to reach when I was 18. My whole body went toward that voice like water finding the low place. I was not tricked. That is the thing that has kept me up more nights than the monster ever did. I knew what it was. Cash had told me. Nils had told me. The younger Pell was proof, and Sig's folded blanket was proof, and Reuben walking out to a girl's name was proof, and I knew it was not Dell, and I went to the wall anyway, because knowing it was not Dell did not touch the wanting even a little. The wanting did not care what was true. I would have opened that wall and let the cold in and gone down into the black water smiling, the way they all went smiling, and it would not have been because I was fooled. It would have been because I wanted to set the stone down. I had wanted to set it down for 4 years, and here was the water offering to take it, and me with it. My fingers found the gap in the boards. On the other side of it, something was waiting. I could feel the cold coming through, and under my fingertips, just barely, the touch of something that was almost skin. Then my hand closed on the cedar. I had it in my coat pocket. The little rough thing Cash had cut, otter or man, or the thing that is both. And my hand had gone into the pocket, without my telling it to, and closed on it, and the edges of it bit into my palm. And the biting was a small, true pain in a world that had gone all soft and dark and wanting, and I held on to that small pain the way you hold a rail, and I said the words Cash gave me, out loud, into the gap in the boards, with my brother's voice a breath away on the other side of it, saying, let me in, let me in. I said, it is not him, and it did not work like a spell on a story. The voice did not shriek and flee. It just kept on, patient, and the wanting kept on, and I said it again, it is not him, and again, and I stood there at that wall with the cedar cutting my hand, saying, it is not him, over and over, while my dead brother begged me through the boards, and that is all it was. That is the whole of the fight. There was no fire I threw, no sign I made, no priest, no gun. There was a man standing at a wall in the dark, holding a piece of wood, telling himself the truth against the thing that wanted him, one time and then another time and then another, for as long as it took. That is the only weapon I have ever found that works against the water. It is a poor one. It fails a little more every hour. But I was still saying it when the thing lost patience with me and went to find an easier door. It found Dellaway. He was still on his knees in the middle of the floor. And into all his praying there came a new voice, and I heard it. We all heard it, and it was a woman's voice, warm and low, and it said the word, Papa, just that, Papa. And Dellaway stopped praying. His whole ruined face changed. It went young. I did not know, none of us knew, that Dellaway had had a daughter, that somewhere behind the ham face, and the vest, and the contract, and the counting of barrels there was a man who had once been called Papa by a girl who was not living anymore. Because a man like that does not tell you his griefs. He buries them under his certainty. He builds the wall so high exactly so he will never have to hear that word again. And the water had gone looking, and it had found the word under all of it, the one word, and it said it in her voice, Papa, come here, Papa, I have been waiting. And Dellaway, who had called it all foolishness, who had stood over the younger Pell and said, at least the water is quick, got up off his knees with tears pouring down his tallow face, and he walked to the door, and he opened it himself. He did not go glad, quite. That is the one thing I will give him. at the very last, in the doorway, with the wet dark rising up to meet him. I think some part of Dalloway understood what he had done all season, understood it all at once, because he turned back and he looked at us. The four of us pressed against the far wall, and his face was not soft anymore. It was awake. For 1 second the man was fully awake, more awake than he had ever let himself be, and he knew, and it was too late. And then the dark took him off the porch without a sound, and the door swung on the wind, and there was only the rain coming in. Nils got the door shut again. We put our backs against it, all four of us, and we stayed there the rest of that night while the thing worked around the shed, and I will not pretend it was any braver than it was. We were 4 men holding a door in the dark, saying nothing, listening to the wet weight drag across the roof and along the walls and under the floor, waiting to see if the boards would hold, if the fire would stay dead, if the tide would ever turn. Kosh prayed low in his own language. Nils held the poker he never got to use. The older Pell wept without a sound, and I stood with my hand around the cedar in my pocket, and I said, "It is not him," to myself, over and over, even after the voices stopped, because I did not trust the quiet. I have never trusted the quiet since. The tide turned near dawn. You could feel it more than hear it, the water pulling back down the stones, the weight going off the land, the smell thinning. The dragging on the roof stopped. Whatever had come up out of the inlet went back down into it as the water went the way it had to, because, for all its patience, it was a water thing, and the water was leaving. And by the time the sky went from black to the color of a dead man's lips, the same color as the inlet, the shed was only a cold wrecked room with 4 ruined men in it, and the rain falling straight down now, soft, ordinary, done. The steamer came on, the 1st of November, on schedule, indifferent, the way machines are. It nosed into the flat gray inlet with its stack smoking and its whistle throwing a flat note off the mountains, and there was an obscenity to it, the ordinariness of it. A company boat come to collect a pack of salt salmon from a place that had eaten 5 men. The mate came down the plank with a ledger under his arm and a pencil behind his ear, and he stood on the dock and he counted us, the way Dalloway had counted us, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then he looked at his ledger and looked at us again and asked where the rest were. I have thought a great deal about what we said. Nils did the talking, because Nils had done this before. I understood that now Nils had stood on a dock like this one, 20 years gone, and answered a question like this one, and he knew the only answer a ledger will take. He said there had been a storm. He said men had been lost to the water in the night, that the younger Pell had drowned on the watch, and that Sig had gone the same way and Reuben after him, and that Dalloway, God rest him, had gone out in the last blow to secure the pack and had been taken by a wave off the porch, and that we had barely saved the shed and the season. Every word of it a lie, and every word of it, in the only language the ledger spoke, true. Men lost to the water in the night. There is no lie in that. It is only that the ledger does not have a column for how. The mate wrote it down. He did not look up much while he wrote. I think he had been to places like Kettle Inlet before, and I think he had learned the way a certain kind of company man learns not to ask the question under the question. He wrote drowned, and lost overboard, and storm, and he closed his ledger, and somewhere in an office down south there is a page in a book, if the book still exists, that says the Pacific Salt Station at Kettle Inlet lost 4 hands and its superintendent to heavy weather in the autumn of 1908. That is the record. That is the whole of the official truth of it. 4 men and a boy went down into the water in the voices of the people they loved most, and the record says storm, and the record is not wrong, exactly. It is only that the record does not know what the water is. Neither did I before. Now I know, and there is no column in any ledger for what I know, and so I have carried it uncounted for 60 years, which is its own kind of drowning. We did not all leave on that steamer. Cash did not. I asked him to. I stood on the dock with the plank waiting, and I asked him to come south with me, come anywhere, come away from the water that had tried so hard to have him, and he shook his head, slow, the way he did everything. It was his country. He had said so, and he meant it. He would not run from his own country, because a thing that had always lived in it had gotten hungry when strangers came and spat on the floor. He would keep the rules and mend the nets and grease the wheel and outlast it, the way his grandmother had and her grandmother before her, because that is what you do in a house you belong to. You do not burn it down, and you do not flee it. You learn the rooms you do not go into after dark. He pressed my hand once, dry and hard, and he told me to keep the cedar dry, and that was the last I saw of him, standing on the gray dock at the head of the inlet, getting smaller, with the black water behind him and the trees behind that, and the whole cold country closing back over the place we had lived, the way water closes over a stone. Nils came south. The older Pell came south. Neither of them was ever the same, and I say that knowing I was not the same either, that none of us who stood against that door were ever again the men who had come up the coast for a wage. The older Pell never did get his voice all the way back. He would speak, in time, single things, yes and no, and pass the salt, but the run of ordinary talk that had been in him was gone into the water with his brother, and it did not come out again. And I lost track of him within a year, and never learned what became of him, though I do hope, that he found some dry inland place with no water bigger than a well, and lived quiet, and heard no voices. Nils I stayed close to until he died, which was not long, 4 winters on, of nothing the doctor could name, of being old and having stood at too many windows, I think. Near the end he told me he could still hear his son some nights, that the distance did not matter to it the way you would think, that a thing that has your name in a voice you love can find you a long way from any shore if it wants to badly enough. He told me that the way you tell a man a thing he needs to know to survive. And then he was gone, and I was the only one left who had been at the door at Kettle Inlet, unless Kosh is out there yet, which he would be, which is the kind of man he was. I never went back to the coast. I went inland, as far inland as a man can get, to dry hard country, where the biggest water for 100 miles is a stock tank you can see the bottom of, and I have lived there most of a lifetime, and I have kept the rule. That is the last of it, and the part I have been circling all along. I kept the rule. Not just up there. Down here, all these years, in a country with no ocean, and no inlet, and no black flat water to call across, I have kept it. Because Nils was right, and the distance does not matter the way you would think, because it still calls me. Not often. Once in a long while, on the flat, cold nights when the year turns, I will be lying in the dark in a house 1,000 miles from any sea, and I will hear it, thin and far and patient. My name in my brother's voice, Emmett, come see, come down and see. The same as the first night, at the window with my hand on the cold glass. I do not know how it reaches me here. I have stopped trying to understand it. Maybe it does not reach me at all, and it is only my own grief wearing his voice, the way you feared all along that it was. And maybe there is no true difference between the two things, the monster and the grief. Maybe they were always the same water. I have made my peace with not knowing on those nights. When I hear my name come up out of the dark in my brother's voice, I do not lie there and argue with it. I do not turn on the lamp. I get up, in the dark, old man that I am now, and I go to the drawer by my bed, and I take out the little rough cedar thing that Kosh cut for me 60 years ago, otter or man, or the thing that is both, worn smooth now on all its edges from 60 years of my hand, and I hold it, and I feel it bite what little it has left to bite into my palm, and I say the words out loud. To the dark, to the voice, to my brother who I loved and failed and will love until I am the one going down into the cold. I say, it is not him, and I do not answer it. And I do not go and look. The doors locked on their own, and the little red light on the app said the trip had ended, and we were still moving. That was the moment I understood something was wrong, and by then we were already past the last gas station I recognized. For a long time afterward I got the order of it mixed up in my head, and that made me feel crazy, so I go back to the start, to the end of the shift, when none of it seemed like anything. My name is Travis. I hang and finish drywall, mostly commercial, mostly the kind of buildings nobody thinks about. The warehouses and the tilt-ups down in the industrial part of the city where the streets smell like rendered fat and diesel, and the river runs in a concrete channel behind chain link. That day we were taping out an interior office build in Vernon, a leased shell somebody was turning into a distribution office. It was March. The rains had come early that year and then quit, and the afternoon had gone that flat gray color where you cannot tell what time it is by the light. I had been on that job for 8 days, and I was sick of it. The way you get sick of a job right before it ends, when you can see the finish and every little thing left to do feels like it takes twice as long as it should. Taping is patient work. You skim the mud, you let it dry, you come back and sand, you skim again, and there is no rushing it. The wall tells you when it is ready and not the other way around, and I like that about it most days. That day I did not like anything about it. My knees hurt from the stilts. My hands were dry and cracked at the knuckles the way they get in winter no matter how much of that thick orange lotion I use. I had a headache sitting right behind my eyes that had been there since lunch, the kind that a bad night's sleep gives you and coffee will not touch. The crew that day was me and Nate and 2 younger guys, Angel and a kid everybody called Boot because he had shown up his first day in cowboy boots to hangboard, which is a thing you do exactly once. They were good guys. We had the radio going, the Mexican station Angel liked, Cumbia, and then a long block of commercials, and we worked and talked about nothing, about the Lakers, about a taco truck that had stopped coming around, about whether it was going to rain again. Ordinary. The whole day was ordinary in a way that I have since come to understand is its own kind of blessing, an ordinary day, and I did not know to be grateful for it. The thing I was carrying that week, the thing under the surface, was money. Dana and I had been talking about getting a place together, a real place, out of the little studio I had in El Sereno, maybe up toward Highland Park where her sister lived. And every conversation about it came back around to money first and last and middle, and I had been picking up every hour I could get, which is part of why I was so tired, and part of why I did not text Nate back, and part of why, when the truck went in the shop, the thing on my mind was not my safety. It was the $400 the repair was going to cost me, on top of everything else. That is what I was thinking about standing in that lot. $400. I was doing math in my head about a repair bill, while a car I should not have gotten into was already turning onto my street somewhere a few blocks away. My truck was in the shop. That is the whole reason any of this happened, and I have gone back over it 100 times. The little chain of ordinary decisions. The truck had been throwing a code for 2 weeks, and I finally dropped it at a guy I trusted off Soto, and he had it up on the lift, and he told me it would not be ready until the next morning. So I was carless in Vernon at the end of a long day, with a phone at 19% and 40 minutes of standing around while my crew loaded out. Nate, my foreman, offered me a ride, but Nate lived the opposite direction, out past Downey, and he had his kid that night, and I did the polite thing that I have regretted more times than I can count. I told him I was fine. I told him I would just get a car. He looked at me the way he always did, chin down like he was deciding whether to argue, and then he clapped me on the shoulder and said, "All right, text me when you are home," and he drove off. I did not text him when I was home. That detail matters later. I called my girlfriend first, Dana. We had been together 3 years, and she worked nights at a hospital billing office, and she always picked up, which was one of the 1,000 small reasons I loved her. She picked up on the second ring. "You off?" she said. "Waiting on a car?" I said. "Truck is not ready. I am going to be late." "You eat?" "Vending machine, peanut butter crackers," I said, and she made the disgusted sound she always made, and I laughed. And I stood in the parking lot of that empty office shell and watched the little car icon crawl across the map on my phone toward me. I told her to stay on. I do not know why. Maybe because the yard had emptied out and the streetlights had come on, and there is a particular loneliness to an industrial district after the workday, when all the trucks are gone and the roll gates are down and it is just you and the sodium light and the smell. I said, "Stay on the phone with me until the guy comes," and she said, "Sure," and she started telling me about a coworker who kept microwaving fish, and I half listened and watched the map. The car that pulled up was a gray sedan, a Nissan, I think, an older one, clean but not new. The app said the driver was named Roland, and it showed a photo of a man with a round face and a mustache, maybe 50, smiling in that flat way people smile for those pictures. The plate on the car was supposed to end in a certain set of characters. I remember the app showed the last four as GK92. I know that now because I looked at it a dozen times later. At the time, I glanced at it the way anybody glances at it, which is to say I did not really look. There is a thing about that. Everybody knows you check the plate. Everybody tells you to ask the driver to say your name. I knew all of that. I had heard it 100 times. And I still did not do it right, and the reason I did not do it right is the reason most people do not, which is that a car pulled up on time to the pin, and it was gray, and there was a man in it, and I was tired and cold, and my phone was dying, and I just wanted to go home. The gap between knowing the rule and following the rule is where the whole thing lives. That gap is where he worked. I opened the back door and got in. I said, "Travis?" And the driver looked at me in the mirror and said, "Travis, yeah, long day, brother?" His voice was fine. That is the thing people never believe. His voice was completely fine, warm even. He had a paper air freshener shaped like a pine tree hanging off the mirror, and the car smelled like that fake pine, and under it something else, something I could not place then and can place now. A sour cleaning product smell, like a mop bucket that had been left too long. "Long day," I said. I told Dana, "Okay, the guy is here. I am in the car. Text me when you are home," she said, which is a thing she always said, and I said okay, and I did not hang up. I did not hang up. I lowered the phone into my lap with the call still going, screen down against my leg, because I was going to say bye properly in a second, and then I got distracted and I just never did. That is the only reason she heard any of it. Dumb luck. A habit and a distraction. That is what stood between me and whatever was down there by the river. The driver pulled out of the lot and turned the way I expected, toward Soto, toward the on-ramp, and I leaned my head against the window and closed my eyes for a second. The heater was on. The radio was low. Some talk station. A man's voice going on about traffic on the east side. I was not scared. There was no moment where alarm bells went off, no cold hand on the back of my neck, none of that. It was a normal ride for 11 minutes. I have thought about that a lot. 11 minutes of completely normal. We got on the freeway going north, and that was correct. My place was up in El Sereno, which meant north and east, and he took the ramp smooth and merged, and we sat in the slow river of taillights the way you do. He asked me what I did. I told him drywall. He said his brother did tile, and we talked about the trades for a minute, the way strangers do, and he was easy about it. He knew the right words. He said mud and float, and he complained about how nobody wanted to do real work anymore, and I agreed because it is the kind of thing you agree with. I remember thinking he seemed all right. I remember specifically having the thought, this guy is all right, and feeling a little bad for all the times I had gotten in a car braced for a weirdo. There were things I noticed and let go by. I know that now. At the time, each one was nothing, a single grain, and it is only when you pour all the grains into one pile at the end that you see how much there was. The back seat had no door handle on the inside. Or it had one, but it was the kind that had been pulled off, just a stub, a little plastic nub where the handle should have been, and I registered it the way you register a torn seat or a stain as wear, as an old car being an old car. And I put my hand near it once, out of pure habit, reaching to adjust how I was sitting, and my fingers found nothing to grab, and I thought, huh, and I thought nothing else. I have woken up in the night since then, with my hand closing on nothing. The window would not go down. I tried it early, when the fake pine got to be too much. Just wanted a crack of air. And I pressed the button, and nothing happened. And he said, over his shoulder, "Easy as anything. Locks are messed up, child safety, my kid rides back there," and I said no problem, and I believed him, because it is exactly the kind of thing that is true in 999 cars out of 1,000. A man says his kid rides back there, and you picture the kid, you picture a car seat, you fill in a whole life for him, and the life you filled in is the reason you stopped being careful. He asked me questions. Looking back, they were a particular kind of question. Not mean, not obvious, just a little too aimed. He asked if anybody was waiting up for me. He asked it light, folded into the small talk, right after we had been talking about the trades. He said, "Somebody keeping dinner warm for you, or are you a bachelor?" And I said my girlfriend was probably up. She worked nights. And I felt good saying it. I did not hear the question under the question, which was, "Is there anyone who will notice tonight if you do not come home, and how soon?" I answered that question honestly and cheerfully, and I have thought about it every day since. He was taking inventory. He was a man doing a walkthrough of how much I would be missed and how fast, and I helped him do it because he was friendly and the heater was on and I was tired. The first wrong thing I actually could not explain away was the exit. He should have taken the exit for Valley, or he should have stayed on and taken the one further up that dumps you toward Huntington. Instead, he came off early, way early, down into the flats along the river where there is nothing but rail spur and scrap yards, and that one long street that runs parallel to the channel with the concrete plants on it. And I noticed it the way you notice your driver taking a turn you would not have taken, and I did the thing everybody does. I made an excuse for him in my own head. He knows a shortcut. He is avoiding the backup. The app is routing him weird. I have taken 1,000 rides, and drivers do weird stuff all the time, and it is almost always nothing. "You going around the traffic?" I said. Light. Friendly. "Yeah, this way is faster this time of night," he said. "Trust me." Trust me. He said trust me, and I did, for another few blocks, because the alternative was to be the guy who accuses his driver of something over a lane choice. But the neighborhood kept getting emptier. That is the part I cannot fully put into words, the way the world outside the window drained. First there were still cars around us. Then there were fewer. Then it was just us on a wide, dark street, with the rail crossing signals blinking way up ahead, and the black wall of a warehouse on one side, and the chain-link fence of the channel on the other, and past the fence the concrete slope going down into the dark where the river was just a thin black ribbon at the bottom. I lifted my phone. I meant to check the map. The screen was still lit from the call with Dana, and I could hear her, tiny, saying my name. "Trav? You there? Trav?" I must have gone quiet on her. "Yeah," I said toward the phone. "Quiet, hang on." And then I looked at the app, the rideshare app, not the call, and this is the part where the floor dropped out of me. The trip was over. The screen said the ride had completed. It said rate your driver. It had a little cartoon of a car with a check mark. According to the phone, I was already home. According to the phone, this ride had ended somewhere back on the freeway. And there was no map, no route, no blue line, nothing, just a screen asking me how many stars. I did not say anything for a second. I could not make it make sense. My tired brain kept trying to file it under normal. The app glitched. The trip ended early by accident. It happens. Then the doors locked. All four at once. That heavy thunk they make. And I looked up, and the driver was watching me in the mirror, and he was not smiling anymore, and his eyes in the mirror were just looking at me. Flat, patient, the way you look at something you have already caught. "Almost there," he said. 2 words. Almost there. And the whole meaning of the world reorganized itself around those 2 words. I said, "This is not my address, man." I tried to keep my voice level. I have replayed my own voice in my head 1,000 times, and I sound so calm on the recording in my memory, way calmer than I felt. "You passed it. Just pull over anywhere. I will walk." "Can't stop here," he said. "No stopping on this stretch." And he sped up. Not a lot. Just enough. Just enough that I understood he had heard exactly what I said, and he was not going to do it. That was when the cold came. All at once, from the base of my spine up through my chest, that flooding animal cold, and my mouth went dry, and my hands started shaking, and my brain, my stupid, slow, tired brain, finally, all at once, caught up to what my body had already known for about 90 seconds. Down in my lap, the phone was still lit. Dana was still on the line. I could hear her, small, going, "Travis, what is going on? Why did you say that is not your address?" I did the only smart thing I did that whole night, and I did it without deciding to the way you jerk your hand off a hot stove. I picked up the phone, kept it low, angled away from the mirror against the door, and I started narrating. Not to her, exactly. At her. Cross streets. I read every sign I could see out the window, low and fast, like a man reading numbers off a gauge. Dana, listen to me. Do not hang up. I am in a car. The driver will not stop. I am by the river. I see a sign for a concrete company. I see the rail crossing. We are going north. On a street next to the LA River in the flats, the driver's name in the app was Roland. The car is a gray Nissan. The plate ends GK92, call 911 Dana. Call it now. Tell them I am northbound by the river. I do not know how much of it she got. I found out later she got most of it, that she wrote it down on the back of a billing envelope while she was talking, her hands shaking so bad she could barely read her own writing after. But in the car I did not know that. In the car all I knew was that I was saying it into a phone, and I did not know if it was landing anywhere, and the man in the front seat had gone very quiet and was driving with both hands on the wheel and his shoulders set, and he had turned the radio off. That was somehow the worst part. He turned the radio off, like he wanted to hear me too. You should not have brought a phone to your ear, he said, conversational. Almost sad. Now I have to figure out a whole new thing. The strange thing about being in that car was how slow it got. Everybody says that, and I never believed it until it happened to me. That time stretches, but it is real. It is a physical thing that happens to you. We could not have been on that river road more than 5 or 6 minutes, but it lived in me like an hour. I saw everything. I saw the graffiti on the channel wall, big bubble letters I could not read. I saw a shopping cart. On its side, down in the concrete slope, I saw a heron, of all things, a big gray heron standing in the thin water at the bottom of the channel, dead still, its head turned. And I remember thinking, with the part of my brain that was not screaming, that it was watching us go by, and that it was the only thing in the world that knew where I was besides Dana and the man in the front seat. My mind did a thing I did not know it could do. It got very calm in one small room, while the rest of it fell apart. In that small, calm room, I was making a plan. I was looking at the door handle that was not there. I was looking at the window that would not go down. I was thinking about the lighter I had in my pocket and whether I could do anything with it, and deciding I could not. I was thinking about whether I could get an arm around his neck from the back seat, and deciding that if I tried and failed, I would have used up the only surprise I had. I was thinking, over and over, do not use it up. Do not use up the one thing you have. Wait for the door. Wait for a light. Wait for a person. That calm little room in the middle of all that terror is the only reason I did the right thing when the moment came. I have read since that this is a real thing, that under enough fear some people go the other way, go cold and slow and watchful, and I got lucky. That is the way I went, and I do not take any credit for it. It is just how my particular wiring failed. He talked a little in that stretch. Not much, he said, once, not looking back in that same conversational voice. It is not personal. And I did not answer him, because there was no answer to that, because it was the most personal thing that had ever happened to me, and the fact that it was not personal to him was the whole horror of it, that I was a task, an errand, a thing to be handled, that the man deciding whether I lived was as calm as a man deciding where to park. He said, another time, you are making this harder, like I owed him ease, like the natural order was that I would sit quietly and let it happen, and my not doing that was a kind of rudeness. And some cold, clear part of me understood, hearing that men like him need you to help, that the whole method depends on the victim's politeness, on the victim not wanting to make a scene, on the victim being the kind of person who says he is fine to a foreman and gets in a gray car and answers questions about whether anyone is waiting up, and that the single most dangerous thing about me, from his point of view, the thing he had not counted on, was that I had stopped being polite. I was not brave. I want that on the record. I said, "Please, just let me out." I said it more than once. My voice broke on it. I was a grown man, 31 years old, hands like leather from 12 years of hanging board, and I was begging a stranger in a car and hearing my own voice crack like a kid's, and there was no dignity in it, and I have made my peace with that. You do not get to choose how you sound when the floor drops out. He did not answer. He took a right, off the river road, onto a spur street that went in behind the concrete plant. A dead little service road with a shut roll gate at the end of it, weeds coming up through the cracks in the asphalt, one dead sodium lamp that was more brown than orange. He was slowing down. He was slowing down because there was nowhere left to go, and I understood that when the car stopped, whatever happened next would happen, and I did not think I could stop it, and I was right about that. I could not have stopped it. A locked car is a locked car, and I am not a movie. But here is the thing about a dead service road behind a concrete plant in Vernon. It has a roll gate, and a roll gate means somebody works there, and at that hour of the evening in that district, there is one thing you can count on, which is that some of these places run night pours and night shifts, and there's a guy in a booth or a guy with a clipboard or a truck idling somewhere. It is never truly empty. That is the one thing about that awful part of the city that saved my life, that it is never truly empty. There is always some working man somewhere doing a job nobody thinks about. The roll gate at the end of the spur was open, not shut. Open, and past it there was light, real white work light, the kind on a pole, and under it a concrete mixer truck, idling with its drum turning, that slow grinding turn, and a man in a reflective vest standing next to it with a hose, washing out the chute, and his back was to us, and steam or dust was coming up off the wet concrete into the work light. The driver saw it the same second I did. I felt the car hesitate. Just a hitch, a lift off the gas, the whole machine of his plan snagging on one variable he had not counted on, which was that a plant was running a late pour and there was a man standing in the light 40 yards away. I did not think. I have tried to reconstruct whether I thought, and I did not. There was no thought, there was just my whole body throwing itself at the door handle and the door not opening because it was locked. And then my hand going flat on the window and me screaming with everything I had, no words at first, just sound, the loudest sound I have ever made. And then his name, or a name. I screamed hey, and I screamed help, and I banged the flat of my hand on the glass so hard. I bruised the heel of it, a bruise that stayed for 2 weeks. And the man in the vest turned around. That is all he did, at first. He just turned around, the hose still running in his hand, and looked toward the car, this dumb, ordinary act of a working man hearing a noise and turning to see what it was. He could not have known what he was looking at. From where he stood he saw a stopped car and heard yelling, but it did not matter what he knew. What mattered was that he was a witness. What mattered was that there was now a second adult human being with 2 eyes pointed at that car, and everything the driver wanted to do required there not to be. The driver said a word under his breath. I will not repeat it. And then he did the math, the same cold math he had been doing all night, and the math came out different now, and he hit the unlock. The doors thunked open. I did not question it. I have talked to people since who ask why he unlocked the door, and the answer is so simple and so ugly. He unlocked the door because a live screaming witness was worth more of a risk to him than losing me was. That is all. There was no mercy in it. He ran a calculation, and I came out on the safe side of it by the width of a concrete worker's turned head, and if that pour had ended 20 minutes earlier, if that roll gate had been shut, if that one man had gone home, I would not be telling this. I got out of that car so hard I went down on the asphalt on my hands and knees and tore my palms open on the grit, and I did not feel it, and I scrambled up and ran toward the light and the man in the vest, and behind me I heard the car reverse, fast, the tires chirping on the weeds, and by the time I turned around it was already backing out of the spur, and it swung around at the mouth of the road, and it was gone. and I never saw the front of it again, just the taillights, two red eyes going down the river road, and then nothing. The man in the vest was named Hector. I found that out standing under the work light, shaking so hard he thought I was on something and kept me at arm's length for a minute until he saw my face. And then he put the hose down and he put a hand on my shoulder and he said, in Spanish and then in English, you are okay, sit down. He walked me over to the little site trailer and he sat me on the metal step and he gave me a bottle of water out of a cooler and I could not open it because my hands would not work and he opened it for me. I keep coming back to that. A stranger opening a water bottle for me because I could not. I still had the phone in my hand. The call was still going. It had been going the whole time. I put it to my ear and I said, Dana. And she was crying. She was already crying. And she said the police were coming. She had called. She had given them everything. The river, the plate, the name in the app. She had been on the phone with a dispatcher on her cell in her other hand the whole time she was listening to me. She had done the thing I asked her to do at the exact moment I asked her to do it. No hesitation, no telling me I was overreacting, and I have never in my life been so grateful for another person's steadiness. The first sheriff's unit found me at the concrete plant maybe 15 minutes later. Hector flagged them in. I gave a statement standing in that work light with a blanket around me that one of the deputies got out of the trunk, one of those crinkly foil ones, and I remember the sound it made when I moved, that papery crinkle. And I remember the deputy being kind and also being very clear about how little there was to go on. Because here is the aftermath, and the aftermath is the part nobody tells you. The app trip really had ended. When the detectives pulled it, the actual ride I had ordered, the one for the driver named Roland with the round face and the mustache, had been accepted and then canceled about 90 seconds after it started, back near the job site. Canceled, which meant the car I got into, the gray Nissan, was never the car the app sent. The real Roland, the real driver, was some guy who had pinged near Vernon, accepted my ride, and then had it cancel out from under him and probably shrugged and moved on and never knew a thing. The car that actually pulled up to me was a different car. A car that had been sitting there. A car that had watched the pin, watched me standing alone in that lot with my dying phone, and pulled up at exactly the moment the real ride evaporated, and a man leaned out, and I opened the door and said a name, and he said it back to me. He said Travis back to me because I said it first. He never knew my name. I handed it to him. The plate I gave them, the GK92, came back to a car that had been reported stolen 2 months earlier from a lot in the valley. So that was nothing. The photo in the app was the real Roland. The description I gave, round face, mustache, 50, was a description of a photo I had glanced at, not a description of the man who drove me, because I never got a good look at the man who drove me. I only ever saw the back of his head and his eyes in the mirror, and when the detective sat me down with the sketch person, I could not do it. I could not build his face. I had been in a locked car with him for the worst 20 minutes of my life, and I could not tell you what his face looked like, and that failure has haunted me more than almost anything, because somewhere out there is a man whose face I cannot describe. The days after were their own strange country. I did not go back to work for a week. Nate told me not to, told me the job would keep, and it did, and the crew covered my end. And Angel sent me a text with about 9 praying hands on it that made me laugh and then made me cry, sitting on the edge of my bed at 2 in the afternoon with the blinds shut. I could not ride in the back seat of a car for a long time. Not a taxi, not a friend's car, not anything. The first time Dana drove us somewhere, I got in the front and I was fine, and then a few days later her sister was driving and I ended up in the back, and about a mile in my chest started doing something I could not control. My breath came short and fast, and the doors, which were not locked, which I could open any time, felt locked, felt like they were closing on me. And I made her sister pull over, and I got out on the shoulder and stood there with my hands on my knees breathing while cars went by. And Dana got out and stood with me and did not say anything, just put her hand flat on my back, and after a while I could get back in the front, and we drove home slow. I slept with the light on, a grown man. I slept with the light on for the better part of 2 months, and I did not care who knew it, and Dana never once made me feel small about it. She just started sleeping with an eye mask and never said a word. The detective who caught the case was a decent man. Tired, with too many cases, but decent. He walked me through what they had and what they did not, and he did not lie to me about the odds, which I appreciated, and which also crushed me. He explained how the car being stolen meant it was a dead end. He explained how a partial description of a man I never really saw was almost nothing to work with. He explained, gently, that men who do this, the careful ones, the ones who spoof a ride and use a stolen plate and pull up at exactly the right second, are careful precisely because it works, because carefulness is the whole thing, and that the reason I could not describe his face was probably that he had made sure I would never get a good look at it, that the mirror and the dark and the way he held his head were not accidents. That was almost worse than anything, that the reason I had nothing was that he was good at leaving people with nothing. I sat with a sketch artist anyway, a kind woman with a laptop. She kept asking me about the shape of his jaw, the set of his eyes, the hairline, and I kept reaching for it and getting fog. Just fog, a round dark shape in a mirror, a voice, a smell of fake pine over something sour, and after an hour we had a face that could have been half the men in the county. Generic, useless, and I apologized to her like it was my fault. And she told me it was not. That it happens more than people think. That trauma does that to memory, folds it up and puts it somewhere you cannot get to. It did not make me feel better. I had been given one job by the whole rest of the world, to remember that face, and I could not do it. The case has an incident number. I know it by heart the way you know a bad phone number from your childhood. Incident 29416. I have called about it more times than the detective would like. For a long time it stayed open and nothing moved. And then it went to the back of a drawer the way these things do, not because anybody stopped caring, but because there was nothing, no plate, no face, no camera, no name, just a stolen car, and a stretch of river, and a man who knew how to pull up at exactly the right second and say almost there. I did not text Nate that I got home. That is the detail that mattered. It mattered because Nate texted me around midnight. A normal text, "You get home okay?" And I did not answer, and Nate, God bless him, Nate did not just shrug. Nate called Dana, and Dana told him, and Nate got in his truck at midnight with his kid asleep and drove all the way from Downey to the hospital where Dana had gone to be with me, and he sat in the waiting room with us until 2 a.m. And he did not say much, he just sat there. This big, quiet man, and every so often he would look at me and shake his head, not at me, at the whole thing, at the world where you offer a guy a ride and he says he is fine. I take that ride now. Whenever anybody offers, I do not say I am fine. I have learned that I am not always the best judge of when I am fine. There is one more thing. About 4 months after, a detective called me, a different one, from a different desk, and asked me to come in and look at something. When I got there, she had a flyer on the table, a missing person flyer. A guy younger than me, a warehouse worker who had left a shift down in that same district one night, about a year before mine, and never made it home. Ordered a ride and never made it home. His phone had last pinged near the river. She did not tell me it was connected. She was very careful not to tell me that. She said she was just showing me faces, seeing if anything rang a bell, and nothing did. I did not know him. I had never seen him. But she left the flyer on the table the whole time we talked, face up, and I understood what she was telling me by not telling me. I looked at that flyer for a long time. The kid was younger than me, 24, a warehouse job, a picture that was clearly cropped from something happier, a birthday maybe. You could see the edge of a party hat that somebody had cut out of frame. He had a gap in his teeth when he smiled. His name was under the photo, and I made myself not read it because I did not want to carry it. And then I read it anyway because it felt like a debt, like the least I could do was know his name. And I knew it now, and I am not going to say it here because it belongs to his family and not to a story. The detective walked me out. At the door, she said, not looking at me in that careful way, You did everything right." And I said I did not. I said I got in the car, and she stopped and looked at me and said, "So did he. So did everybody who ever ends up on one of these." And then she said the thing I hold on to. She said, "Getting in the car is not the mistake. Getting in the car is just Tuesday. The only difference between you and the flyer is a phone that stayed on and a plant that stayed open. That is not a mistake you avoided. That is luck. Do not carry it like a mistake." I try not to. Some days I do a better job of it than others. I was not the first one that car pulled up for. I was just the one who happened to leave the phone off his ear and happened to get out by the river where a plant was running a late pour and happened to have a girlfriend who did not hesitate. I think about the warehouse kid every time I stand in a parking lot at night waiting for a car. I think about how his ride was probably completely normal for 11 minutes too. And I get in, and I say the plate out loud to whoever is on the phone with me, and I do not hang up until I am inside my own front door with the deadbolt thrown, and Dana rolls her eyes at me a little, and I let her. Because the rolling of her eyes is the sound of being home, and there was one night I did not think I would hear it again. The woman was standing at the edge of the light with her arms wrapped around herself, and she was not shivering, and it was 38 degrees, and that was the first thing that was wrong, though I would not understand it for another 20 minutes. I drive a truck. I have driven a truck for going on 19 years, and most of that has been the run up and down Interstate 5, the long, boring spine of California, Los Angeles up to the valley and back, produce down and dry goods up, the Grapevine twice a week, until the climb over it is just a thing my body does while my mind is somewhere else, so I know that stretch. I know it in the dark, which is most of how I know it, because I run nights when I can, less traffic, cooler on the engine, and there is a peace to it. The valley floor going by black and flat, with the little towns strung out like beads, Button Willow, Wheeler Ridge, and then the grade lifting you up into the mountains where the air changes and your ears pop and the shoulders get steep. My name is Bo. I am 52 years old, and I have a bad knee and a good marriage, and a granddaughter who thinks the sleeper cab is the greatest place on earth. I came within a few feet of never telling my wife I loved her again. A thing like that does not sit quiet in a man. It matters who was in that cab that night. I grew up in the Valley of Bakersfield, an oil and ag town where half the men I knew drove something for a living, and my dad drove a gravel truck for a paving outfit for 31 years. He was a quiet man who did not say much that was not useful, and one of the useful things he said, more than once, usually when we passed somebody stopped on the shoulder, was, "You stop for people on the road." He would say it, and then he would stop, every time, and hand a stranger his own jug of water, or crawl under a stranger's car in his good clothes on a Sunday, and I grew up thinking that was just what a man did, that the road was a place where the normal rules of leaving people alone got suspended, where you owed a stranger your help because next time it might be you on the shoulder. I still believe most of that. I have had to work to keep believing it, because what happened could turn a man the other way, and I did not want to let it turn me. My wife is named Carol, and we have been married 30 years. She was a checker at a grocery store when I met her, and now she does the books for a dentist, and she has a laugh that carries across a parking lot. And when I am out on a long run, I call her every night around 9. And if I cannot get through, if I am up in the mountains with no bars, she knows to expect a call in the morning, and she does not worry, or she says she does not, and I let her have that. We have one daughter, married, down in Santa Clarita, and one granddaughter, Ruby, who is 6. And Ruby thinks the sleeper cab behind my seat is a fort, a little house on wheels, and she is not wrong. And the last time she rode with me on a short local run, she fell asleep back there with her shoes on, and I drove the last 40 minutes at 55 in the slow lane so as not to wake her, and I would have driven off a cliff before I let anything happen to that kid. That is what was in my head later, in that lot, when I understood there was a woman being used the way a person uses bait. I thought about Ruby. 19 years of nights on the 5 does something to you. You learn the road like a face. You know where the wind comes across at Wheeler Ridge and tries to push your trailer around. You know which grades will cook your brakes if you ride them, and which truck stops have decent coffee at 2 in the morning, and which rest areas have working lights, and which have been dark for years because the state ran out of money to fix the bulbs. And you learn people in a way, because a rig is a high seat, and you look down into 1,000 cars a night, and you see things people do not think anybody sees, and most of it is nothing. Most of it is people singing and picking their noses and fighting with somebody on the phone, and once in a while it is something you never forget. I have pulled people out of wrecks. I do not talk about it much. The worst one was up past the Grapevine years ago, a minivan that had gone off in the fog and rolled, and I was the first one there, and I did what you do, and I will not describe it. But I will say that I have knelt on the side of that highway in the dark with my hands full of somebody else's worst day, and it changed how I see that road. The road is beautiful, and it is boring, and it will kill you and everyone you love without one flicker of malice. And layered on top of all that, once in a long while, there is a person out there who has figured out how to use the boredom and the dark and the good manners of working people as a tool that is the rarest thing on the road, and the one this story is about. It was a Tuesday in November. I had picked up a load of restaurant supply out of the city in the late afternoon, and I was running it north, and I was tired in the particular way you get tired when you did not sleep well the night before, a gritty, tired behind the eyes. I try not to drive tired. That is a rule I keep, because I have pulled bodies out of the median in my time, other people's, and I know what tired does. So when I came up over the top of the Grapevine and started down the north side, and I felt my eyes doing that thing, that slow drift, I told myself I would take the next rest area and put my head down for half an hour. The rest area, sits off by itself on the northbound side, down in the trees a little past where the grade flattens out. It is one of the older ones, brick restrooms, a low roof over some picnic tables, a vending machine that has been broken since the Clinton administration, and a long lot where the trucks park nose out along the far edge. In the daytime it is nothing, a place to pee and stretch. At night, in November, on a Tuesday, it is close to deserted. There were 2 other rigs parked down at the far end when I pulled in, both dark, drivers asleep, and 1 passenger car up near the restrooms under the one good light. That was it. That, and the wind coming down off the mountains through the pines, that dry, cold mountain wind that smells like nothing, like clean nothing. I parked out away from the other trucks, the way I like to, killed the engine, and just sat for a minute in that big quiet you get when a diesel finally stops. My ears were ringing a little. I got out to walk to the restroom and stretch the knee before I laid down. I want to describe that rest area at night, because the place is part of the story. The place did half the work for him. In the day it is nothing. A pull-off, kids running to the bathroom, a family eating sandwiches at a picnic table, a dog on a leash. At night in November it is a different world. The pines close it in. The freeway noise is there, but it is behind you and below you, a river of sound you stop hearing. And what is left is the wind and the tick of your own engine cooling, and the dark pressing in past the 1 or 2 lights that work. The restrooms sit up front under the good light. Everything behind them, the picnic shelter, the far end of the lot, the tree line, is just shapes. You could hide a lot in those shapes. You could stand 10 feet off the path in the dark and watch every soul who pulled in, and nobody would see you until you wanted to be seen. I have stopped at that rest area 100 times and never once thought a bad thought about it. That is the thing about a place. It is neutral. It is just trees and brick and a broken vending machine, and it does not care what happens in it, and the same dark that is peaceful when you are safe becomes something else entirely the second there is a reason for it to. I stood by my rig for a minute and stretched my knee, that bad knee, feeling the cold get into the joint the way it does, and I looked out at the quiet lot and I thought about nothing, about a shower I wanted, about a text from Carol I had not answered, and I started my slow walk up toward the restrooms, and that is when I saw the woman. She was standing at the edge of the light near the restrooms, over by that one passenger car, and she had her arms wrapped around herself, and she was looking out toward the dark like she was waiting for something. She was maybe 40, in a thin jacket, not dressed for the cold, and there was a man crouched down at the front of the car with the hood up and a little flashlight in his teeth, doing something to the engine, and it read exactly like what it was supposed to read like. A couple broke down at a rest stop. You have seen it 100 times. I have seen it 100 times. I have stopped and helped 100 times, because that is what you do. That is what my father taught me. You stop for people on the road. So I almost walked right over. I came so close to just walking right over there. My whole body was already turning that direction, already reaching for the Good Samaritan feeling, when the man straightened up and looked at me across the lot, and something in the way he looked at me put a hitch in my step. I cannot fully describe it. He was an ordinary-looking guy, heavy-set, ball cap, work jacket, jeans, the kind of guy I have shared 10,000 truck stop counters with. But the look he gave me was not the look of a man whose car is broken down at night in the cold. A man whose car is broken down looks relieved when another person shows up. He looks a little embarrassed, a little hopeful. This man looked at me the way you look at a deer that has wandered into your yard, interested, assessing, and then he smiled, and the smile came a half-second too late, like he had to remember to do it. He raised the hand and hailed me across the lot, friendly. "Hey, you know anything about these? Damn thing just died on us." And normally I would have said, "Sure, let me take a look," and gone over. But something had gone still in me, and instead I said, "What is it doing?" Which is a nothing question, but I asked it from where I was standing 40 feet off, and I did not close the distance, and I watched what he did with that. What he did was he took a step toward me. Just one. Casual. Hands loose. But he closed some of the gap I had kept, and he did it while he was answering, so that the closing of the gap was hidden inside the conversation, and that little maneuver, that using of the talk to cover the walking, put every hair on my arms up. "Just cranks and won't catch," he said, taking another one of those easy steps. "You mind taking a look? My wife is freezing out here." And the woman said nothing. That was the second wrong thing. His wife was freezing, he said, and the woman he pointed at did not hug herself tighter, or say please, or say anything at all. She just stood at the edge of the light, with her arms crossed, looking not at me and not at him, but out at the dark, past the restrooms. And there was something in her stillness that I did not have a word for then, and I have a word for now, and the word is dread. She was not cold. She was afraid. She was standing very still. The way you stand still when moving might make something worse. There was a third thing, and it was the one that finally moved my feet, though I did not put it into words until later. The car. The car with the hood up. When you break down at night, the first thing you do, before anything, is get the car off the road and get your flashers on. And if you cannot do that, you get as far onto the shoulder as you can, and you turn on every light you have, because a dark stopped car is a death trap, and everybody who drives knows it in their bones. This car was pulled into a rest area, fine, it had made it off the road. But it had no lights on at all. Not the flashers, not the parking lights, nothing, and the hood was up, and a man was bent over the engine with a little flashlight. And if you have ever actually worked on a car at night, you know that a little flashlight in your teeth is nothing. You cannot see anything. The first thing a real broken down man wants is light. And there was a whole car full of headlights and dome lights sitting right there to switched off. The car was dark on purpose. Somebody had made a decision to keep that car dark, and a man who has broken down does not make that decision, and a man who is waiting for something to come to him in the dark makes exactly that decision. I did not reason all of that out, standing there. I was not that sharp in the moment. In the moment, it was just a pile of wrong things. The too late smile, the step that closed the gap, the woman who was afraid and not cold, the dark car. And the pile got heavy enough all at once that my body tipped, and the tipping felt like fear, but it was really just 19 years of pattern finally hitting a number that added up to run. And fighting against all of that, pulling the other way the whole time, was my father's voice. You stop for people on the road. I cannot tell you how strong that pull was. Everything I had been raised to be was telling me to walk over there and help that couple, that a good man helps, that being suspicious of a stranded stranger is exactly the kind of hard-hearted thing my father would have been ashamed of, that if I drove away and they really were just broken down, then I was a coward and a bad neighbor and not the man he made me. That pull is the tool. That is what I understand now, that I did not understand then. The kind of man who does this counts on the goodness of the kind of man who stops. He does not hunt cowards. He hunts my father. He hunts me. He baits the trap with a shivering woman precisely because the men most likely to walk into it are the best men, the ones who cannot drive past somebody in trouble, and that is the sickest part of the whole thing. That the trap is built out of your own decency, and the only way to survive it is to hold your decency in one hand and your fear in the other, and let the fear win for about 90 seconds, which is the hardest thing a raised right person can do. I am not a brave man, and I am not a smart man particularly, but I have spent 19 years reading a road, reading the way a car 3 lanes over is going to do something stupid before the driver knows he is going to do it, and that same part of my brain, the part that reads trouble coming, lit up all at once and said, "Get back in your truck." "Let me grab my light," I said. "I got a good one in the cab." And I turned around, unhurried, like a man going to get a flashlight, and I walked back toward my rig, and every step of that walk was the longest walk of my life because I could feel him behind me. I could feel him deciding, and I did not run, because I knew, the way you know, that if I ran he would come, that running would flip a switch, and as long as I was just a helpful trucker going to get his light, I had a few seconds of grace. I got to my cab and I climbed up, and I did not get a flashlight. I locked the door, and I picked up my phone. Without Owen, I do not know how this ends. Owen was in one of the 2 rigs parked down at the far end, the dark ones. I did not know that yet. What I knew was that I had a CB and a phone, and my phone up in those mountains had 1 bar that came and went, and the first thing I did, sitting in my locked cab with my heart going, was try to call 911, and it would not connect. It just spun, no service, and I felt the panic try to come up my throat. So I keyed the CB. I did not say the smart, clear thing. I was too scared to be smart. I just keyed it and said, "Anybody on this? Anybody at the Grapevine Rest area northbound? I got a situation up here. There is a guy up here who is not right. Anybody copy?" And for a second there was nothing but that hiss. And then a voice came back, calm, a little gravelly, a night driver's voice, and it said, "Yeah, I copy. I am parked down your end. What do you mean not right?" That was Owen. Owen had been asleep in his bunk 200 feet away, and my call woke him up. And instead of rolling over, he answered. And instead of telling me to relax, he asked me what I meant. And I told him, fast and messy. The couple by the restrooms, the guy coming at me across the lot, the woman who was scared and not cold. And Owen said, "Stay in your truck. I am putting my lights on." And then the whole lot lit up. Owen ran every light he had. Headlights, marker lights, the row across the top of the cab, his work lamps, everything, and he leaned on his air horn, 1 long blast that rolled off the mountains and came back. And in the daytime that would have been nothing. But at 1 a.m, in a deserted rest area, it was like the hand of God came down. The man over by the restrooms froze in all that sudden light. He had been walking toward my truck. I could see him now, clear, caught in Owen's headlights halfway across the lot, maybe 30 feet from my door. And he was not walking to a broken car anymore. He was walking to me. And the light caught him doing it. And in the light, I saw the other thing. The car with the hood up. Its lights were off, but with Owen's headlights flooding the lot, I could see it clearly for the first time. And there was a second man in it. in the driver's seat, sitting there in the dark this whole time, not helping with the engine, not doing anything, just sitting low behind the wheel. And the engine that was supposedly broken down, I could see now that the hood was up, but there was nothing wrong with it. There was no work being done. The hood was just up. A prop, a piece of a picture they had made, a broken down couple that was not a couple and was not broken down. The woman was bait. I understood it all at once, the way you understand a thing your body already knew. She was standing out there in the cold in a thin jacket because they had put her there, because a woman alone and shivering at a rest stop is a hook, and a man crouched over an engine is a hook, and a Good Samaritan is a fish, and I had been swimming right at it. The man in Owen's headlights stood there for a second more, and I have thought a lot about what went through his head in that second, and I think it was the same cold arithmetic that runs through all of them. He had counted on an empty lot and one tired trucker. Now there was a second rig lit up like a stadium, an air horn that anybody for a mile could hear, and a witness on the radio, and the math had changed, and men like that, they do not want to fight. They want a sure thing, and a sure thing had just turned into a scene. For a few seconds nobody moved. It could not have been more than a few seconds, but it was another one of those stretched moments, and I sat up high in my locked cab looking down at him, and he stood down there in Owen's headlights looking up at me. And there was a moment where we saw each other, really saw each other, and I will tell you that his face in that light was the most ordinary face you ever saw, and that was the thing that has stayed with me. I had built him up in my mind in those few minutes into something, and then the light hit him, and he was just a heavy-set man in a ball cap, a man you would not look at twice at a counter, a man who probably had a truck and a house and maybe a family somewhere, and that ordinariness was so much worse than a monster would have been, because a monster you could see coming. A monster has a look, and this had no look at all. This was the guy in front of you in line. This was anybody. I have caught myself since studying men's faces at truck stops, at the fuel desk, in the booth across the diner, thinking, is it him? Could it be him? And the honest answer is, I would not know. I looked right at him under 1,000 watts of light, and I could not tell you today which man in a crowd he was. They do not look like anything. That is how they get close. He looked at me a second longer, and I swear there was no anger in it, no wildness, nothing you could point to and call evil, just a flat kind of disappointment, like a man whose fish got off the hook, a little put out, already thinking about the next spot, and that flat look told me more about what I had almost walked into than anything else the whole night. He turned around and walked back to the car. Not fast. He would not give us fast. He walked back with his hands in his jacket pockets, and he said something to the woman, and she got in, and I watched her get in the back seat, not the front, the back, and the way she got in, hunched, careful, made my stomach turn over, and the man got in the passenger side, and the second man, the one who had been sitting in the dark the whole time, put it in gear and pulled out. No headlights until they were almost to the on-ramp, and then the lights came on and they merged onto the freeway going north, and they were gone. I got their plate, or part of it. Owen got more of it than me, because he had thought to grab a pen 19 years, and I still did not have a pen where I could reach it, and between the two of us on the CB, calling numbers back and forth in the dark, we pieced together most of a plate and a make, a dark-colored sedan, older, and the fact that there were 3 of them, 2 men and a woman, and that the woman was in the back and did not want to be there. By the time the highway patrol got up to us, which took most of an hour because of where we were, the car was long gone down the road, but the patrolman put out what we gave him, and he was not dismissive. I will say that he took it seriously. He had that look. He said there had been reports. He did not say reports of what, and I did not ask, because I did not want to know, or maybe because I already knew. Owen and I stood in the lot after the patrol left, 2 old truckers in the cold, and we did not say much. He was younger than me, maybe 40, ex-Army. You could tell by how he stood. He had a thermos, and he poured me a cup of coffee into the lid, and handed it over, and we leaned on the front of my rig and drank it and looked out at the black road. "Woman in the back seat," he said, finally. "Yeah?" I said. "That is the part," he said. And he did not finish it, and he did not have to. We stood out there a long time before the patrol came. Up in those mountains, it is not like the city. There is not a unit around every corner. And it was the better part of an hour, and in that hour, the adrenaline drained out of me and left me shaking and cold and a little sick to my stomach, the way you get after. Owen kept me talking. I think he did it on purpose, kept asking me easy questions, where I ran, how long I had been driving, did I have kids, and I answered, and the answering kept me from spinning out. And I have thought since that a man who does that, who knows to keep another man talking after a bad thing, has been on the other side of a bad thing himself. And I never asked him about the army, because you do not. But I would bet on it. I called Carol. I had one bar flickering, and I got her on the third try, and it was past 2 in the morning, and she answered, scared the way you answer a phone that rings at 2. And I told her I was fine. I said it first. I am fine, everything is fine, before I told her any of it, because that is the rule when you call somebody in the middle of the night. You tell them you are okay before you tell them why you would not be. And then I told her a little of it, the shape of it, and she was quiet on the other end, and then she said, in a small voice I had not heard from her in years, "Come home." And I said I would, first thing. And I did. The patrolman, when he came, was young, but he was not stupid. And he did not treat me like a spooked old man. And I have been grateful for that too, because it could have gone the other way. A couple of truckers with a story about a couple who might have just been broken down, no crime, nobody hurt, and he could have taken a lazy report and gone back down the hill. He did not. He listened, and he asked good questions, and when I told him about the woman in the back seat, the way she got in, the hunch of her, he stopped writing for a second and looked up at me and he said, "Quiet, you are sure it was the back seat?" And I said I was sure. And he wrote that down with a kind of care that told me it mattered, that it meant something to somebody who knew more than I did about what these things looked like. He told us, before he left, without telling us anything really, that we had done the right thing and that we should not go looking for the car, that if we saw it on the road, we should not do anything but call it in. And the way he said that, "Do not go looking," told me that he thought there was something to find. And that scared me worse, in a way, than the lot had, because the lot was over and this was the world going forward, a world where that car was still out there on my road, on the run I drove every week. I did not sleep that night at the rest area like I had planned. I could not have. I pulled out and I drove the rest of the way down the valley in the dark, with every light in the cab off and the radio off, and my hands at 10 and 2, and I watched every dark car I passed. And I got home to Carol as the sky was going gray, and she was up, she had not slept either, and she met me in the driveway in her robe, and she did not say anything. She just held on to me for a long time in the cold. And that, I think, is when it finally came out of me. Standing in my own driveway in the arms of my wife, all of it, the shaking, whatever you want to call it, and she held on until it was done. I took a few days off. Carol wanted me to take more, wanted me to see somebody, and I did eventually. I sat in a small office and talked to a woman with a box of tissues on the table, and it helped more than I expected it to. And I am not too proud to say that. But the thing that actually got me right was going back out. The first run back up the 5, I was tight as a wire the whole way, my hands aching from gripping the wheel, and I came up on that rest area, my rest area, and I had told myself I would not stop there, that I would push on to the truck stop down the valley, and then some stubborn thing in me put on my signal and took the ramp, and I pulled into that lot in the daylight, in the plain ordinary daylight, and I sat there. There was a family at a picnic table, a guy walking a little dog, a woman changing a baby in the back of a minivan with the door open, unafraid, the way you are, unafraid in daylight. And I sat there and I looked at the spot where the dark car had been, just a patch of cracked asphalt, nothing. And I made myself get out and walk to the restroom and back the same walk. And my heart went the whole time. But I did it. And I got back in my rig and I felt like I had taken something back. Not much. A patch of asphalt. But it was mine again and not his. Because that is the part. I keep coming back to her. I did not save her. I am not the hero of this. I am the fish that got away. The woman did not get away. The woman drove off north into the dark in the back seat of that sedan, and I do not know her name, and I never will, and I do not know what happened to her. And there is a version of that night, a version that came within one lit rig and one man with a pen of being real, where the plan works, where I walk over to help, where whatever they had planned for me happens, and she is still standing there in the cold for the next one. I have thought about whether she was a victim or whether she was one of them, and I have gone back and forth and I have landed on this. It does not matter. If they made her stand out there in the cold as bait, then whatever she was theirs, and the fear on her was real. I saw it. Real fear does not fake. And a person who is that afraid and gets in the back seat when she is told to is not free, whatever the law would call her. The patrolman took a report. There is a number on it, report 81503. I asked a few weeks later if anything had come of it, and the answer was the answer you always get, which is nothing yet, which means nothing, which means it went in a file with the other nothings. I changed some things after that night. Small things. I keep a pen and a pad clipped where I can reach them now, so I never again have to spell out a plate off my memory in the dark. I do not park away from the other trucks anymore. I park close, nose to tail with the other rigs, because there is safety in the herd, and I used to think I was too seasoned to need the herd, and I was wrong. And I stop for people on the road still, because I will not let them take that from me too, but I stop different now. I stop with my truck between me and them. I stop and I look for the second man in the dark car. I stop and I look at the person being used as the hook, and I ask myself, is she cold or is she afraid? Because it turns out those are not the same stillness, and I did not know that before. And I know it now, and it is the most expensive thing I have ever learned. Owen and I still talk. We ended up on the same rough schedule for a while, and we would catch each other on the CB going opposite directions on the 5. Him up, me down. And we would say a few words. Nothing much. How was the road? Watch the ice past Tejon. He never made a big thing of it. That is the trucker way. But once, maybe a year later, we happened to be parked at the same truck stop down in the valley, and we had dinner at the counter, and near the end of it, he set down his coffee and he said, out of nowhere, "You did the right thing, not going over there." And I said, "I almost went over there. I had one foot pointed that way." And he said, "But you did not." And he let it sit there between us on the counter for a while. And then he said, "The thing I think about most," he said, "the ones who make it are not the brave ones. They are the ones who listen to the little voice for one extra second." I have thought about that line a lot. Listen to the little voice for one extra second. Because the voice was there the whole time for me, and I would bet for every person who ever got away, the voice was there early, saying wrong, saying no, saying get back to the truck. And the only thing that separated me from the worst night of my life was that I gave it one extra second of the benefit of the doubt instead of talking over it. That is such a small thing. It is almost nothing. And it is everything. And I did not learn it in 19 years on the road. I learned it in one lit up minute in a mountain rest area, and I would give a great deal to have learned it some cheaper way. I have a granddaughter who thinks my sleeper cab is the best place on earth, and when she is old enough, I am going to tell her about the little voice, not the whole story. She is too small for the whole story. But I am going to tell her that there is a voice inside her that reads trouble before her eyes do, and that it will feel rude to listen to it. It will feel paranoid. It will feel like she is being unfair to some poor man with a broken down car, and I am going to tell her to listen to it anyway, every single time, and to be willing to be wrong and rude and paranoid 1,000 times so that the one time it is real, she is already halfway back to the truck. I did not stop driving nights. I did not quit the run. I did not get off the road. The road is my whole life, and my father's before me, and I was not going to let one bad night at a rest area take it. And if I am honest, quitting would have meant he won a bigger thing than the thing he almost got, and I was not going to give him that. But I drive different now. I said that already. The pen, the parking clothes, all of it. The biggest change is the one I cannot really show you, which is inside. I used to drive that road half asleep, my body doing the work while my mind wandered, and I do not do that anymore. I cannot. Some part of me is awake now at every pull-off, reading every stopped car, checking every lit-up couple against the template I did not used to carry. It is tiring. It is a tax I pay every night now that I did not used to pay, and I would not give it back, because it is the same alertness that had me halfway to my truck before that man finished his sentence, and I have decided the tax is worth it. I looked her up in a way. I could not look her up. I had no name, but I watched for months after. Every time I stopped at that rest area, or any rest area on that stretch, I looked for a dark, older sedan and a woman with her arms wrapped around herself, and I never saw them again. And I do not know if that means they moved on to another road, or got caught somewhere, or just got more careful, and the not knowing is a stone I carry. I have made my peace with a lot of it, but not with her. I close my eyes some nights, and she is still standing at the edge of that light, and I drive away, over and over, in the version that is real, and in 100 versions that are not. And there is no version where I get her in my truck and take her down the hill to safety, because there was no such version available to me that night. The doors were his to open, not mine, but a man's peace does not care what was available. A man's peace just keeps showing him the woman at the edge of the light. There were pines around that rest area, big old ones, and the wind came down through them all night while we waited for the patrol, that dry mountain wind that smells like clean nothing. I still smell it whenever I come over the top of the grapevine and start down the north side. I roll the window down a crack, even in the cold, and I let it in. And I think about a woman standing at the edge of the light, with her arms wrapped around herself, not shivering, and I say a little something for her, out loud, to nobody, and then I put both hands on the wheel and I bring it down the grade. The chair by the window had been moved, and I had not moved it, and I stood in the doorway with my duffel still on my shoulder trying to decide whether a chair could move itself, which is a thing your brain will actually try to sell you when the alternative is worse. I install commercial refrigeration, walk-in coolers, reach-ins, the big systems for grocery stores and restaurants, and the work travels, so I travel, and that fall the work was a chain rollout in Los Angeles. A bunch of new stores going in across the county, 6 weeks of it, maybe 8, which is too long for a motel and too short for a lease. So I did what guys like me do. I found a short-term rental, a back house behind a bigger house up in Highland Park on one of those steep streets off the main drag. And it was cheap for the area, and it had its own entrance. And I booked it for the whole run and did not think twice. My name is Corbin. I am 36. I mention my age because I am not a kid. I am not somebody who scares easy or reads too much into things. I have slept in 100 strange rooms, in 100 strange towns, motels and rentals, and once a cot in the back of a store we were building out. And I am comfortable being alone in the dark in a place I do not know. That is part of why this one got so far under my skin. It got past defenses that are pretty well built. I should explain the life a little, because the life is why I was there and why I was alone. Commercial refrigeration is a good trade, and a lonely one. The systems are big and specialized, and there are not that many of us who do the install end of it, so when a chain decides to open a bunch of stores in a region, they fly in or drive in a handful of guys who know the equipment, and you live out of a bag for a month or two while you set the racks and braze the lines and charge the systems and chase down the leaks. And then you pack up and the next job is in Phoenix or Sacramento or some town you never heard of, and you do it again. I have been doing it for 12 years. I know the inside of more airport rental counters and extended stay motels than I could count. I am good at being alone in a strange place. I actually like it most of the time, the quiet of it, the way a strange room asks nothing of you. For a run this long, 6 weeks, motels get expensive and they get grim. That thin recycled air and the sound of ice machines all night. So I had started the last couple years booking short-term rentals instead, whole little places I could cook in and spread out in and feel like a person instead of a traveling piece of equipment. I had stayed in a dozen of them by then, in a dozen cities, and they had all been fine, better than fine, and I had built up a comfort with the whole arrangement that I did not think twice about. A stranger's spare place, a lockbox with a code, a text if the water heater acted up. It works. It had always worked. That comfort was another one of the defenses this thing got past, and I think that is worth saying, because the more times the thing goes fine, the less you watch it. And I had watched this kind of arrangement go fine so many times that I had stopped watching it at all. I found the back house through one of the apps, booked the whole run in one shot because it was cheaper that way and because I did not want to deal with moving mid-job. The photos were nice. The reviews were good, 4.5 stars, a bunch of short ones, quiet, clean, great host, and a couple longer ones that I did not read as closely as I wish I had, one of which I realized much later when I went back and found it, said the host was very attentive and had a little smiley face after it, and read at the time like a compliment and reads now like a warning somebody almost gave and then softened. The owner met me the first day. His name was Gil. He lived in the front house, an older guy, 60s maybe, retired something, and he was friendly, real friendly, the kind of friendly that is a lot right away. He shook my hand with both of his hands, which I have never liked, and he walked me back along the side of the property to the back house, past a garden he was proud of, and he told me about the neighborhood and the good taco place and the parking rules, and he had a key ready for me on a little leather fob, and he was, on paper, a great host. He told me to knock any time if I needed anything. He said, "We are going to be neighbors for a while," and he smiled when he said it, and I smiled back, and there was nothing wrong yet, or nothing I could name. The property itself I should describe, because it matters later how it was laid out. The front house was an older bungalow, well kept, up a set of concrete steps from the steep street, with that garden Gil was so proud of running down the side. Roses, and some kind of night-blooming thing, and a lemon tree, all of it very tended, very controlled, not a weed anywhere, the garden of a man with a lot of time and a lot of need to keep things in order. A narrow walkway ran along the garden from the front, past the side of the main house, back to the converted garage at the rear of the lot, which was my place. So to get to my door you walk the length of his garden, right past his kitchen window, and I did not think anything of that the first day, and by the end I thought about it constantly, that every time I came or went he could see me from his kitchen, that there was no way to reach my own front door without passing under his eye. Gil talked a lot that first day. Some people do, and it is nothing, but there was a quality to how he talked that I keep turning over. He asked a lot of questions and did not offer much back. He wanted to know how long the job was, exactly, and where, and whether I had family in town, and whether anybody would be visiting, and whether I worked days or nights. And he asked it all in that warm, neighborly way where each question is just friendliness. But at the end of it, he knew my whole schedule and my whole isolation, and I knew almost nothing about him except that he had lived there a long time and used to do something with his hands. He was vague about what. I remember thinking he was lonely. That was the read I landed on, a lonely old man who liked having somebody around, and it made me a little more patient with him than I might have been, and being patient with him is a thing I had to unlearn fast. There was a camera, a little doorbell camera on the front house, pointed at the steps up from the street, which is normal. Everybody has those now. And there was a second one I noticed on the second or third day, up under the eave of his house, pointed back along the garden walkway toward my door, and that one I did not like, but I told myself it was for packages, for security, that a man is allowed to have a camera on his own property, and all of that was true, and none of it made the little red light feel any better when I walked past it to my own front door at night. The back house was one room and a bathroom, basically. A converted garage done up nice, a bed, a little kitchen along one wall, a table, and that one chair by the window that looked out on the garden. The window had a curtain. The door had a deadbolt. I checked the deadbolt the first night the way I always do, out of habit, and it threw solid, and I slept fine. The first wrong thing was small. So small I did not even file it as wrong, I filed it as me being forgetful. I came back from a job the second or third day, and the coffee mug I had left in the sink that morning was washed and sitting in the drying rack. And I stood there looking at it, and I thought, huh. And then I thought I must have washed it before I left and forgot, because that is the reasonable thing to think. That is what a sane man thinks. And I moved on. Then it was the chair. I came home late, past 10 at night, tired, and I opened the door and hit the light, and the chair by the window was turned. It had been facing the table. Now it was facing the window, facing out at the garden, pulled back a little from the table, the way you would pull it if you wanted to sit in it and look out. And I stood in the doorway with my duffel on my shoulder, and I ran the tape back in my head, and I knew, the way you know where you left your own coffee cup, that I had not turned that chair. I do not sit and look out the window. I am not a sit and look out the window person. That chair had been facing the table when I left that morning, and now it was facing the window, and there was no version of the day where I had done that. And I stood there, and my brain, doing its job, went looking for a story that was not the true story, and the story it found was maybe the cleaner moved it, except there was no cleaner. It was a short-term rental for one guy on a work run. Nobody cleaned it. Nobody was supposed to come in at all. I did the thing you do. I checked the place over. Nothing was missing. My tools were in the truck. My cash was where I keep it. My laptop was on the table where I left it. Nothing taken, nothing disturbed, except a washed mug and a turned chair, which is nothing, which is the kind of thing that if you called anybody about it, they would think you were losing it. So I did not call anybody. I put the chair back facing the table, and I threw the deadbolt, and I told myself I was tired, and I went to bed. But I did not sleep good. I lay there, and I kept looking at the chair. The next morning Gil was in the garden when I left, kneeling by the roses with a little pair of clippers, and he looked up and said good morning, and then he said, "You were up late." Just that. Friendly. And I stopped on the walkway and said, "Was I?" And he said, "Saw your light. Everything all right in there?" And I said, "Everything was fine," and I went to my truck, and I drove half a mile before it landed on me. Saw your light. My one window faced the garden, sure, and the curtain was thin, and it was possible, it was completely possible, that he had seen my light through the curtain from the garden, or from his own window, and thought nothing of it. That is the reasonable read. But I had had that light on late because I could not sleep because a chair had moved, and now the man was telling me, first thing, that he had been watching my window in the dark, and doing it in that warm way that made it impossible to object to, because what was I going to say? Do not look at the window. I put a light in, and I drove to the job with that sitting in my stomach. That was also the day of the smell. I got home that evening and opened the door, and the place smelled like him. A smell is the hardest thing to be sure of, and I have gone back and forth on it, but I know what I smelled. Gil wore a particular cologne, or aftershave, something old-fashioned, a little sweet, a barber-shop smell, and I had smelled it on him each time we talked. And when I opened my door that evening, the room had a thread of it in the air, faint, already fading, the way a smell is when the person who brought it left a while ago. I stood in the doorway and breathed it in, and my skin went cold, because you cannot argue with a smell the way you can argue with a moved chair. A chair maybe you misremembered. A washed mug maybe you washed it. But a room does not smell like a man who was not in it. He had been in there that day, close enough and long enough to leave his smell hanging in the air, and there was no story I could tell myself that made that all right. And still I did not leave. I keep having to say that, because it is the true and shameful spine of the whole thing that I kept getting told, clearly, by the world and by my own body, and I kept finding reasons to stay one more night. The reasons all sounded adult: the money, the job, the not wanting to accuse a lonely old man of something I could not prove. But under the adult reasons was something older and worse, which was that I did not want it to be true, and as long as I stayed, I could keep pretending there was a version where it was not. The next morning, before I left for the job, I did something I have done in cheap motels near the border where you do not trust the locks. I set a little trap, nothing dramatic. I laid a strand of my own hair across the seam of the top dresser drawer, where you cannot see it unless you know to look, and I stood the deadbolt thumb turn at a very specific angle, straight up and down, memorized it, and I left one of my boots just barely against the base of the door, not blocking it, just touching, so that if the door opened inward, the boot would move. And I went to work. That was the day I told Silas. Silas was on the crew with me, another refrigeration guy, younger, and we had been running jobs together for a couple of years, and we got along. And he was staying in a motel out by the freeway because he had not wanted to bother with a rental. We were up on a ladder that afternoon setting a condenser, and I told him about the mug and the chair and the little traps I had set, half laughing about it, because saying it out loud in the daylight to another person, it did sound a little crazy, and Silas did not laugh. Silas got quiet, and then he said, "The owner has a key, right?" And I said, "Well, yeah, it is his place. Of course he has a key." And Silas said, "So you set a trap for a guy who has a key and every right to open the door." Which stopped me, because he was right, and it made the whole thing worse, not better. Because if Gil was letting himself into the back house while I was gone, washing my mug, sitting in my chair looking out at his own garden, then there was nothing to catch, was there? No break-in, no crime, just a landlord being weird in a space he owned, and what was I going to do? Call the police because a man sat in a chair. I would move out, Silas said. Tonight. I would move out and finish the run at my motel. I would put you on the floor if I had to. And I should have. I want to say that plainly, right here, because it is the most important thing. I should have listened to Silas that afternoon on the ladder and moved out that night, and I did not, and the reason I did not is embarrassing and human, and I think a lot of people would have made the same mistake, which is that I had paid for the whole run up front, 6 weeks, non-refundable, a good chunk of money, and I did not want to lose it. And I did not want to be the guy who fled a nice back house over a coffee mug. And I told myself I would just be more careful, and I would talk to Gil, and I would keep my traps set, and it would be fine. It was not fine. When I got home that night, the boot had moved. Not much, maybe 2 inches, swept aside in the little arc a door makes when it opens inward. I saw it the second I stepped in, because I had been thinking about it all the way home, and my stomach went to water. I crouched down and I looked at the drawer, and the hair was gone. Not moved. Gone. Somebody had opened that drawer and my hair had fallen away, and they had not known to put it back because they had not known it was there. And the deadbolt thumb turn, which I had left straight up and down, was cocked over at an angle. Because when you lock a door behind you with a key from the outside, the thumb turn ends up wherever the key leaves it, and it was not where I left it. Somebody had been in there that day with a key and had gone through my dresser. I stood in the middle of that little room, and I felt something I had not felt since I was a kid, which is that specific fear of a grown adult who has power over you and is doing something wrong with it and knows you cannot easily stop them. Because that was the trap of it. Gil owned the place. Gil had a key. Any door I locked, he could open, legally, any time. There was no lock I could throw that he did not have the other half of. I was living inside a box, and the man I was afraid of held the only spare. I called Silas. He did not answer. He was probably asleep. Early call the next day. I texted him. I said, "It happened. Someone was in here. Drawer opened. I am freaking out." And I sat down on the edge of the bed with my back to the wall so I could see the door and the window both, and I tried to think. I I thought about just leaving right then, driving to Silas's motel, and I should have. Again, that was the right move. Again and again I did not take it, and I have had to forgive myself for that slowly, over a long time. What I did instead was tell myself I would confront it head on, like a reasonable adult, that I would go up to the front house in the morning and talk to Gil, man to man, tell him I knew someone had been in the unit and that it needed to stop, and gauge his reaction. That felt like taking control. It was nothing of the kind. It was walking up to the thing and knocking on its door. But before morning came, there was the night. I have never spent a night like that one, and I hope I never do again. I sat against the wall on the bed with all the lights on, and the table dragged part way across the room, and the skillet within reach, and I listened. That is all I did for hours. I listened. And a small quiet house at night has more sounds in it than you would ever believe. The refrigerator cycling on and off, the ticks of the walls cooling, a branch of the lemon tree scraping the roof when the wind moved. Every one of those sounds went through me like current, because every one of them might be him, and I would come up off the wall with my heart slamming, and then place the sound, refrigerator, branch, wall, and sink back down shaking, and then a minute later there would be another one. I thought about calling the police right then, before anything happened, and I ran the conversation in my head. A man alone in a rental, afraid the owner keeps coming in. Nothing taken, no lock broken. And I heard how it would sound, and I put the phone down. I thought about calling Silas again, and I did not want to wake him twice. I thought about just getting in my truck and driving to the motel. And that was the right thought. That was always the right thought. And I did not do it. And the reason I did not do it that time, at the very end, was not the money anymore. It was that I was afraid to walk the garden path in the dark. To get to my truck, I had to go out my door and walk the length of that garden, past his kitchen window, under that camera, 40 feet of open, dark with the man's house right there. And somewhere in the small hours, the idea of opening my door and stepping out into that had become more frightening than staying behind it, and so I stayed behind it, which is exactly backwards, which is exactly how these things trap you. They make the box feel safer than the door. And sometime late, I do not know the exact time because I had stopped looking at the clock, I heard the deadbolt. I want to describe this exactly. I was half asleep, and there was a sound a deadbolt makes, the little scrape and then the heavy slide of the bar, and it is a sound I know from throwing it myself 20 times a week, and I heard it from the outside, the scrape of a key finding the lock and then the bolt beginning to turn, at whatever hour that was, with me inside, and I came awake so hard and so complete that I was already on my feet before I knew I had moved. Everything I had been telling myself for 4 days collapsed in that one sound. All the reasonable readings, the misremembered chair, the mug I must have washed, the light he must have innocently seen, all of it burned off in the scrape of that key, because a man does not innocently unlock a tenant's deadbolt from the outside in the middle of the night. There is no warm, neighborly version of that. There is only one version of that, and I was inside it. And under the terror, which was total, there was a second thing, thin and cold and almost worse, which was a kind of sick vindication, a voice that said, "There, you see, you were not crazy. You were right the whole time." And being right had never felt so much like drowning. The bolt turned, the door started to open, and a wedge of the garden's dark showed at the edge of it, and a shape, a man's shape, filling the gap slow and quiet, the way you open a door when you do not want the person on the other side to wake. And that slowness, that care, that was the thing that told me everything about what he thought was about to happen, because you only open a door that gently when you believe the person inside is asleep. I did not think about being polite. I did not think about the money or about being the crazy guy. All of that burned off in an instant. What came out of me was pure animal, and it was loud. I yelled. I yelled the way you yell when you mean it, from the gut. And I grabbed the first thing my hand found, which was a heavy cast iron skillet off the little stove, and I threw it, not at the door, at the wall next to the door, because some part of me even then did not want to hurt a man I could not yet see, and it hit the wall with a sound like a gunshot in that little room, and clattered to the floor. And I was already yelling, "Get out, I see you, I called the cops are coming." None of which was true about the cops, but all of which came out of me in a roar. The door stopped. The shape in the gap went still. And then it pulled back, and the door swung shut, quiet, careful, the deadbolt not even thrown again, just pulled shut, and I heard feet on the garden path, not running, walking, quick but walking, back toward the front house. I called 911 then, for real. My hands were shaking so bad I misdialed it the first time. When the dispatcher answered, I could barely get it out, that a man had tried to come into my rental in the middle of the night, that I thought it was the owner, that he had a key. And the dispatcher was calm and asked me, was I safe right now? Was the door secured? And I said yes. And she said, stay on the line, units are coming. And I dragged the table in front of the door, and I sat against it with the skillet back in my hand. And I stayed on the line with that dispatcher, whose name I never got, and whose voice I will never forget, until I saw the blue and red come up the steep street through the curtain. The first officers were kind but careful, the way they have to be, because they walk into 100 of these where a scared person has misread a normal thing, and they cannot know from the doorway which kind they have. They separated us, one with me at the back house, one up at the front with Gil, and they had me walk them through it, and I did. And I watched the one taking my statement try to square what I was saying with what he was seeing, which was a locked door with no damage, and a shaken man with a frying pan and a table dragged across the floor. I showed him the drawer. I showed him where the boot had been. I could hear how it sounded even as I said it, a strand of hair, the angle of a thumb turn, and I could see him filing it as maybe as possibly as a guy who got himself worked up. And I felt the whole thing starting to slide toward nothing, toward a report that would say, tenant reported hearing his door and no evidence of entry, and I understood, standing there, how a man like Gil survives, how he had probably survived before on exactly this, on the gap between what a frightened person knows in his body and what a careful person can prove in the street at 3 a.m. Here is what the police found. And here's the twist that turned my stomach worse than the fear had. Gil answered the front door in a robe, sleepy, confused, the picture of a wronged old man. He said he had no idea what I was talking about. He said he had been asleep. He said, and this is the part he said, maybe the young man had a bad dream, guys who travel for work, the stress, you know how it is. And he said it kind, he said it concerned. And I stood there in the street, in the blue and red light, listening to him make me sound crazy to 2 officers, and it was working. I could see it working, because there was no broken lock, nothing was taken, and it was his property, and it was my word about a deadbolt sound against a nice retired man in a robe, and it would have ended there. It would have gone in a drawer as a spook tenant and a bad dream, except for 2 things. The first was Silas. Silas had woken up to my text, the "it happened, someone was in here" text, and Silas, God love him, had not gone back to sleep. Silas had gotten in his truck and driven over, and he pulled up on that steep street right in the middle of it, right while Gil was in his robe telling the cops. I had a bad dream, and Silas is not a shy person, and Silas walked up and said loud to the officers that I had told him 2 days ago that someone was getting into my unit, that I had set traps, that this was not a bad dream, that I had called him about it before tonight ever happened. And that changed the temperature, because now the story was bigger than one spooked man in the dark. There was a pattern I had reported to a witness days earlier. contemporaneously before the scary part, and one of the officers wrote that down, and the way he wrote it down told me he had heard it. The second thing was the key. One of the officers asked Gil, real casual, whether he had a key to the back house, and Gil said of course, he was the owner. And the officer asked, just as casual, could he see it? And Gil went and got it, and it was on a little leather fob, and the officer looked at it. And then the officer asked whether that was the only key, and Gil said yes. And something in how he said it, a little too fast, made the officer ask the next question, which was whether anyone else had ever had access, a cleaner, a previous tenant, a family member, and Gil said no, never, no one, and that was the lie that cracked it, because it turned out not to be true, and the reason I know it turned out not to be true is what a detective told me 3 weeks later. The back house had been rented before me to a young guy, a student, about a year earlier, and that young guy had moved out abruptly, mid-lease, left stuff behind, just gone, and at the time nobody thought much of it because young guys flake, and his family had filed him as missing eventually when the calls stopped connecting, and it had never been tied to the address, because why would it be? People move, people drift, and it was a different jurisdiction that took the missing report. But when my complaint came in, and Silas's statement, and the detail about the key in the drawer in the middle of the night, some detective somewhere did the thing detectives do when they are good, which is pull the thread, and the thread ran back to a kid who had rented the same little box behind the same nice old man's house and then stopped existing. The detective who called me was named Reyes, and she was careful with me in the way the good ones are, never promising, never telling me more than she should. But she told me enough over the months to let me understand the shape of what I had walked into. She told me the student's name once, and I wrote it down, and I have it still on a piece of paper in my toolbox that I do not look at. She told me he had been 20, a community college kid, that he had rented the back house for a semester while he sorted out some family thing, that he had been a quiet kid with not many people checking on him, which I have come to understand is a kind of pattern, that these men have a sense for who will not be checked on, the traveler, the loner, the kid with a thin thread back to anybody who would come looking. She told me that when he stopped answering his phone, people assumed he had drifted, because that is what a 20-year-old with a thin thread is allowed to do, drift, and that by the time anybody filed anything, the trail was cold, and the connection to the address was buried under the ordinary churn of a young person moving through the world. She asked me a lot about the small things. She kept coming back to the mug, the chair, the drawer, the smell. At first I thought she was humoring me, letting the spooked witness tell his ghost story, and then I understood she was doing the opposite, that to her the small things were the case, that a man who lets himself in to wash a mug and turn a chair and go through a drawer is a man rehearsing, a man getting comfortable, a man crossing a line an inch at a time until the last inch does not feel like a line at all. She told me, in her careful way, that the escalation I had described, the days of small entries building to the middle of the night, was familiar to her, and she did not say from where, and she did not have to, and I did not sleep well for a while after that conversation. They could not charge him with what happened to me. That is the part that makes me the angriest, and the part nobody expects. Entering a unit you own is not a crime the way it needs to be. There was no forced entry, nothing taken, and my word about a bolt turning in the night, even with Silas backing the timeline, was not enough to put a man in a cell. What my night did, the only thing it did, was put his name and his address in front of a detective at the exact moment she was looking for a thread on a missing kid, and make her look harder at a back house behind a bungalow than anyone ever had. Whether that hard look ever becomes anything, I do not know. These things move slow, when they move at all. Reyes told me once, not as a promise, just as a fact, that the small things a live witness remembers can matter later in ways you cannot see yet, and I have chosen to hold on to that. That my washed mug and my turned chair and my strand of hair are sitting in a file somewhere, small and stubborn, waiting. I do not know how that ends, even now. I moved out that night obviously. I slept on Silas's motel floor for the rest of the run, and I have never been so grateful for a thin, scratchy motel carpet in my life. The case is open. It has a number. Case 72608. I call sometimes. The detective is careful with me, the way they are. Does not tell me more than she should. But she has told me enough to know that I was not the first man to sleep in that back house and lie awake looking at a chair, and that the difference between me and the one before me might have been nothing more than a strand of hair across a drawer and a friend who did not go back to sleep. Silas drove me back to get my things 2 days later, in the daylight, and neither of us said we were doing it in the daylight on purpose, but we both knew, and we went in together and packed my bag in about 10 minutes, and Gil watched us from the garden the whole time, kneeling by his roses with his little clippers, and he did not say a word, and neither did we, and the not saying was its own kind of awful, this silent old man among his flowers, watching two men load a truck, and I have never wanted to be gone from a place so badly in my life. When I pulled out I looked in the mirror once, against my own advice, and he had stood up and was watching the truck go, one hand up, not quite a wave, just a hand raised, and I have seen that hand in my sleep. I owe Silas more than I can say, not just for the motel floor, though that too, for getting in his truck at 3 in the morning when a text scared him, for standing in the street and telling 2 officers, loud and sure, that I had reported this days before, that it was not a dream, that he was a witness to a man being afraid before there was anything dramatic to be afraid of. I have thought about what happens to me without that. The report says, bad dream. The case never gets its thread. And maybe I am fine, I move out anyway, I finish the job, and I never know how close I came, which might have been a mercy. But maybe I am not fine, and the only difference between the two is a friend who checked his phone. I have started checking my phone at night. I have started being the friend who drives over. It is a small way to pay a debt you cannot really pay. I think about the kid, the student. I never met him. I never will. But I slept in his room. I threw his deadbolt. I looked out his window at that garden the old man was so proud of. And somewhere in that year, between him and me, the chair got moved, and the mug got washed, and the man in the robe learned nothing except that he had gotten away with it. And I keep thinking about how close I came to being the next name in a drawer, and how the whole thing turned on decisions so small they are almost nothing. A hair, a boot against a door, a text sent to a friend who happened to check his phone. There is one thing I learned out of all of it, and it is the only thing worth passing on. If you are ever staying somewhere and you get the feeling I got, the mug feeling, the chair feeling, the feeling that someone has been in your space when they should not have been, do not do what I did. Do not talk yourself out of it because nothing was taken. Do not stay because you paid up front. Do not decide to handle it in the morning like a reasonable adult. The feeling is the evidence. The feeling is your own body telling you a thing it figured out before your eyes could prove it, and by the time your eyes can prove it, it is very late. I had all the proof I would ever get in the first 2 days, a washed mug and a turned chair, and I treated the proof like a mood, like something a good night's sleep would fix, and it was no mood at all. It was a countdown, and I let it run almost all the way down because it wore the face of a lonely old man tending his roses. Leave first. Sort out the money and the embarrassment and the being wrong from somewhere safe. You can always apologize to a landlord for overreacting. You cannot unbe the person who stayed one more night to be polite. That is the whole lesson, and it cost a stranger a lot more than it cost me to learn it. I finished the rollout, 6 stores, on schedule, because the work does not care what happens to you at night. The coolers still have to get set. And on the last day, driving out of the city toward the next job in another state, I came down off the hill from Highland Park and merged onto the freeway heading east, and I rolled the window down and let the air in. And I did not look in the mirror at the neighborhood going small behind me, because there was nothing back there I wanted one more look at. And I put both hands on the wheel and I drove, and I did not stop until the city was a smear of light a long way behind me, and the dark ahead was just ordinary dark, the kind with nothing in it, the kind I used to think all dark was. The report was already printed and paper-clipped on the passenger seat when I finally understood what I had done. I had her address in there, her new last name. A photo of her carrying groceries up a set of blue stairs in Ballard taken from across the street with a long lens, and I had sold all of it to a man for $800 cash. I sat in the car outside his building, with the engine ticking and my hands on the wheel, and I thought, as clear as anything I have ever thought, you have to get that back. It started weeks before that, and the ending only makes sense from the beginning, so I will go back to it. I run a 2-person agency out of a rented half of a brick building in Georgetown, down where the freight trains still go through at night, and the whole floor hums when they do. The sign on the glass says Kellen Investigations, which is my name, Travis Kellen, and the other half of the 2 people is a man named Owen, who is 61 and used to do fraud work for an insurance carrier before they folded his department into a call center in Arizona. Owen does the databases. I do the sitting. That is most of the job, the sitting. Television makes it look like we kick down doors. We do not kick down doors. We sit in a Honda with a cold coffee and a full bladder, and we photograph a man who filed a back injury claim while he loads a washing machine into a truck by himself. That is the work. It pays the rent on the Georgetown space, and it pays Owen, and it pays me, barely, and most nights I am asleep by 11 with the news still going. I got into this work sideways, the way people get into most things. Before the agency, I spent 9 years doing claims for the same kind of insurance outfit Owen came out of, driving to the homes of people who had filed on a flood or a fire or a fall, sitting at their kitchen tables and deciding, based on a form and a feeling, whether they were lying to me. Most of them were not. A few of them were, and I got good at telling which, and I would like to be proud of that skill. But the truth is, it is a cold thing to be good at, a thing that makes you look at everybody a certain way. Your neighbors, the guy who fixes your car, the woman across the aisle at the grocery store. You start running everybody through the form. My ex-wife told me once, near the end, that I interviewed her instead of talking to her, and she was right, and that is one of the things I do not look at directly if I can help it. She lives in Tacoma now with a man who sells restaurant equipment, and by all accounts talks to her like a person, and good for her, and I mean that on most days. So I know liars. That is the part that matters going in, because what happened is that a man who knew liars sat across from the best one he ever met and got up from the table with the man's money in his pocket. I had spent my whole adult life learning to see the seam where a story is stitched to nothing, and Dale Foss did not have a seam. Or if he had one, I was too busy counting the $400 in the envelope to run my thumb along it. I had not had a real case in 5 weeks. I had done 2 process serves and 1 afternoon of watching a woman not cheat on her husband, which is the outcome I always root for and almost never say out loud. Rent was due on the office and due on my apartment on Beacon Hill in the same week, which is a bad piece of scheduling I had never gotten around to fixing, and I was $300 short with nothing coming. So when the phone rang on a Tuesday in October and a man's voice asked if I found people, I said, yes, I find people, and I meant it like a drowning man means the word rope. He said his name was Dale Foss. He said it twice, the way people do when they have practiced saying it. We met at a coffee place on Airport Way, one of those long, narrow ones with the garage door open to the street even in October, and I got there first and watched the door the way I always do. He came in at 10 after, and I knew him before he said anything because he was looking for someone the way a man looks for a person he has paid to meet, scanning, patient, unbothered. He was maybe 50. Clean. That is the word my head landed on and would not let go of. Clean. Like a man who had been recently and thoroughly washed. Gray quarter zip, dark jeans with a crease in them, boat shoes with no socks even though it was cold. He had a way of holding still that most people do not have. Most people fidget. They check their phones, they turn their cups, they touch their own faces. Dale Foss sat down across from me and folded his hands on the little table and did not move them again for 20 minutes, and I noticed it the way you notice a smell you cannot place, low, under everything else, not enough yet to make you get up and leave. He told me a story, and it was a good story. I have heard a lot of them, and I can tell you that most people tell you a bad story because most people are telling you the truth, and the truth is shapeless and full of holes and boring parts. Dale Foss told me a clean story with a beginning and a middle. His younger sister, he said. Her name was Nora. She had gotten mixed up with a man a few years back, a bad one, controlling, the kind who empties your accounts and reads your phone, and she had finally gotten out, which was good. That was the good part, except she had cut off the whole family to do it. Changed her number, moved, and did not say where. He understood why, he said. He did not blame her. But their mother was sick now, down in Salem, and did not have long, and he only wanted to find Nora so he could tell her, so she could come say goodbye before it was too late, so she would not spend the rest of her life not knowing she had missed it. He said, I do not even need to talk to her. You could just tell me where she is, and I will write her a letter. She can decide. I just do not want to be the reason she never got the chance. I have thought about that sentence 100 times since. I do not want to be the reason. He handed me the reason, and I took it and I ran with it. He gave me what he had, which was a lot, more than clients usually have. A maiden name, 2 old phone numbers, both dead. A photograph printed, a woman in her 30s with dark hair and a careful smile standing at what looked like a wedding. And I remember thinking, she looked like she did not want her picture taken, and I remember not letting myself think about it any harder than that. He said she might be in the Seattle area. A friend had thought they saw her. He gave me $800 in cash in a bank envelope, $400 to start and $400 when I found her. And I took the first $400 and I told him I would be in touch. And we shook hands, and his hand was dry and cool, and I drove back to the office feeling like a man who had just made rent. There was a moment on that drive, and it is the moment the whole thing turns on, and it lasted about as long as a red light. I was stopped at the light where Airport Way crosses under the freeway, and I had the envelope on the seat beside me, and I thought, without any drama, just a plain, flat thought, the way you think you left the stove on. He never asked what it would cost. Foss. He had never asked my rate. People always ask the rate. It is the first thing out of their mouths. Before hello, sometimes. Because people who want to find people are usually people at the end of something, and money is the thing pressing on them. Foss had opened a bank envelope and counted out $800, like he already knew the number, like he had done this before and the number was just the number. And I sat at that light, and I felt the thought try to become a bigger thought, felt it reach for the wedding photo, and the stillness, and the practiced way he said his own name. And then the light turned green, and I drove through it, and I let the thought go, because I needed the rent, and that is the whole story right there, that green light, that is the entire thing. A man had a true thought and drove through it. Owen found the thread in a day and a half. That is the part nobody puts in the movies, how easy it is. People think they disappear. They do not disappear. They just get quiet. And quiet is not the same as gone. Nora had changed her last name legally to a name that was her grandmother's maiden name, which Dale had actually mentioned in passing, the grandmother, and Owen ran that against county records and a utility hookup and a business license for a small operation. She cleaned houses. She had incorporated a little cleaning business, the way you do when you are rebuilding a life, one careful legal box at a time. There was an address that came back to a duplex in Ballard, blue stairs out front, and I drove up there on a Thursday, and I parked across the street, and I did the sitting, and at 4 p.m, a woman with dark hair came up the sidewalk with 2 canvas bags of groceries, and went up the blue stairs, and let herself in with a key from a lanyard around her neck. And I lifted the camera and got 3 good frames before she was inside. That was the moment. I know that now the woman on the stairs, because of what happened when she reached the top. She stopped. She did not look at me. She looked up and down the street, once each way, the whole street, slow, before she put the key in the lock. It was not the look of a person checking for a bus. It was a look I knew because I had done it myself in bad stretches, the look you do when a part of you never fully believes the door is going to keep working. And I sat in my car with 3 photographs of a frightened woman, and I told myself the story Dale Foss had told me, the sick mother, the goodbye, the letter, and I drove back to Georgetown, and I printed the report. I had sat on that duplex for the better part of 2 days before she showed. That is the part the job is actually made of. The 2 days, not the 3 frames. I know that street now better than I know my own. I know the retired couple 2 doors up who walk a fat beagle at 7 and again at 4. I know the kid who works nights somewhere and comes home at 6 in the morning and sits in his car for 10 minutes before he goes in, doing whatever a person does in a car at 6 in the morning to get ready to be alone. I know which house has the wind chime and which one lets its recycling blow into the street. You learn a block the way you learn a face, and the whole time I was learning Nora's block, I told myself a version of the thing that let me keep sitting there, which is that I was doing a kindness. A dying woman in Salem, a daughter who did not know. I was going to be the small quiet hinge that let a family close a door gently before it closed hard. That is the story I ran on a loop in that Honda for 2 days, and it is amazing what you can make yourself believe when the alternative is admitting you do not know who you are working for and you took his money anyway. When she finally came up the walk with those 2 canvas bags, I felt the thing you feel when a sit pays off, the little jolt, the hunter's yes, and I am not proud of that either. A woman came home to make her dinner, and a man in a parked car felt a hunter's yes at the sight of her. That is what I was by then and had not admitted. I got my 3 frames. I watched her stop at the top of the blue stairs and look up and down the street, the whole street, slow, and I filed it under nothing, under a woman being careful, under none of my business, and I drove away. Owen watched me do it. He is a quiet man, and he watches more than he says. He read the report over my shoulder while I was clipping it, and he said, "You meeting him again or dropping it off?" And I said, "Meeting him," and Owen said nothing for a second, and then he said, "The sister." "Nora. What did she do that the whole family lost her number?" I said, "She got out of a bad relationship." Owen said, "And the brother has her wedding photo." I stopped clipping. I had not put it together. It is such a small thing, and I had walked right past it. The photograph Dale Foss gave me was from a wedding, and it was not a snapshot. It was a good clean print, the kind the photographer sends you, and if Nora had cut the whole family off, if she had gone quiet and changed her name and never told them where, then how did her brother, who only wanted to find her to tell her their mother was sick, have a professional print of her at what was almost certainly her own wedding? You do not keep your estranged sister's wedding portrait in a drawer. You would only have that if you had been at the wedding, or if you had taken it from her, or if the wedding was to you. I told Owen he was reaching. I remember saying that word, reaching, because it is the word I use on other people when I do not want to look at a thing. He shrugged and went back to his desk. But I sat there with the paperclip in my hand, and I looked at the woman on the blue stairs, looking up and down the street, and something in the back of my head had started to walk in a circle. Part of me wishes I had stopped there. I did not stop there. I drove to meet Dale Foss the next morning with the report on the passenger seat, because I needed the second 400, and because a part of me was still holding on to the clean story, and because it is a very human thing, maybe the most human thing there is, to finish a job you have already been paid to start. We met at the same coffee place. He was already there this time, in the same seat, hands folded, and there was a paper cup in front of him that he had not touched. I sat down and I put my bag on the floor, and I did not take the report out, and I watched him watch me not take the report out. He said, "You found her." I said, I had a few things to run down still. I said, "It's slow. The way you talk to a dog you are not sure about." I said I wanted to confirm a couple of details before I handed over anything with an address on it, because in my line of work you get burned if you hand a client bad information and they act on it. That last part was true, which is why I said it. He nodded. He seemed to accept it, but his hands came apart on the table, just a little, the fingers spreading flat against the wood. And it was the first time I had seen him move his hands, and it made my stomach go cold in a way I could not have explained to anybody. I said, "Tell me again about your mother." "Salem, you said." He said, "Salem." He said the name of a hospital. He said it easy, no hitch, and I have interviewed enough liars to know that the easy ones are the ones who have said it before, out loud, to other people, until it wore smooth. I said, and Nora cut everybody off. "When was that?" He said, "A couple of years ago." And then he did a thing that I keep coming back to. He smiled. Not a big smile. A small, private one, like a man remembering something pleasant, and he said, "She was always good at going quiet, even when we were kids. You could be in the same house as her and not know she was there." I sat there and looked at him a beat too long, and he let me look, and that was the other thing. He never got uncomfortable. He never filled a silence. Most people cannot stand a silence. They will confess to almost anything to fill one. It is the oldest tool there is, and I have used it in 100 kitchen tables. I let the silence sit on Dale Foss for a slow 10 count, and he sat inside it as easy as a man in a warm bath, looking at me, mildly pleasant, waiting. And I understood that the silence was not a tool that worked on him, because he was the one thing my whole career had never had to account for. He was not nervous, because he was not doing anything wrong in his own head. He was looking for his sister. He believed it, the way you believe your own name. We were kids, their mother in Salem. It all held together if you did not push on it. I pushed on it a little. I said, "You two must have been close." And he said, "Closer than anybody." And there was that stillness again, that held breath quality, and I understood all at once. Sitting in a coffee shop on Airport Way with a freight train going by outside, that this man did not love his sister and had never loved his sister and quite possibly did not have a sister at all. I told him I would call him in a day. I stood up too fast, and my chair scraped, and a couple of people looked over. He did not stand. He looked up at me from the table and he said, "Do not take too long, Travis." "Their mother," he said, and he let it hang there, the mother he had invented, and I said I understood, and I walked out into the cold with the report still in my bag and my heart going like a rabbit. Owen was at his desk when I got back. I told him to pull everything he could on Dale Foss. Not the sister. Him. I gave him the phone number Foss had called from and the name and the little I had, and I sat down across from him and I called the hospital in Salem and asked as a family member whether they had a patient by Nora's real last name or the mother's, and they had no such patient, which meant nothing, because hospitals do not confirm patients to strangers on the phone. But the woman on the other end had answered too fast, the way you answer when the answer is just no. And I sat with that. It took Owen the rest of the afternoon and into the night. He is patient in a way I am not. I could not sit still for it. I made coffee nobody drank. I walked to the corner and back twice for no reason. The office gets loud when the freight comes through. The whole floor takes it up into the soles of your feet. And I stood at the window during one of those and watched the cars go by in the dark. And I kept thinking about the way Foss had said we were kids. Present, past, it did not matter. He had said it in a tense that meant the two of them still existed together somewhere, and I thought about a man carrying a girl around in his head for 30 years. And I thought, that is not a brother. And then I thought, you already knew that at the table. You knew it when his hands came apart. And I told myself to stop, that I did not have anything yet, that Owen was going to come up with a boring answer, and I was going to feel like a fool for the coffee I had made. The clock over Owen's desk is one of those cheap white office clocks with the red second hand, and I watched the red hand go around more times than a grown man should admit to. Every time it came up on the 12, I thought, one more day, the way Foss had said it, "Do not take too long, Travis," and I would look at my phone to make sure I had not somehow already told him. Around 9 he pushed back from his desk and took his glasses off and rubbed the 2 red marks they leave on the sides of his nose, and he said, "Travis," and the way he said my name I knew it was bad. Dale Foss was not Dale Foss, or he was, sometimes. Owen had run the phone number through the databases we pay too much for, and it came back to a prepaid account activated 6 weeks ago at a drugstore in Linwood. Dead end. But the photograph was the thread. Owen had scanned the wedding print I left on my desk and run it through the image tools, and the woman in it, Nora, our Nora, came up in a wedding announcement from 11 years back in a small paper down in Oregon, and the man standing next to her in the announcement, the groom, was not named Foss. He was named something else. And that man, the groom, had a record. Not a long one, but there was a protective order in it from 9 years ago, filed by a woman with Nora's first name. And there was a violation of that order 2 years later. And then there was nothing. A clean stretch. The kind of clean stretch that looks like a man reformed, and is sometimes a man who got better at not getting caught. And there was one more thing, and this was the thing that made me stand up and put my coat on. Owen had found a small item, barely an item, from a police blotter in Spokane 3 years back. A man had been questioned after a woman reported that someone had hired a private investigator to locate her, an investigator who had shown up at the shelter where she was staying asking staff about a client under a false pretext. The investigator had not known. That was the phrase. In the blotter, the investigator had not known the nature of the inquiry. No charges. The woman had moved again. The man questioned was released. And the name the man had given the investigator, the false name, was in the item because the reporter had thought it was a colorful detail. It was not Foss. It was a different name, but it was the same trick. A grieving relative, a woman who did not want to be found, a paid stranger with a camera, who did not know he was the bloodhound. He had done it before, in another city, to another investigator, and it had almost worked. And the only reason it had not worked was that a shelter worker in Spokane had thought something was off and made a phone call. And here in Seattle, 3 years later, there was no shelter worker. There was just me. I was the shelter worker. I was the one thing standing between this man and the woman on the blue stairs, and I had already taken his money and driven to her door and photographed her buying groceries. My apartment on Beacon Hill is the top half of an old house, and it has always ticked and settled the way old houses do, the radiators knocking, the floor of the empty unit below me shifting, and I had lived there 4 years, and never once heard any of it the way I heard it that night. Every sound was a man on a stair. I got up twice and looked out the window at the street, and there was nothing there. My own car and the neighbor's van and the wet black road. And the second time I stood there longer than I should have, because I had started, without deciding to, doing the thing Nora did, looking up and down the whole street, slow, each way. I had caught it off her, the way you catch a yawn. I stood at my own window at 2 a.m. doing a frightened woman's ritual on her behalf, and I understood in my body what it does to a person to live like that, to have your nervous system handed over to somebody else, to have a man living rent-free in the part of your brain that is supposed to tell you when you are safe, so that it never quite tells you that again. I did not sleep that night. I sat in my apartment on Beacon Hill, with the report on the kitchen table, and I looked at the 3 photographs of Nora coming up the stairs, and I looked at the one where she was at the top looking up and down the street, and I understood at last what she was looking for. She was looking for me. Not me specifically. She was looking for the day a stranger in a parked car finally meant what she had always known a stranger in a parked car would someday mean. And I had been that car. I had sat there and watched her do the one thing that had kept her alive, which was to look, and I had lifted a camera and proven that looking was not enough. In the morning I called Foss and told him I needed one more day, and he was quiet on the line for a long moment, and then he said, "All right, Travis, one more day." And there was something in the way he said it that told me he had stopped believing me. I hung up and I drove to Ballard. I called Owen from the road and told him where I was going and why. He was quiet for a second, and then he said, "That is a bad idea, Travis," and I said I knew, and he said, "You should call the police, not go knock on her door," and he was right. And I told him he was right, and I kept driving, because there was nothing to hand the police. A man had told me a lie to hire me. That is not a crime. A man had a wedding photo and a smooth story about Salem. That is not a crime. Everything I had was a feeling stacked on a woman I had watched buy groceries, and the one solid thing, the thing that would make a detective sit up, was in Nora's own head, and Nora did not know I existed yet. The only way to change that was to drive to her door and become the second stranger in a week, to prove she was right to be afraid. Owen said, "At least let me get a car headed that way," and I said, "Not yet. Give me 20 minutes to talk to her first." Because if I brought a squad car to that duplex, and she saw it before she saw me, she would be out the back window and gone, and I would have chased her into the wind for a man like Foss to find at his leisure some other day. Owen did not like it. He said, 20 minutes, and then I am calling whether you answer or not, and I said fine, and I meant it, and that promise is another one of the reasons we are both alive. Because the 20 minutes were nearly up when it all came apart, and Owen was already dialing when the first light came around the corner. I have gone over that drive 100 times since. I keep looking for the exit I did not take. There was not one. Every road out of that morning led to her door. The only real choice I ever had was the one at the green light under the freeway, days before, and I had made it already, and everything after was just me paying for it in installments. The blue stairs looked smaller in the morning. Everything looked smaller in the morning. I parked one house down instead of across the street, because I could not make myself sit in the same spot, and I went up the stairs and knocked, and I stood there in the cold with my hands shaking, and no plan for what I was going to say to a woman I had spent a week hunting. She did not answer for a long time. I could feel her on the other side of the door. There is a quality to a house when someone inside it is holding still and listening, a kind of pressure, and I had that against my face, like heat off a stove. I knocked again, softer, and I said, through the door, "My name is Travis Kellen. I am a private investigator, and I need to talk to you about a man who hired me to find you." I said it fast, all of it, before I could lose my nerve, and I heard nothing, and then I heard the deadbolt. The door opened as far as the chain would let it. One eye and a slice of her face. She had a phone in her hand already, held up, and I realized she was recording me, and I thought, good, smart, and I held my hands where she could see them. She said, "Who hired you?" I said, "He called himself Dale Foss. Around 50, gray zip-up, drives. I do not know what he drives. I never saw the car. He told me you were his sister, and your mother is dying in Salem, and he only wanted to write you a letter." The eye in the gap did not change, but the color went out of her face. I watched it go. She said, very quiet, "He does not have a sister." I said, I know that now. I am sorry. I found you. I want you to understand that, before anything else, because it is the thing you need to know. I found you and I put your address on a piece of paper, and I have not given it to him, but he knows I found you, and I do not think he is going to wait for me anymore. She shut the door. For one bad second I thought that was it, that she had decided I was part of it, which I had been. Then I heard the chain slide and the door opened all the way, and she stood there in a hooded sweatshirt with a cleaning company logo on it. This small woman with dark hair and a jaw set so hard I could see the muscles standing out in it, and she said, "Come in, quick," and she looked up and down the street while I did, that same look, and she shut the door behind me and threw the deadbolt and the chain both. Her name was Nora. She told me the rest of it standing in her own kitchen with the blinds down, fast, flat, no tears, the way people tell you a thing they have already cried all the way out years ago. The man in the wedding photo, 11 years. The account he emptied, the phone he read. The night she left, with a trash bag of clothes and her grandmother's ring, and drove until she ran out of gas, and then drove some more. She had done it 3 times. Spokane. Then a town in Idaho she would not name even now. Then here. She changed her name to her grandmother's. She started the cleaning business because you can be paid in checks and cash, and you can control who has your address, which is nobody. Her clients had a phone number and a company name, and that was all. She told me the small things too, and the small things were what got me, because the small things were the size of her whole life. No social media, not even a locked account, because a locked account is still an account, and a photo of a coffee cup can have a street sign in the window behind it. She parked 2 blocks from home and walked the last part on a different route each time, and she had timed it once, how long it took a person to follow somebody who kept changing the route, and she had made herself learn the answer. She did not keep photographs of her own mother, her real one, because a photograph is a thing that can be found and used, and when she said that part, her voice did the only thing it did the whole time that was not flat. It caught one word, and then it went flat again, and she kept going. She had a bag packed. She still had it on her. A small backpack she had grabbed on the way out the window without my even seeing her do it, and in it was everything a person needs to become nobody again in a new city by Friday. She had built the quietest life a person can build, a life with the corners sanded off so there was nothing to catch a hand on, and a man in a coffee shop had handed a stranger $800 and undone all of it in a day and a half. She said, "How did he find you?" Me. Not you. How did he know I was even in Seattle? I said I did not know. And I did not, then. The answer came later. Standing in our kitchen, I did not know, and the not knowing was the worst part, because it meant he was ahead of me, and I had spent my whole career being the one who was ahead. She said we should call the police, and I said yes, and she picked up her phone, and that is when the knock came on the door. It was not a loud knock. That is the thing I remember. In the movies, the villain pounds. This was 3 soft raps, patient, polite, the knock of a man delivering a package, and Nora and I both went still in her kitchen, and through the little window in the top of the door, blurred through the frosted glass, I could see the shape of a tall man in a gray zip-up standing on the blue stairs with his hands folded in front of him. He said, through the door, his voice easy and warm, "Nora, it is me. I have been looking so long. I have never heard anything worse than that. I have played that voice back in my head more times than I can count, because it was gentle. It was a voice you would trust. It was the voice he had used on me in the coffee shop, patient and clean, and I understood that this was the voice, this was the tool, this was the thing that had gotten women into cars and rooms and marriages, this warmth with nothing behind it, and Nora had heard it before, and she made a sound in her throat that I will not try to describe. I got my phone out and dialed 911, put it to my ear, and it rang. And Foss knocked again, 3 soft raps, and he said, "I know he is in there with you. Travis, come on out here and let us all talk. There is no need for any of this." The dispatcher came on. I said there was a man trying to break into a home and gave the address I myself had put on a piece of paper, and she asked me to stay on the line, and I said I would, and Nora was pulling me by the sleeve toward the back of the duplex, and Foss stopped knocking. The silence was worse than the knocking. We stood in her bedroom at the back of the place, and I heard him come down the blue stairs, unhurried, his boat shoes on the wood, and then I heard him walking around the side of the house, through the dead leaves, slow, taking his time, and I understood he was going to try the back. Nora's back door opened onto a little yard and a fence, and the neighbor's yard past that. The door had a deadbolt. It did not have a chain. She threw the deadbolt and we backed away from it, and the dispatcher in my ear was asking me questions I could not answer because I was watching the handle of the back door. The handle turned, down, and stopped, and up, gentle, then again. Then his voice came through the door, still warm, still patient, and he said, "Nora, this is silly. You know I am not going to leave. You know that better than anybody." And then the warmth went out of it, all at once, like a light switched off, and what was left was flat and low, and I heard it change, and it was the worst sound of the whole thing, worse than the knock, because it was the real one. He said, "Open the door." She did not open the door. He hit it then, once, with something, his shoulder or his boot, and the frame jumped, and a little shower of paint dust came off the top of it, and the dispatcher was saying, "Units are en route." "Is the door secured?" And I said it was secured, but it was not going to hold, and it was not. He hit it again, and the deadbolt held, but the wood around it did not. A long crack ran up the jamb, and Nora grabbed my arm hard enough to leave marks, and pulled me, and we went out her bedroom window. It was a low window. That is the only reason it worked. It was maybe 4 feet off the ground on the side of the house away from where he was, and she had it open and the screen out before I understood what she was doing. And she had clearly thought about this window. She had this window in her head as the window, the way I imagined she had a window in her head in every place she had ever lived. And we went out of it into the wet grass and along the side of the house and over the low fence into the neighbor's yard. And behind us I heard the back door finally give with a sound like a tree coming down. The neighbor was an old man named Halverson. I know his name because he is the reason we are both still here. He was in his kitchen in a bathrobe when a strange man and a woman he vaguely recognized as the lady from next door came over his fence and pounded on his sliding door. And a lot of men his age would have stood there and asked, "What the hell?" But Halverson took one look at Nora's face and opened his door and pulled us in and shut it and locked it, all in about 3 seconds. And then he picked up his own phone. Later he told the detective he had seen the man from next door before, twice, he said, sitting in a truck down the block at night over the last week. He had thought about calling somebody and had not, because what do you call about a man in a truck? That was the answer to Nora's question, the one I could not answer, in her kitchen. Foss had not found her through me. He had already found her. He had been watching that duplex for a week, maybe longer, sitting in a truck down the block at night, and he had hired me not to find her, but to confirm her, to be sure, to have a professional put it in writing so that when he finally went up those blue stairs, he would not be going up the stairs of some stranger who only looked like the woman he was hunting. I was not the bloodhound. I was a second opinion. He had wanted to be certain before he did whatever he had driven all this way and waited all this time to do. We stood in Halverson's kitchen, the three of us, and we listened. For a while there was nothing. Then I heard, from next door, a kind of methodical sound. Drawers, a closet, the sounds of a man going through a house that he believes still contains the person he came for, and I thought, he does not know we went over the fence. He thinks we are still in there. And I put my hand over Nora's mouth without thinking about it, gently, and she let me, and the two of us stood there in a stranger's kitchen, listening to a man take her home apart looking for her. I have never been so aware of sound. Halvorson's refrigerator ran and then stopped, and the stopping was so loud I flinched. A clock somewhere in his house ticked. Nora was breathing through her nose against my palm, fast and shallow, and I could feel her heart in the arm I had wrapped around her, going like something small and trapped. And I remember thinking that I did not know this woman, that I had known she existed for a week, that a week ago she was a maiden name on a legal pad, and now I had my hand over her mouth in a stranger's kitchen, and her heart was beating against my arm, and it was my fault she was here. Halverson did not say a word. He just stood at his front window in his bathrobe, with the phone to his ear, talking low to a dispatcher, giving his own address, and then Nora's, saying it twice, calm as a man reading a weather report. And I understood that he had lived a whole long life I knew nothing about, and that somewhere in it he had learned to be calm like this, and I was grateful for it, in a way that felt like something breaking. Next door the sounds went on. A cabinet, a heavier sound, furniture moved. Then, for a stretch, nothing at all. And then nothing was worse, because nothing meant he had stopped searching, and a man who stops searching is a man who has started thinking, and I did not want Dale Foss thinking. I wanted him tearing the place up. As long as he was tearing the place up, he believed she was in it. The quiet meant he had begun to wonder about the window, about the fence, about the old man's house with the light on next door. I felt Nora feel it too. Her whole body changed. And then, thank God, the first blue and red light came around the corner without a siren, the way they do when they do not want to announce themselves, and then there were two of them, and then there were more. I did not see them take him. I was on the floor of a stranger's hallway when it happened, so all I have of it is the sound. Halverson made us sit on the floor of his hallway, away from the windows, and Nora and I sat on the carpet with our backs against the wall and our knees up, two adults hiding on the floor of an old man's house, and we listened to it happen next door and across the yards. Men's voices, raised, the flat official kind, a dog somewhere going out of its mind. A period of quiet, then a lot of movement, then the particular silence that comes after. It was maybe 20 minutes. It felt like a night. A young officer came to Halverson's door, and we let him in, and he asked which of us was Nora, and Nora said she was. And he asked which of us had called, and I said I had. And he looked at me for a second longer than he looked at her, because he had already been told there was a private investigator in this, and the way he looked at me was a look I earned and have not stopped earning since. They had Foss. He had not run. That was the thing that got into me later, that he had not run. When the first officers came through the broken back door, he had been sitting on the edge of Nora's bed, calm, hands where they could see them, and he had told them there had been a misunderstanding with his sister, and he had kept saying it, my sister, in that warm, patient voice, all the way out to the car, even as they were reading him his rights. A man who had come apart a woman's back door with his shoulder, sitting on her bed telling police she was his sister. I do not know which is worse, that he believed it or that he did not. In his truck, parked 2 blocks over on a side street, they found things. I only know some of what they found because I gave a statement, and the detective told me some of it later, in a way I think was meant to make me understand exactly what I had almost helped happen. There was a bag. In the bag there were the kinds of things a man brings when he does not plan for the person to be able to call anyone afterward. I am not going to lay them all out. Some of what was in that bag I have made myself stop picturing. There was rope, and there was tape, and there was a second license plate that did not belong to the truck. There was a folder, and in the folder there were papers, and some of the papers were mine, my report. Not the one I never handed him. An earlier one, a draft, from my own trash. He had gone through my recycling, or Owen's, or gotten it some other way I still do not fully understand, and he had pieces of my work in a folder in a bag with rope in it, and when the detective told me that I had to go outside the station and stand in the parking lot for a while before I could drive, there was also, in the folder, a list. Names. Nora's was the last one. Some of the others had dates next to them, and some did not. The detective would not tell me what the dates meant, and I did not ask, because I did not want to be a man who knew what the dates meant. I have thought since that maybe they were the dates he found them, or the dates he was certain, or the dates it stopped mattering that he had found them. I do not know. Spokane was on the list. Idaho was on the list, a town, and I thought about Nora saying she would not name the town in Idaho even now, and I understood that she had been right not to, that quiet had kept her alive for years, and would have kept her alive longer if a broke investigator on Beacon Hill had turned down $800. They kept me most of that day. I gave a statement in a small room with a detective named Sergeant Ruiz, a heavy-set woman with reading glasses she kept pushing up into her hair and then looking for, and she was decent to me in a way I did not deserve. I told her everything. The coffee shop, the $800, the wedding photo Owen caught and I did not, the one more day I had bought, twice, which is the only reason there was a day left at all when I finally drove to Ballard. She wrote it all down, and she did not tell me I was an idiot, which somehow made it worse, because I kept waiting for her to, and she never did. She just wrote, and every so often she would push the glasses up into her hair and look at me over the top of nothing. At one point she said, "You know, most of the time this goes the other way. A guy like Foss hires a guy like you, and the guy like you never thinks twice, drops the address, cashes the check, drives home." She said it flat, not to make me feel better. She said, "The wedding photo. Your partner caught the wedding photo. That is the only reason we are having this conversation and not a different one." And I sat there and I thought about Owen at his desk taking his glasses off, and I thought that if I had been alone, if I had not had a quiet man who watched more than he said reading over my shoulder, I would have driven to that coffee shop and handed Dale Foss a piece of paper with a woman's front door on it, and I would have gone home and slept fine, and I would never have known That is the part that does not leave. Not the broken door, not the bag in the truck. The version where Owen is not there and I never know. There are men doing my job right now who did the other version this week and are sleeping fine tonight, and the only thing between me and them was a photograph and the age of a man who happened to notice it. The incident number was 41972. I wrote it on the back of a card and I kept the card. I do not know why. Sometimes a number is the only solid thing you get. Owen came to the station that night. Nobody asked him to. He sat in the plastic chairs in the lobby the whole time I was in the little room. An old man in a windbreaker with his hands folded, and when they finally let me out, he stood up and did not say anything. Just looked at me and then he said, "You drove up there, I heard you go. I was dialing before you knocked." He said it like it settled something between us, and maybe it did. On the way out to the lot, he said one more thing. He said, "The photo, if I had not seen the photo and let it hang." And I said, "I know." And he said, "No, listen to me, that is not the lesson." He stopped in the doorway, and he looked tired in the fluorescent light, tired in the way that comes from doing a version of this job for 40 years. He said, "The lesson is that the photo was there the whole time. It was on your desk. You handed it to me. You just did not want to look at it because you needed the rent." And then he pushed the door open and we went out into the cold, and he never said anything about it again, not once, in all the sitting we have done since. My license did not get pulled, which surprised me. There is no rule against being fooled. There is a rule against a lot of things, but being lied to by a client is not one of them. And I had not broken the ones there are rules against. I had not misrepresented myself to a shelter. I had not trespassed. I had run a legal skip trace on a person for a client who had a good story. Sergeant Ruiz told me that too, that I had not technically done anything, and she said the word technically the way you set something down carefully because it might go off. I have not run a locate since. Owen still does the databases. We do the sitting, the back injuries, the workers' comp, the man loading the washing machine. I turn down the locates now, all of them. Somebody calls and says they are trying to find someone who does not want to be found, a birth mother, an old army buddy, a sister who went quiet, and my whole body goes cold. And I tell them I do not do that work anymore. And I give them a name of somebody who does. And then I sit in the office for a while feeling like I have handed a loaded thing to a stranger. Because I have. Nora, I saw one more time. She came by the office a week after, which took a kind of courage I will never have, to walk into the office of the man who found you for the man who was hunting you. She did not stay long. She had the hood up on the cleaning company sweatshirt, and she stood just inside the door like she wanted to be able to leave fast, which of course she did. That is how she lives. That is how she is alive. She said she was going. That was the word she used. Going. Not moving. Because moving is a thing you do to a new address, and going is a thing you do to the whole idea of an address. She would not tell me where. She was right not to. I had proven exactly how much my knowing was worth. She said, "I do not blame you." She said it like she had practiced it, and maybe she had said it in the car on the way over the way Foss had practiced his mother in Salem, and I do not know if she meant it, and I did not deserve to ask. She said, "You drove up. When it mattered, you drove up. Some people would have just cashed it." And then she said the thing I hear at night. She said, "He was going to find me anyway. He always finds me. You just made it a Tuesday instead of some other day." And she pulled the door open and looked up and down Airport Way, once each direction, the whole street, slow, and then she was gone, and I have not heard from her since. And I hope with everything in me that I never do, because the day I hear from Nora is the day something has gone wrong. Foss did not go the way you would want. I followed it for a while, the case, the way you pick at a thing. He was charged. Burglary, the door, and some other things. And the bag in the truck should have been the thing that buried him. Except a bag of rope and tape is a bag of hardware until you can prove what a man meant to do with it. And Foss had a lawyer by the second day. And the warm, patient voice held up better in front of a judge than it had any right to. The list of names went to detectives in 3 states, and I do not know what came of it, and I have made myself stop looking. The last I heard, he had made bail on the local charges, while the rest of it moved slow through the machinery, and I heard he was out, and I heard he was quiet, and quiet from a man like Foss does not mean what it means from Nora. From Nora, quiet is a wall she stands behind. From Foss, quiet is a man being patient. He was always good at being patient. He sat across from me in a coffee shop for 20 minutes and never moved his hands. I still take the same route home, up Airport Way and onto the streets that climb Beacon Hill, and there's a stretch where the road comes up out of the industrial flats, and you can see the whole city lit up across the water, and I used to like that stretch. Now I check my mirror on it, not for anything. There is nothing to check for. Foss never had a reason to want me. I was a tool to him. Tools do not get remembered. That is what I tell myself on the good nights. On the other nights I remember that he kept a draft of my report in a folder in a bag, that he had my work, my name on it, my careful column of facts, and I think about a man sitting somewhere being patient with a folder that has my name in it, and I check the mirror and there is never anything there, and I keep driving, and I get home and I lock the door and I throw the deadbolt and the chain both, and I stand in my own kitchen for a second and listen to my own quiet house the way Nora taught me to, without meaning to, and then I turn on the news and let it fill the place up, because the quiet is the part I cannot do. The text came at 11:40 at night, and it had a photograph attached, and the photograph was of a check I had written 2 years ago that was supposed to no longer exist anywhere in the world. Under the photograph were 4 words: I know about Bothell. I sat on the edge of the bed with the phone going hot in my hand, and I did the arithmetic on how many people alive knew about Bothell, and the answer was 2, and one of the 2 was me. The other one was a man I had paid $1,100 to help me 7 months before. I own a third of a commercial flooring company down in Kent, the flat industrial part south of Seattle, where the warehouses go on for miles, and the only trees are the ones somebody planted in the parking lot islands because the city made them. We do the big jobs, not carpet in a living room. 40,000 square feet of polished concrete in a distribution center, epoxy floors in a food plant, the gym floors, the school hallways, the stuff you walk on every day and never once look at. It is good work, and it is hard on the body, and the margins are thinner than anybody outside it would believe. My name is Caleb. I started the company with a man named Wyatt 11 years ago, out of the back of a single truck, and for a long time it was the best thing in my life. Better than my first marriage, if I am being honest, which ended around year 4, and which Wyatt helped me through by working me half to death so I would sleep at night. There are few true things about Wyatt that come before the bad ones, because the bad ones turned out to be wrong, and that is most of what this is about. Wyatt is loud. He is the front of the house, the one who shakes the hands and works the bids, and takes the general contractors to the Mariners games. I am the one in the field at 5 in the morning in a respirator. That division worked for 11 years. It made us both a decent living. Wyatt has a lake place up north he is proud of, and a bass boat he is prouder of, and I have a paid-off house in Renton and an ex-wife I am on fine terms with, and a younger brother named Nathan who I talk to every day. And for a long stretch there I would have said I had built exactly the life I wanted with exactly the partner I would have picked. The divorce matters to what came later, so it belongs here. My first marriage ended in the 4th year of the company, and it ended the ordinary way, not with anybody being a villain, just 2 people who had stopped being able to find each other in a house, and I did not handle it well. I stopped sleeping. I would lie there running the same loops, what I did wrong, what I should have said, what she meant by the last thing she said, the way you do, and why it is the one who got me through it. And he did it in the only language either of us speaks, which is work. He booked us solid. He took every job that came. He put me in the field 60 and 70 hours a week, and he never once said a soft word about my marriage, because he knew I did not want soft words. I wanted to be too tired to think. And he gave me that, month after month, until the loops finally wore down and I could sleep again. A man does not forget that. When you have knelt on 100 slabs at 5 in the morning because your best friend understood that motion was the only thing keeping you off the floor, you do not easily come to believe that same man is robbing you. That history is exactly why I could not confront him and exactly why I could not let it go, and a man like Rick Mercer lives in that exact gap, the gap between people who love each other and cannot talk to each other, because that gap is full of frightened people looking for somewhere to set down what they are carrying. Then the numbers started to feel wrong. I am not an accountant. That was part of the problem. Wyatt handled the money side because Wyatt was the office and I was the field. And for 11 years I signed what he put in front of me because that is what partners do. They divide the world so neither one has to hold all of it. But we had a bad year, the kind where 2 big jobs went sideways at once. One was a cold storage facility out by the port where the slab kept sweating and we had to redo a section on our own dime, and the other was a school district job where the district changed the scope 3 times and then dragged their feet paying. So we were floating a lot of material cost with nothing coming back. And for the first time in years, the account that was always comfortable was not comfortable. And a man who is worried about money starts to actually read things. I started reading the statements for the first time in a long time, sitting at my kitchen table in Renton with a beer going warm, and things did not add up. Money went out to a supplier I had never heard of. A materials account had numbers in it that did not match what I knew we had bought, and I knew what we had bought because I was the one who unloaded it off the truck. There were cash withdrawals timed to the closings of jobs. Nothing enormous. That was the thing. Nothing so big it screamed. It was the size of a slow leak, the size of a man skimming a little off the top of a business he thought of as mostly his because he sat in the office and I did not. I started keeping a little notebook of my own, which is a detail I am not proud of, a spiral notebook, the same kind Mercer would use on me. And is that not something? And I would sit at the kitchen table matching statement lines to jobs, writing down the ones that did not fit. And the more I wrote, the worse it looked and the sicker I felt. Because every line I could not explain was a small brick in a wall between me and the only real friend I had. I would look at that notebook and I would think, I am building a case against Wyatt at my own kitchen table, and then I would feel like a traitor and put it in a drawer, and then 2 nights later I would take it out again, because the numbers were still wrong and wanting them to be right did not make them right. I did not want to believe it. The thing that has to be understood is that Wyatt was my best friend for a decade. I told myself I was reading it wrong, that there were explanations, that a supplier I never heard of was just a supplier Wyatt found, that cash withdrawals were petty cash for a business that runs on paying day laborers who want cash. I told myself all of it. And underneath the telling, in the part of you that does not lie even when the rest of you is begging it to, I knew the numbers were wrong, and I knew who had made them wrong, and I could not stand to know it. And I could not stand to confront him and be told I was crazy. And I could not stand to walk away from 11 years. So I did the thing that let me not choose. I decided to get proof first. I decided to be sure before I blew up my own life. That is how a reasonable man talks himself into hiring somebody like Rick Mercer. My brother Nathan is the one who found him, which Nathan has never forgiven himself for, and I have told him 100 times it was not his fault, because it was mine. All of it was mine. Nathan does paralegal work for a firm in Bellevue that handles construction disputes, and he knew the world a little, and when I finally broke down and told him what I suspected about Wyatt, over beers, on my back porch on a Sunday, Nathan did not tell me I was crazy. That is the thing about Nathan. He took it seriously. He said if I really thought Wyatt was stealing, I should not confront him without documentation, because the second you accuse a partner of theft, you have started a war, and you do not start a war you cannot prove. He said the firm used investigators sometimes for exactly this kind of thing, financial stuff, hidden assets, and he could ask around. And a few days later he came back with a name. Not from the firm. The firm used a big outfit that cost a fortune. Nathan had asked a guy he knew who asked a guy, and the name that came back was Rick Mercer, who did this kind of work freelance and was supposed to be good and supposed to be cheap and supposed to be discreet. which is the word everybody used, discreet, and I have thought a lot since about how discreet is a word that cuts two ways. We met him at his office, which should have been the first thing. Real investigators, the ones who do corporate financial work, they meet you in a conference room in a building with a directory in the lobby. Mercer had an office above a mattress store in Tukwila, up a flight of stairs that smelled like the teriyaki place next door. One room with a desk and two chairs, and a window unit and a filing cabinet with a lock on it, that I noticed because he noticed me noticing it, and he smiled and said, "Everything in there is somebody's worst week." And I thought that was a strange thing to be proud of, and I let it go. Mercer was in his 50s, soft in the way of a man who used to be hard, a gut over a belt, but forearms that told you he had done real work once. He had a gray brush of a mustache and reading glasses on a cord, and a way of listening that is hard to describe, because at the time it felt like the best thing about him, and it turned out to be the worst. He listened like what you were saying mattered more to him than anything had ever mattered to anybody. He leaned in. He nodded slow. He wrote things down in a spiral notebook with a pencil, and every so often he would stop me and go back and get a detail exactly right, the date, the amount, the name. And Nathan and I both left that first meeting saying to each other, "That guy is thorough. That guy does not miss anything. He does not miss anything." We said it like it was a good thing. I have tried to explain to people since what it is like to be listened to that way, and I do not think you can understand it unless it has been done to you. Most people, when you talk, are waiting for their turn. You feel it. You feel the little pressure of the other person loading up the thing they want to say. Mercer had none of that pressure. There was nowhere else he wanted to be, and nothing else he wanted to say, and all of that stillness pointed at you, at your words, at your problem, and it did something to me that I am ashamed of. It made me want to keep talking. It made me want to give him more, to earn more of that attention, and I watched myself over-explain, hand him details he had not asked for, fill his silences, the way I have watched 100 people fill mine at 100 kitchen tables, when I was the one deciding whether they were lying. I knew the tool. I have used the tool. And I sat in a chair above a mattress store and let a soft man use it on me, and called it, in my own head, a relief to finally have somebody take this seriously. The first meeting was about Wyatt. I laid it all out, the statements, the phantom supplier, the cash time to closings, and Mercer nodded and wrote and asked good questions, sharp ones. The questions of a man who had looked at a lot of businesses being quietly bled by the person who ran the office. He said it sounded like a classic case. He said he could pull some things, business filings, property records, see if Wyatt had assets that did not match his salary, the lake place, the boat. He said give him a few weeks. And then, near the end of that first meeting, he set his pencil down and took his reading glasses off and rubbed his eyes and said, "All right, Caleb, now the part nobody likes." And that was when he started asking about me. It was slow, the way he did it, and it was reasonable at every single step, which is how you get a reasonable man to the bottom of a set of stairs. He would never have walked down if you had shown him the whole flight at once. He started with money, which made sense. He was investigating money. My finances, what I was worth, what I owed, whether the house was paid off, whether I had anything Wyatt could come after if this went to a lawsuit. Reasonable. Then my marriage, the divorce, whether it had been clean, whether my ex could be called to say anything about me, and I thought that was a stretch, but I answered it because he explained it. A good lawyer for Wyatt would talk to everybody, he said, so I need to know what everybody would say. Then it got more personal than that. He asked whether I drank, how much, whether I had ever driven when I should not have. He asked whether there was anything in my past, anything at all, an arrest, a fight, a woman, a debt, a thing I had done on a job. He asked it all in that same warm, reasonable voice, and each question by itself was a question a careful investigator might ask, and it was only much later, laying them end to end, that I saw they were not the questions of a man building a case against Wyatt. They were the questions of a man taking inventory of me. He was not learning what Wyatt could use against me in a lawsuit that was never going to happen. He was learning what he could use against me in a room at 11:40 at night, 7 months later. And I answered everyone, because he had spent the whole meeting teaching me that answering him felt good. He said, in a case like this, it is never just about the other guy. If this ever goes anywhere, a lawyer, the state, a lawsuit, Wyatt is going to come back at you with everything he has got, and I need to know what he has got before he uses it. So, I am going to ask you some things, and I need you to be honest with me, more honest than you have ever been with anybody, because I cannot protect you from a thing I do not know about. He said it kindly. He said, everybody has got a Bothell. That was the first time I heard the word from him. He did not know about Bothell yet. He was using it as a figure of speech. Everybody has got a Bothell, meaning everybody has got the one job, the one thing, the week they are not proud of. And he leaned in with his elbows on the desk and his kind eyes, and he said, so what is yours? And I told him, Nathan says, I hesitated before I answered. He was in the chair next to me, and he says, I sat there for a second and looked at the floor first, and maybe I did, but it did not feel like hesitation from the inside. It felt like relief, and that is the part I cannot forgive myself for. That telling Rick Mercer about the worst thing I ever did felt good. It felt like setting down something I had been carrying by myself for 2 years. He had built the whole meeting toward that feeling. I did not know it then. I know it now. Bothell was a distribution center job, 40,000 square feet, the biggest single contract we had ever landed, and it was going to make our year, and the pour went wrong. Not badly wrong. The slab came in with a moisture reading a hair over spec, the kind of thing that on a smaller job you flag and fix, but the client had a hard move-in date tied to a lease that was costing them money every day it slipped, and a fail on the inspection meant tearing into a floor we had already poured and blowing a schedule that would have cost us the client and probably the company. The inspector was a county guy whose name I never said to anyone and never will, a man who I could tell did not want to fail us, who stood there tapping his meter and looking at the number and looking at me. And he said, in that way people say a thing without saying it, that sometimes these readings settle out over a few days, and a man could come back and check again next week if there was a reason to be patient. And I understood him. And I paid him, not in cash, because I was too smart to be smart. That is the thing about it. I thought I was being careful. I wrote a company check to a consulting LLC that belonged to the inspector's brother-in-law against an invoice for a moisture remediation assessment that never happened. And the inspector came back the next week and passed the floor, and we made our move-in date, and we kept the client, and we had our best year ever. And I never told Wyatt, and I never told my brother until that porch. And I had made myself believe the check was long gone, buried in 2 years of accounts, shredded, forgotten, a thing that had happened to a different man. I told Rick Mercer all of it. The client, the date, the reading, the LLC. I did not name the inspector, but I named everything around him, which for a man who finds people for a living is the same as naming him. Mercer wrote it down in his spiral notebook with his pencil, slow, getting the details exactly right, going back to confirm the amount. And when I was done, he closed the notebook and he put his hand flat on the cover of it, and he looked at me and he said, "Thank you for trusting me with that." He said, "That stays in this room." And Nathan, next to me, shifted in his chair, and later in the truck, Nathan said, "Why did he write it down, Caleb? If it is protected, if it is just so he knows, why did he write it in the book?" And I did not have an answer, and I told Nathan he was overthinking it. Nathan would not let it go all the way back to Kent. He is younger than me, and he works around lawyers all day, and he has a lawyer's nose for the thing that does not fit, and he kept circling it. He said, "And why does a guy who does financial investigations rent one room over a mattress store?" He said, "And why did he lock the cabinet in front of us and then tell us what was in it?" He said, "Thorough is one thing, but a thorough guy protecting you does not need to write your confession in pencil and file it. He needs to know it. He does not need to keep it. And every single thing my brother said was correct, and I heard all of it, and I did the thing I do. I took the true thing, and I set it down in a drawer because I did not want to carry it. I told him he watched too much television. I told him Mercer had cleared nothing yet, and here we were already suspecting the one guy who was on our side. I told him I felt better than I had in 2 years, and that part at least was true. And I let the feeling better win, because feeling better was exactly what I had been sold, and I had bought the whole thing. And my brother sat in the passenger seat and watched me buy it and could not stop me, and that is a thing he carried for a while afterward that was never his to carry. Rick Mercer, meanwhile, sat in his office above the mattress store with my worst week written in pencil in a spiral notebook, and he had gotten it out of me in under an hour, and it had cost him nothing. And it had felt to me like being forgiven. Here is the part that makes it worse. He was good. That is what kept me from seeing it for 7 months. 3 weeks after that first meeting, he called me in, and he had a folder, a real folder, with real work in it, and he walked me through Wyatt. He had done the job. That is the part that stays sharp. That the folder was legitimate. That a lesser crook would have handed me some vague nothing and pocketed the money, and Mercer instead handed me $1,100 of honest work, because the honest work was the wrapping, and the confession was the gift inside it, and a man does not suspect the wrapping. He had pulled Wyatt's property records, the lake place, the boat registration, the LLC filings, and he laid it all out on the desk, and he talked me through it line by line in that same warm voice. And it was not what I thought. That part is its own knife. Wyatt was not really stealing from me. The Phantom Supplier was a real company that Wyatt had set up as a separate LLC to buy materials at a better tax position, something his accountant had told him to do, something he should have looped me in on, and did not, because Wyatt is Wyatt, and he does the money, and he forgets I exist until it is time to sign. The cash time to closings was payroll, cash for the day laborers, exactly what I had told myself in my better moments, and not believed. There was some sloppiness. There was some stuff Wyatt should not have done. But there was no theft, no secret bleed, no betrayal, and Mercer laid it out clean and fair and even a little kind about Wyatt. And I sat in that office above the mattress store and felt the 11 years come back into focus, and felt ashamed of myself for ever doubting the man who worked me half to death so I could sleep after my divorce. And I paid Rick Mercer the rest of his $1,100, and I shook his soft hand, and I thought I had gotten off cheap. I thought the $1,100 was the price of finding out my partner was not a thief. That was the price I thought I was paying. I never confronted Wyatt. What was there to confront? I buried it. I went back to work at 5 in the morning in my respirator, and I let the whole thing close over like water, and for 7 months it was closed, and I was happy, or close to it. And then the text came at 11:40 at night with a photograph of a check that was supposed to no longer exist, and 4 words under it, and I sat on the edge of the bed and did the arithmetic, and the arithmetic only had one answer. My wife, my second wife, was asleep next to me. I have not mentioned her because she is not really part of this, and I worked hard to keep her out of it, which is its own small crime against a marriage. But she was there that night, breathing slow, and I sat on the edge of the bed with my back to her, and the phone lighting up my face in the dark, and I did the thing you do. I told myself it was spam, a scam, a wrong number, a mistake. Except the photograph was our check. Except the 4 words were the exact right words. There is a particular cold that comes over you when a thing you have buried surfaces with your own signature on it, and it started at the back of my neck and went down my arms. And I got up very quietly so as not to wake her, and I went and sat in the dark kitchen of a house I still owed nothing on, in a life I had rebuilt board by board after the first one fell apart, and I understood that somebody had just reached into the safest room I had and put their hand on the one thing that could take all of it, and that the somebody was the soft man who had once made me feel forgiven. And I sat there until the sky over Renton went from black to gray, and I did not cry and I did not sleep. I just sat, filed in a drawer in a room above a mattress store, waiting to find out the price of my own relief. I did not answer the text that night. I sat up until almost 4 staring at it, and then I did the worst thing and the most human thing. I zoomed in on the photograph. It was our check. Our company check, the pale green ones with the truck logo in the corner that Wyatt had picked out years ago. The payee was the consulting LLC. The amount was there. My signature was there, my actual signature, and the memo line. And I had written a memo, God help me, I had written moisture assessment on the memo line to make the fake invoice match. And there it was in my own hand. A lie I had signed and dated, photographed, and sent back to me at 11:40 at night with 4 words. I know about Bothell. The next morning I called Nathan before I called anyone. I read him the text over the phone and he was quiet, and then he said the thing I already knew and had spent the night refusing. He said, "Caleb, the notebook." And I sat down on my own back steps in Renton, and I felt the whole 7 months turn inside out, because there were exactly 2 ways a human being on this earth could have known the details on that check, the LLC, the amount, the memo, and one was to have the physical check, which had been in our locked files and then shredded, or so I had believed, and the other was to have been told all of it by me, out loud, in a room above a mattress store, by a man who wrote it down in pencil and said thank you for trusting me, and then went and got the check to match the story. Because that is what he had done. I understand it now, the shape of it, the whole clean machine of it. Rick Mercer did not investigate people for their money. He investigated people to find out what they had done, and the way he found out was to have them tell him, because a frightened man who thinks he is protecting himself will hand you his own throat if you lean in and nod slow and call it building the case. The Wyatt job was real. He did it well. He did it well on purpose, because a satisfied client is a quiet client, and a quiet client does not go telling people about the investigator who asked so many questions. He solved my little problem for $1,100, and in exchange, I gave him the real product, which was Bothell, and he filed it in the cabinet with the lock, the cabinet he had been proud of. Everything in there is somebody's worst week, and he had smiled when he said it, and I had let it go. The texts came at a rhythm after that, never threatening in the words. That is what I learned about how it actually works. It is almost polite. It is almost gentle, the same gentle I should have run from in the office. A few days after the first one, another. This one had a number in it, $9,000. Just the number, and then, separately, hours later, a line that said, "This is not about being greedy. This is about you being able to sleep." He knew what he had. $9,000 is a number a man like me can find without a loan and without a paper trail and without telling his wife, if he had a wife, or his partner, or his brother. $9,000 is priced exactly at the level of, I can make this go away and never think about it again. It was not priced at ruin. Ruin makes people desperate, and desperate people do unpredictable things like walk into a police station and confess to a 2-year-old bribe just to make the call stop. $9,000 was priced at relief. He had priced my relief the way he had bought it the first time, for the cost of leaning in and listening. He was very good at knowing what relief was worth to a man. I almost paid it. That is the truth of it. I sat with my banking open and my thumb over the transfer, and I did the math. A man does. 9,000 against my house, my company, my name in the trade, a floor I had signed, a lie about. And I came within a breath of paying it, and the only reason I did not is Nathan. Nathan came over that night and sat at my kitchen table, and he would not let me. He said, "Caleb, it is never 9,000. He said, "You pay the 9 and you have told him the price works. And then in a year the truck needs a new transmission for him, or the boat needs whatever, and it is another 9, and you are his now. You belong to him. You will pay this man for the rest of your life in installments, priced exactly at what you can stand, and he will bleed you the way you thought Wyatt was bleeding the company, a little at a time. Nothing so big it screams. And that landed on me like a slab, because it was true, and because I had spent a bad year learning exactly what a slow, quiet bleed looks like from a man who runs the office of your life. So we did not pay. We did something stupider, and I would not recommend it, and it is only luck and my brother that it did not go worse than it did. We decided to find out if I was the only one. Nathan still knew the guy who'd given us Mercer's name. He worked it backward, careful, a beer here, a lunch there, framing it as a satisfied customer looking to send referrals, which is a thing that happens. And over about 2 weeks he found 2 other people who had used Rick Mercer. One would not talk at all, went cold the second Nathan got specific, hung up, which told us plenty. The other was a man named Trent who owned a couple of pizza franchises out in Federal Way, and Trent, once Nathan got a careful few sentences into it, went very quiet on the phone and then said, "Is he doing it to you too?" Just like that. Is he doing it to you too? And Nathan put it on speaker, and I sat at my kitchen table in Renton and listened to a stranger describe my own life. Trent had hired Mercer to look into a manager he thought was stealing. Mercer had done a fine job. And Mercer had spent 1 hour making Trent feel safe enough to talk about the money Trent had been paying certain people to look the other way on certain things at certain locations. And 8 months later, the text started, polite, gentle, priced a relief. Trent had paid. Trent was still paying. Trent said, on the speaker, "In a voice I will hear for a long time, I have paid him $31,000, and I do not know how to stop. And I cannot tell my wife. And please, if you have found a way to stop, tell me." And neither Nathan nor I had a way to stop, and I had to sit there and tell a man who was drowning that we had called him hoping he had the rope. He told us more than we asked. Once he started, he could not stop, the way you cannot stop once the thing you have carried alone finds another set of ears that already understand the weight of it. He told us the first text had come 8 months after he thought the case was closed and paid, just like mine, and that the first number had been small, 7,000 for him, priced at his relief, and that he had paid it fast and felt sick and hoped that was the end, and that it is never the end. He told us how he had started keeping cash in the house so his wife would not see the transfers. He told us he had begun to hate his phone, that a text sound, any text sound, from anybody, made his stomach drop, so that even his kids texting him goodnight had become a small terror. And then he said the thing that I think about most. More than the drawer, more than any of it. He said, "The worst part is, he was so nice to me." Nathan and I did not say anything. Trent said it again, quieter, like he was working it out as he said it. "He was so nice to me." I told him things I never told anybody, because he was so nice, and I have wondered ever since whether he was ever a real investigator at all, or whether the investigating was just the thing he did to get the door open. And that was the closest anybody ever came, in all of it, to saying what Rick Mercer actually was, and it came from a pizza man in Federal Way at the end of his rope. And Nathan reached over and turned the recorder on my phone off, gently, because some things a man says should not be kept in anybody's drawer, not even ours. We should have gone to the police right then, I know that. Every person I have told this to has said it at that exact point in the telling. You should have gone to the police, and they are right, and I did not. And the reason I did not is the same reason Trent had paid $31,000. To go to the police, I had to hand them Bothell. I had to walk into a building and tell a detective that 2 years ago I bribed a county inspector and signed a check to cover it, and that is a crime, my crime, a real one with a real name, and there is no version where I turn in Rick Mercer without turning in myself. That is the whole genius of the thing. He was not selling silence about somebody else. He was selling silence about you, and the only key to the lock was your own confession, and he had built it so that the door to help was the same door as the door to prison. Trent understood it. I understood it. That understanding is the cage, and every man in it built his own bars, with his own hands, on his own worst week, and handed the key to a soft man above a mattress store, who leaned in and nodded slow. So instead of the smart thing I did, the thing that let me feel like I was doing something, which is a thing I apparently cannot stop doing, I decided to go see him, look him in the face. I told myself I was going to record him, get him saying it out loud, get some kind of hold of my own, and there is a version of that which is smart, and a version which is a man too ashamed to call the police driving to Tukwila to yell at the person who is ruining him. And mine was the second version, and Nathan knew it, and Nathan refused to let me go alone. That is the truest thing I know about my brother. I told him to stay out of it, that it was my mess, that there was no reason for both of us to be anywhere near it, and Nathan looked at me across my kitchen table and said, "If you are going up those stairs, I am going up them with you, and that is not a discussion, and I have never loved anybody more than I loved him in that second, and I have never been more afraid for anybody." We went on a Tuesday in the afternoon because I did not want it to be dark. The teriyaki smell was in the stairwell. The mattress store had a banner in the window about a holiday sale for a holiday that had already passed. I had my phone in my shirt pocket with the recorder going, which I had tested 3 times in the truck, and Nathan was behind me, and I knocked on the door that said nothing on it, just a number, and Mercer said, "Come in," before I even said who it was, and later that stayed with me, that he said come in like he had been expecting me, because he had been. He is a man whose whole business is knowing what a cornered person will do next, and I was doing exactly the thing my type does. And he had probably known the day he sent the first text that I would eventually come up these stairs. He was behind the desk, the reading glasses on the cord. The spiral notebook was not out, and I found myself looking for it, wanting to see it, the pencil, my worst week, in his careful hand. He said, "Caleb." He said it warm. He looked at Nathan, and something moved behind his eyes, a little recalculation, and he said, "And you brought your brother," and the fact that he knew Nathan was my brother, that he said it so lightly. The paralegal, the one who found me, told me he had kept looking at us long after the $1,100 was paid. We were not a closed case. We were inventory. Most of that conversation was me, and that was not good. I was shaking, and my voice was doing things I could not control, and he was calm through all of it, which is its own kind of horror, to be falling apart in front of a man who is as calm as a bank teller. I told him I knew what he was. I told him about Trent. That was a mistake, saying Trent's name, and I saw it be a mistake. I saw him file it, and I have worried about Trent ever since. I told him I had him recorded, which was a bluff about what I had so far, and I told him it was over. And he let me finish. He let me run all the way down the way he let silences run. And when I was done, he took his reading glasses off and folded them and set them on the desk, and he said, "Caleb, sit down before you fall down," and I did not sit down. And he shrugged like a man whose advice you are free to ignore. Then he told me, without ever once saying anything a recording could use, exactly how it was going to go. He did it in hypotheticals, and in that gentle voice. He said, "A man in my line hears a lot of confessions, and a careful man keeps records, and a careful man makes arrangements, so that if anything were ever to happen to him, an accident, an arrest, anything at all, those records do not disappear. They go out." He said it like he was explaining a warranty. He said, "So the worst thing that could happen to a man like you is not that you keep paying me. The worst thing that could happen to you is that something happens to me. You should want me to have a very long and healthy and comfortable life, Caleb. You should want that more than almost anyone." And he smiled the smile, the kind eyes. And he opened the top drawer of his desk, slow, to get a business card. He said, "In case you lose my number." And I saw what else was in the drawer next to the cards, dark and matte and not a stapler. And he saw me see it. And he did not touch it. And he did not need to touch it. It was just there. The way the lock on the cabinet had just been there the first day, a thing he let you notice, and he took out a card and set it on the edge of the desk toward me and closed the drawer. Nathan got me out of there. I do not remember deciding to leave. I remember Nathan's hand on my arm, and Nathan saying, "Lo, we are leaving now, Caleb, thank you, we are leaving," being polite to the man, being calm, getting us both down the teriyaki stairs and out into the gray Tukwila afternoon and into the truck. And Nathan drove. I could not have driven. and neither of us said anything until we were on the freeway. And then Nathan said, "That was the drawer, right? I did not imagine the drawer." And I said, "No, you did not imagine it." And we drove back to Renton, not talking. Two grown men who had gone up a flight of stairs to take back control of a life, and had come down understanding they never had it. For about 3 weeks after the stairs, I did nothing, which is what he wanted. Doing nothing is the natural state of a man in that cage. The Tex backed off for a bit, the way he knew to let a fish rest, and I told myself maybe it was over, maybe going up there had cost him something too. And that was another comfortable lie in a life I was starting to see had been mostly comfortable lies. Then the Tex came back, and they had changed, and the change is what finally moved me, because they were not about me anymore. One of them mentioned Nathan. It was gentle, of course. It said something about how I was ashamed to see a young man with a good future at a good firm get pulled into somebody else's problem, and how careers in a small legal community can be delicate things, and how it would be a shame, that word again, if a certain someone's involvement in a certain matter became known to certain people. And I understood that by coming up the stairs, my brother had made himself into inventory too. Mercer had a file on Nathan now, or he was building one, or he wanted me to believe he was, which for the purposes of the cage is the same thing. He had reached past me and put his soft hand on the one person I had left that I would burn the world for, and that, in the end, is the only reason I did the thing I should have done at the very beginning. Not to save myself. I had made my peace with pain. God help me, I had. It was Nathan. He should never have been on those stairs, and he was on those stairs because of me. And I was not going to let this man own my brother the way he owned Trent. I went to a lawyer, a real one, not through Nathan's firm. A criminal defense attorney in Seattle that the lawyer Nathan's firm recommended sent us to, an older woman who had heard worse than Bothell before breakfast and did not blink. Her office was on a high floor downtown with a view of the Sound and the ferries crossing it, and I remember looking at those ferries going back and forth, ordinary people going ordinary places, while I sat there about to say the words out loud to a second stranger, and thinking that the last time I had said them to a stranger it had cost me everything, and here I was doing it again. And how do you make yourself do a thing twice when the first time ruined you? I told her everything. All of it. The check, the inspector, the memo line, the whole 2-year-old sin, and then the 7 months of Rick Mercer. And she listened the way Mercer had listened, except that when she was done listening, she was on my side, which I had forgotten was a thing that listening could mean. She told me the truth, which is that there was no clean way out, that I had committed a crime, and that cooperating against Mercer might soften what happened to me, but would not erase it, that I was going to pay for Bothell one way or another in a courtroom instead of in installments, and that the courtroom was the better deal, because the courtroom ends and Rick Mercer does not. She said, "You can be done. It will cost you, and you can be done. Or you can keep being his and never be done. Those are the choices." And I said I wanted to be done, and I meant it more than I have ever meant anything, and she picked up her phone. It went slow after that, the way real things go slow. Nobody kicks the door in the next morning. There were meetings. There was a proffer, which is a word I learned, where I sat in a room with my lawyer and 2 investigators from the state and told the whole thing again into a recorder, my own worst week, on the record now, forever, and it did not feel like relief this time. It felt like what it was, which is a man setting fire to his own house to get the rats out. The room was nothing. A table and chairs and a recorder and a box of tissues nobody offered me and I would not have used. And I talked for a long time. And the strange thing, the thing I did not expect, is that it was harder than telling Mercer and it was harder than telling my lawyer. Because those 2 times I had been afraid, and fear carries you, fear has a current. This time I was not afraid. I had already decided, so there was nothing to carry me, and I just had to sit there in a plain state office and say, in a flat voice, into a machine, the sentence I had spent 2 years making sure I would never have to say. I paid a county inspector to pass a floor, and I wrote a check to hide it, and then wait while a woman across the table wrote it down. And it was the loneliest thing I have ever done. And it was the first honest thing I had done since Bothell, and those turned out to be the same thing. They had heard the name Rick Mercer before. That was the thing that got me. They did not act surprised. One of them, when I said the name, just looked at the other one, and I understood that I was not the first person to climb out of that cage and come tell them that there was a slow, careful thing already happening that I was now a part of, and that Trent, or the man who hung up on Nathan, or somebody, some other person who had reached their own breaking point, had already started this before me. They built it for months. I do not know all of what they did, and my lawyer told me to stop asking. What I know is that eventually there was a warrant, and eventually they opened the filing cabinet above the mattress store, the one he had been proud of. Everything in there is somebody's worst week. And it was true. It was exactly true. It was full of other people's worst weeks in careful pencil. I heard later that it was not even hidden well, that a man that careful about people had been almost careless about the cabinet, because the cabinet was not really the danger, and he knew it. The danger was the confessions themselves, and those he did not need to hide because we had all agreed, each of us alone, never to speak of them. The lock on the cabinet had been theater the same way the drawer had been theater, a thing he let you notice so your fear would do the rest of his work for free. Inside were notebooks and folders and copies of documents that men and women had led him to the way I led him to my own check, thinking they were building a case, thinking they were being protected, thinking that leaning in and that slow nod meant what it feels like it means. I heard there were dozens. I heard some of them were people you would know if you lived down here, business names on the sides of buildings. I heard that when they told some of those people that Rick Mercer had been arrested, the people did not feel relief. They felt the specific horror I would have felt a few months earlier. Because for a lot of them, the arrest of Rick Mercer was not the end of a nightmare. It was the release valve he had warned about, the records that go out, and I have wondered ever since how many of those envelopes he really had arranged to send, and how many were just the drawer he let you notice, the lock he let you see, the gentle voice describing a warranty. I think about that a lot. I think a lot of the cage was built out of nothing but the belief that the cage was real. And I think that is the worst part. That a man can be owned for years by a threat that was mostly the idea of a threat, priced at exactly what his relief was worth. The case number, mine, the one with my name in it, is 22094. I have it memorized the way you memorize a thing you would rather not. Mercer's charges were his own, extortion and some other things, a stack of them. One for every worst week they could get a person to stand up and name, and standing up and naming it is the price. That is the toll on the only road out. You have to hand over the thing he taught you to be most afraid of handing over. Some people paid the toll. A lot of people did not, and I do not blame them, and their files went back to them and their secrets stayed secret, and Rick Mercer knows their names still, wherever he is, and that is a thing they will carry. The inspector paid too, in the end, and I will not pretend I do not think about him. He was a county man with a pension and a family, tapping a meter, doing me a quiet favor that I turned into a check, and when my proffer named the shape of him, he came apart the way I came apart, and he lost the pension and the career, and stood in his own plain room saying his own flat sentences into his own machine. I did that to him. Mercer bled me for 7 months, but I am the one who signed the check, and the inspector is the one whose whole life I spent to save a schedule, and there is no case number that squares that, and there is no ferry crossing the sound slow enough to make it sit right. I paid my own toll. I pled to a reduced thing. My lawyer earned her fee, and I will not pretend it did not hurt. There was a fine that was more than $9,000, which is a joke I do not find funny, that the honest exit cost me more than the blackmail would have that first month, except that the fine ended and the blackmail would not have. I lost the bond that lets us bid certain public work, which means Wyatt has to carry that side of it now under his name alone, which brings me to Wyatt. Wyatt found out everything. Of course he did. It was his company too. his check stock, his logo in the corner of a document I had turned into a felony. I had spent a bad year secretly believing Wyatt was a thief. And it turned out the thief in the partnership was me, that I was the one who had signed a lie and hidden it, that the man I had hired an investigator to catch was cleaner than the man who hired him. I made myself tell Wyatt that too. I sat in the office, our office, the real one in Kent, with the directory in the lobby, and I told my partner of 11 years that I had suspected him of stealing, that I had put an investigator on him behind his back, and that the investigator had cleared him and then spent the next 7 months bleeding me over the actual crime, which was mine. Wyatt did not yell. I almost wish he had. He got very quiet, the way I get quiet, and he looked at me for a long time, and then he said, "You could have just asked me, Caleb, about the numbers. You could have just asked me." And he was right, and that is a floor I have to walk on every day now. We are still partners, on paper. It is not the same, and it is not going to be the same. And I have made my peace with that being the price too. One more installment on a debt I signed years ago at a distribution center in Bothell against a moisture reading a hair over spec. Nathan is all right. That is the one clean thing. Whatever Mercer had on him, or said he had, or wanted me to think he had, it never went anywhere, and Nathan kept his job and his good future in the small, delicate legal community, and he does not blame himself anymore, most days, and neither do I, most days, because it was not the guy who knew the guy who found me a name, it was me, it was always me, at the green light, at the desk, at the memo line, at every place along the way where a man who wanted to feel safe handed over the one thing he should have kept. The file exists. That is the closest thing to an ending there is. There is a case with a number 22094 in a system, and in it is a proffer with my voice on it saying the worst thing I ever did, archived, permanent, real. The way I once believed the check had stopped being real. Rick Mercer taught me that nothing you sign ever really stops being real. It just goes quiet. And quiet is not the same as gone, and one night at 11:40 it can light up your phone with 4 words and take everything back. I still do floors. I am out there at 5 in the morning in the respirator, on my knees, and it is honest and it is hard on the body, and I am grateful for every square foot of it. Because a man on his knees smoothing concrete is a man who is not on anyone's list, a man whose worst week is behind him instead of in a drawer. Sometimes a general contractor I do not know will hand me a card at a job and say his cousin does investigative work. Real discreet, real cheap, if I ever need that kind of thing. And I take the card so as not to be rude, and I put it in my pocket, and later, in the truck, I tear it in half, and then in half again, small, so small the pieces could not be put back together by anybody, and I let them go out the window on the freeway between Kent and Renton, and I watch them scatter in the mirror, and I drive home to a house I still own, and I sleep, most nights, which is more than Trent can say. And some nights I do not sleep, and on those nights I lie there, and my phone sits face down on the nightstand. Dark, silent, an ordinary thing that used to be an ordinary thing, and I listen to it not making a sound, and I wait for it to, the way you wait for a thing you have been taught to wait for, and I try not to do the arithmetic on how many drawers I am still filed in how many rooms, in how many careful hands. The mug was in the sink, and I do not use that mug, and neither does Colton, because it was my grandmother's, and it lives on the shelf where it has lived for years. It was in the sink, with coffee dried brown in the bottom of it. I stood in my own kitchen in Greenwood with my key still in my hand, and outside, down the block, the gray sedan was parked where it had been parked for 2 weeks, and I stood there looking at that mug, and I was still, even then, worried about the wrong man. I keep coming back to the mug, because the mug was the answer, and I looked right at it, and I did not understand it. That is the whole thing. The danger was never the car. I rent the top floor of an old house off Greenwood Avenue with a guy named Colton, who I have lived with for 6 years, since before either of us could have told you where we would end up, and we never did figure that out. We just kept renewing the lease. Colton drives for a beer distributor and keeps strange hours, and I do warehouse logistics for a company near the airport, inventory systems mostly. a desk job that started as a warehouse job. We are not exciting men, and that matters, because a lot of what happened turned on the fact that nothing had ever happened to me. I had a quiet life. I paid my share on the first. I watched too much television. I went home to Spokane twice a year to see my mother, and I had spent a lot of years being very good at not thinking about the one bad night that the quiet life was built on top of. Colton is the closest thing I have to a brother out here. We are not alike. He is loud in a warm way. He knows every bartender on his route by their first name and their kids' names. He leaves his shoes in the middle of the floor and sings in the shower, badly and on purpose. And for 6 years, the noise of him in the other room has been the sound of my life being okay. I am the quiet one. I am the one who checks the stove and the locks and reads the lease before signing it. We balanced. He would tell you I keep him from getting evicted, and I would tell you he keeps me from turning into a hermit, and both of those are true. And I did not understand until the 2 weeks how much I had come to lean on this simple animal fact of another person breathing in the next room. That fact is the only reason I am alive, and it is a fact I had taken for granted the way you take for granted the floor holding you up, right up until the night something came up through it. The apartment itself I loved, which made all of it worse. Top floor of an old craftsman, wood floors that had gone soft and warm with a century of feet, a kitchen with a window over the sink that got the evening light, my grandmother's things on a shelf where I could see them while I did the dishes. It was the first place I had ever lived that felt like it was mine, and not just somewhere I slept. It matters because a home is supposed to be the one place the world agrees to leave you alone, and the specific horror of what happened is that it happened there, in the soft-floored, warm-lit place I had picked exactly because it felt safe, and a man learned to move through it in the dark while I slept, and now I do not fully believe any room will ever be only mine again. That night is the thing none of the rest holds together without, and it does not come apart easily even now. I was 19. There was a party at a house near the college in Spokane, the kind of party that is just too many people in a place too small, with a keg in the yard, and I was there with people I mostly do not talk to anymore, and one of them was a guy named Jared. Jared was not my friend exactly. He was in the group the way people are in a group at that age, a friend of a friend who was always around, loud, a little mean, the kind of guy who was funny until the exact second he was not. And there was another guy at the party, older, not one of ours, and he and Jared got into it over something stupid, a spilled drink, a girl named Steph who neither of them really knew. The reason does not matter, and I could not tell you the reason now. It went from words to shoving to the yard, and there was a crowd around it, the way there always is, and it was dark. The only light was off the back porch, and it happened fast, the way these things happen fast. I have tried for years to see it clearly, and I cannot, and I have come to understand that I could not see it clearly that night either, which is the entire point. Here is what I actually had. I had beer in me, more than I have admitted to anybody, including myself, for a long time. I had a crowd pressing at my back so that I was closer to the middle than I wanted to be, close enough that when it broke I had to step back fast to not be in it. I had a yard lit by one yellow porch bulb, throwing everybody's shadow long and wrong, and in the middle of all that I had a half-second of a shape swinging and a man going down, and his head finding the edge of that step with a sound I still hear, a flat, wet knock, the worst sound I know, worse even than the closet door years later. That is what I had. A half-second, in the dark, drunk, scared, in a crowd, and out of that half-second, when the police came and everybody was talking at once and the story was already forming the way a story forms, I built a sentence. I saw Jared throw the punch, and I said the sentence like it was a rock when it was really a cloud, and everyone needed a rock, so they took mine. The older guy went down and hit his head on the edge of a concrete step, and he did not get back upright, and it turned out to be very bad. He lived. That part matters. He lived, but he was never the same. There was brain injury. There was a long word for it that his family used in the courtroom, and somebody had to answer for it, and the person who answered for it was Jared. Here's the part I have carried. I told the police I saw Jared throw the punch that put the older guy down, and the thing is, I did not see it. Not clearly. It was dark, and it was a crowd, and it was fast, and what I actually saw was a shape and a swing and a man falling, and I put Jared's face on the shape because Jared was the one who had been shoving, because Jared was easy to believe it about, because everybody already knew the story before the police got there, and I just told them the story everybody already knew. And there was one more reason, the real one, the one underneath, which is that I had been standing closer to it than I ever admitted. Close enough that a different set of questions might have put me in the yard instead of in the crowd, and pointing cleanly at Jared kept those questions from ever being asked. I was not sure. I said I was sure. There is a difference between those two things that a 19-year-old does not understand and a 32-year-old understands every single night, and it cost a loud, mean, not quite friend of mine several years of his life. Jared always said I lied. He said it at the time, he said it through his lawyer, he said it in a letter that came to my mother's house once a couple of years into his sentence that I did not answer and did not keep. He said Miles knows what really happened. He was right. I did know. The trial was fast, because it was not really a mystery to anybody, or it did not look like one. There was a hurt man and a crowd of kids who all told the same story, and I was the clearest voice in that crowd because I said I saw it. I said I saw the punch, and a clear voice that says I saw it is worth more than 10 voices that say, I think so. The prosecutor liked me. That is a sick thing to remember, that a grown man in a suit was pleased with me, shook my hand, told me I did the right thing by coming forward, and I let him tell me that because it was so much easier than the truth, which is that I came forward first and loudest, because being the witness is the safest place to stand when you are afraid that a harder look might put you closer to the middle of it than you want to be. I watched them lead Jared out. He looked back at me once. He was not loud then. All the loud had gone out of him, and what was left was a 19-year-old looking at another 19-year-old, knowing. And I looked away, and I got in my mother's car, and I moved to Seattle the next year, and I built the quiet life, board by board, on the exact spot where I had looked away. I knew that I was not sure, and had said I was, and I had let a dark yard, and an easy story, and my own fear, do a thing to another man that I could never take back, and then I had done the only thing you can do with something like that, which is move to another city and build a quiet life on top of it and get very, very good at not thinking about it. That is the ground the 2 weeks landed on. So the gray car did not arrive at some innocent man's door. It arrived at mine, and I was a man with something already buried, and a buried thing changes how you read everything that comes after. The car showed up on a Tuesday. I noticed it because I notice cars on our block. Everybody does on a residential street where parking is tight and you know your neighbor's vehicles the way you know their dogs. A gray four-door, a Camry or something like it, nothing car. The exact car you would pick if your whole job was to not be a car anybody remembered. It was parked across and down about 4 houses, and there was a man in it. Not doing anything, just in it. I clocked him the first morning and thought nothing much. A guy waiting on somebody. And then he was there the next morning when I left for work, and there when I got back, and there the morning after that. And by the end of the week, the not thinking much had turned into a low hum at the back of my neck that would not switch off. It is a strange thing to be watched or to think you are, and I did not have the words for it then. You start narrating yourself. I would walk to my car in the morning, and I would be aware of my own walk, of my hands, of whether I looked normal, whether I looked like a man who had noticed. And I did not want to look like a man who had noticed, which is its own crazy logic, hiding from the watcher that you have seen the watcher. I started leaving through the back and coming up the alley. I started parking a block over and looping around. I did the things Jared must have laughed at, if he was even watching, which he was not. That was the whole cruelty of it. The man I was ducking and weaving to avoid was a board contractor with a clipboard, and the man I should have been ducking was already in my closet. But I did not know that. All I knew was the gray car, and the gray car got into my sleep. I would lie in bed and hear a car door somewhere on the block, and be instantly awake, running the sound. Is that him? Is he getting out? And Colton would be snoring across the hall in the untroubled way of a man with nothing buried. And I would lie there doing the math of the car until the sky got gray, and get up exhausted, and go to work, and come home, and there it would be, patient, gray, nothing, everything. I told Colton about it on the third or fourth day, over the counter, while he ate cereal at 4 in the afternoon in his work polo, and Colton went to the window and looked and said, "Huh," and that "huh" mattered later, because it meant I was not making it up. There was a man in a gray car, and Colton saw him too. Colton is not a nervous person. He drives all day and deals with dock guys and bar owners, and he does not spook. He looked out at the car and he said the man was probably waiting on a contractor or a home health thing for one of the old people on the block, and that was reasonable, and I wanted it to be true, and for about a day I let it be true. Then things started being wrong inside the house, and that is a different kind of fear than a car. The first one I talked myself out of. I came home, and the door to my room was open, and I keep my door shut, always. A habit from growing up in a house with a lot of brothers. And I stood in the hall, looking at my open door, and I thought, Colton borrowed a charger. Colton looked for the good scissors. Colton is a grown man I have lived with for 6 years, and he goes in my room, sometimes the way I go, in his... And I shut the door, and I did not ask him about it, because asking felt paranoid, and I was already fighting to not feel paranoid about the car. That is the pattern, and it ran the whole 2 weeks. Every wrong thing inside the house I explained with Colton, and every wrong thing about the car I could not explain at all, so my fear went to the car. My fear went to the thing I could not explain, which felt like the smart move, and it was exactly backward. Because the thing I could not explain was harmless, and the thing I kept explaining away was the one that was going to walk into my kitchen. More things. A kitchen drawer left open a couple of inches, the junk drawer, the one nobody opens on purpose. The television on a different input than I leave it. My back window. The one over the little roof of the porch. Unlocked, when I am the one who checks the windows before bed because Colton never remembers to, and I know I locked it. I know it the way you know your own name. And I stood there with my thumb on the lever and told myself, I must have missed it once. One time in years. And I locked it again. A jacket of mine that hung by the door for a week and then one day was on a different hook, small. Every one of them small, every one of them a thing a tired man could have done himself and forgotten, and I did the arithmetic wrong every time, because the car was outside making all my alarm go one direction, and a man can only be afraid of so many things at once, so he picks one. There was a night in there, and I did not think about it again until much later, where I woke up around 3 with the specific certainty that a sound had woken me, a real sound from inside the apartment, and I lay there and listened and heard nothing, and after a while I told myself it was the house settling. Old houses settle, and I went back to sleep. I have thought since about what was standing in my hallway that night while I decided it was the house settling. I have thought about how close the closet is to my door. I do not sleep well now, and that night is a big part of why, because I learned from it that the settling of an old house and the weight of a patient man are close enough in the dark that a tired person will always choose to believe the house. We are built to believe the house. That is the flaw he lived inside. I picked the car, and about 10 days in, I did the thing that felt brave and was just me pointing all my fear at the wrong man in a way I could act on. I confronted it. Not smart, but I did it in daylight, and I brought my phone recording in my pocket, which I had seen somewhere was the thing to do. I walked down the block in the morning, and I knocked on the window of the gray sedan, and the man inside rolled it down, and he was ordinary, 40s, a travel mug in the cup holder and a clipboard on the passenger seat, and I said, "You have been parked outside my house for 2 weeks, and I want to know why." And he looked at me for a second, and he did a thing I did not expect. He sighed. He looked tired and a little embarrassed, the way you look when a part of your job you do not love catches up with you." And he said, "You are Miles." And my stomach dropped because he knew my name, and then he told me why he knew my name, and it was so boring that it took me a full day to come down from it. He was a licensed investigator named Hayden, and he was doing a background investigation, and he showed me a card and a letter on a firm's letterhead, and the reason was a job. I had applied months before for a better position at a company that did logistics for a defense contractor near Everett, a real step up, more money, and it required a background check deeper than the usual because of what the contractor did, and I had signed the release for it and forgotten I had signed it the way you forget those things. And the deep background check meant a human being actually sat outside your house for a couple of weeks and confirmed you lived where you said and left when you said and were who you said. That was it. That was the whole gray car. A man with a clipboard verifying that I was a boring person who deserved a boring clearance for a boring better job, and he had drawn the short straw of the surveillance part, and he sighed when I knocked, because he knew it looked bad and there was nothing he could do about how it looked, and he apologized, actually apologized, and said it should wrap up in a few days. The relief is the part that nearly killed me, and I mean that close to literally. I walked back up the block, and I felt the 2 weeks lift off me, like a fever breaking. I had made it into a monster, and it was a man with a travel mug doing a tedious job. I told Colton that night, and we actually laughed about it. We sat on the porch and laughed at how wound up I had gotten, the paranoid guy jumping at a background check for a job I would probably not even get. And Colton said, "See, I told you, home health," or something close enough, and we clinked 2 beers on it, and I went to bed that night for the first time in 2 weeks and slept the whole way through. And while I slept, I had turned off every alarm I owned, because the alarms had all been pointed at the car, and the car was solved, so the alarms were off, and I did not understand yet that they had been pointed the wrong way the entire time. Because here is what I did not do. When the car turned out to be nothing, I did not go back and re-ask the questions about the house, the open door, the drawer, the window, the jacket. Those had all been Colton in my head, filed under Colton, closed, and once the big fear was gone, I had no reason to reopen them, so I did not, and the small wrong things kept happening, and I kept not seeing them, because I had decided I was a paranoid man who had learned his lesson about seeing threats that were not there. That is the trap. Once you have been wrong about a threat one time in a way that embarrasses you, you will talk yourself out of the next one twice as hard, because being scared feels like being foolish now, and no grown man wants to be foolish twice. So I was relaxed, finally, the night I found the grandmother's mug in the sink. I asked Colton about the mug that night when he got in from his route, and Colton looked at it sitting in the sink and said he had not touched it. He said it flat, no hesitation, the way you answer a thing you have no reason to lie about, and I watched him say it, and I believed him, and the floor went out from under the 2 weeks all over again. Except downward this time, into the house instead of out at the street. Because if Colton did not use the mug and I did not use the mug, then a third person had taken my grandmother's mug down off the shelf where it lives and made coffee in it, in my kitchen, and set it in the sink, on a day when both of us were at work. We did not sleep that night. We went through the whole apartment, both of us, every room, with the lights on, and once you are actually looking, once the story in your head is no longer him borrowed it, him left it, him forgot, you see all of it at once, and it is a horror. It is like those pictures where you cannot see the hidden shape, and then you can never not see it again. The back window over the porch roof, the one I kept finding unlocked, had a scuff on the sill I had never looked at, a long gray scrape like a shoe, and when I put my head out of it, I could see how a person could come up onto the porch roof from the fence at the side, easy, a 6-foot climb for anybody who had done any climbing, and stand on that roof in the dark, screened by the big laurel, and work that window, which I now understood I had been faithfully locking every night after somebody spent the day coming and going through it. In the back of the hall closet, behind the vacuum and the winter coats, the carpet was pressed down in a way carpet gets pressed when something has sat on it, and there was a smell in there, faint. That was not our smell, a body smell, a sleeping in your clothes smell, and Colton smelled it too and stepped back from that closet like it was hot. Somebody had been at our house. Somebody had maybe been in our house a lot for longer than 2 weeks, longer than I wanted to think about, coming in through the window while we worked, sitting in our rooms, drinking from the shelf, resting in the back of the closet, learning us, and I had spent that entire time with my face pressed against the front window, worried about a man with a clipboard. Colton kept saying, "Lo," over and over while we searched, "No way, no way." And it was not disbelief exactly, it was the sound a person makes while their idea of their own home comes apart in their hands. He picked up a couch cushion, and there was a phone charger under it that was not either of ours, a cheap white one still coiled the way they come from the package. And he held it up and looked at me, and neither of us said anything, because, what do you say, a stranger had been comfortable enough in our front room to charge a phone under our couch cushion. In the bathroom, our hand towel was damp. Just damp. The way a towel is when somebody has used it and hung it back, an ordinary damp towel, and it was the most violating thing in the whole apartment, somehow, worse than the closet. The idea of him washing his hands in our sink and drying them on our towel and hanging it back neat, so we would not notice the ordinariness of it. A man making himself at home in the small hours in a home that was not his. I went and stood in the kitchen away from Colton so he would not see my face, and I looked at my grandmother's mug in the sink, and for 1 second, the buried thing, almost came up. I almost thought the name, and then I pushed it back down, 'cause I was not ready, 'cause a man is never ready, and I told myself it was a stranger, a random sick stranger. And I believed it, because believing it meant the past was still buried, and the thing in my house had nothing to do with the yard in Spokane. I did not think of Jared yet. That is the thing about a buried thing, it stays buried even when it is standing in your kitchen. My mind went everywhere else first. A homeless person who found the window, a meth thing, somebody using the space, some random sick stranger. I called the police that night. The real 911 this time, not a man in a car, and 2 officers came and walked through with us and were decent about it. And they saw the window and the scuff and the press carpet, and they took it seriously enough. But there was nothing to take. No name, no face, nothing taken. A mug in a sink is not a crime. And they told us to get the window fixed, get a bar for it, maybe a camera, and file a report, which we did. And they gave us a case number, and the case number is one of the few solid things I got out of the whole 2 weeks, and I still have it written down. Report 14608. They were kind and they were correct, and they could not do a single thing, because you cannot arrest a smell in a closet. Colton wanted to stay somewhere else that night, and I talked him out of it, which I will regret in a specific way for the rest of my life, because if he had gone to his girlfriend's like he wanted, he would not have been there. And then again, if he had not been there, I might not be here at all. So I do not know what to do with the regret. It points both directions. We put a broom handle in the track of the window. We left the hall light on. We both slept in the front room, Colton on the couch and me in the chair, like kids, like there is safety in the same room, and it turns out, there is exactly the amount of safety in it that saved my life. He came the 3rd night after that. I know now that he waited. He knew the window was barred, he knew there were 2 of us in the front room, he had been in the house enough to know everything, and so he did the patient thing. He let a few nights go by. He let us start to believe the broom handle and the front room had fixed it. He let us thin out our own guard, and on the 3rd night, a Sunday, when Colton had finally gone back to his own bed because a man cannot sleep in a chair forever and nothing had happened, that is the night the hall closet opened. Patience is the whole thing with him. I keep circling back to it because it is the part that does not fit the story people want, which is a story about a monster who bursts in. Jared did not burst in. Jared could have hurt me any one of a dozen nights before I ever knew he existed. He was inside while I slept, over and over, and he did nothing, and for a long time that confused me, until I understood that hurting me was never really the point, or not the only point. The point was for me to know, for me to be made to understand what he understood, which is what it is to have another person move through your life without your consent, to be watched and learned and entered, to have the one place you feel safe turn out to have had a shape in it the whole time. He wanted me to feel surveilled to the bone, the way a witness surveils a defendant, the way I had watched him in a yard and testified to what I watched. He spent years being the thing on the other side of somebody else's certain gaze, and he came to Greenwood to make me feel the gaze from the inside, and he was patient about it because the years had made him patient. And patience, it turns out, is scarier than rage. Rage comes and goes. Patience just waits in the back of the closet while you laugh at spaghetti, because he was not getting in through the window that night. He was already inside. He had come in earlier during the day, before we barred anything, or through a window we had not thought of, and he had folded himself into the back of that hall closet behind the coats, in the pressed-down spot that was his spot, and he had waited there, breathing our air, for hours, while we made dinner and watched television 8 feet away and told each other we felt better. And he waited until the house was dark and quiet and both bedroom doors were shut, and then the closet opened. I have made myself think about those hours, because I think you have to look at the thing that scared you or it owns you, and the hours are the part that owns me. We ate spaghetti that night. I remember it because it was so ordinary. Colton told a story about a bar owner on his route who had tried to short him a case, and I laughed, my real laugh, and we had the television on, some show about people buying houses, and the whole time, 8 feet away, on the other side of a hollow door, a man was sitting in the dark in the back of our closet with his knees to his chest, listening to us laugh, waiting. He heard the show. He heard Colton's story. He heard me laugh, my real laugh, in a house he was about to open in the dark, and he did nothing. He just waited, patient the way he had been patient in the yard of my memory for all those years. And I think that is the most afraid I have ever been in my life. And I did not even know to be afraid yet. I was eating spaghetti. The fear came later, but the thing that earned the fear was already happening while I laughed. That is what I cannot put down. That you can be at your most ordinary, your most safe feeling, your guard fully down, and the reason your guard is down is that the thing is already inside and being still, letting you relax, because your relaxing is the last thing it needs before it opens the door. And then the closet opened, and I heard it, because I was awake, because some animal part of me had never once believed the broom handle, and I was lying in my bed in the dark, with my eyes open when I heard the closet door in the hall go across its little catch, a sound I have heard 10,000 times. Our closet, the most ordinary sound in the world, at 2 a.m, when nobody should be opening it. I did not move. That is not bravery, it is the opposite. It is the body deciding for you, and my body decided to be a dead thing in the bed, to be nothing, to be furniture, while my heart went so hard I thought he would hear it through the door. I heard him come out of the closet. I heard the soft, careful weight of a person who has done this before, who knows which board in our hall creaks because he has stood on it 100 times, moving slow down the hall. And I heard him stop outside my door, and I heard him breathe, and then I heard him go past to Colton's door, and that is when I got out of the bed, because whatever this was, it could not be at Colton's door. Colton had nothing to do with any of it. Colton had never been in a dark yard in Spokane, and I was not going to lie in my bed being furniture while it went to Colton. I opened my door, and the hall was dark, and there was a man standing at the end of it, outside Colton's room, and he turned, and there was just enough light from the street light through the front room for me to see the shape of him, and my whole life did a thing I cannot describe, because I knew the shape. I did not know his face yet. It was too dark for the face, but I knew the shape the way you know a shape you spent years not looking at, and my mouth said a name before my mind caught up. I said, Jared, and the shape stopped, and it said, in a voice older and flatter and more tired than the loud, mean kid I had known, but his, unmistakably his, it said, "There he is." It said, "I knew you would know me in the dark. You are the one who is good at knowing people in the dark." And I understood that he had built this, all of it, the closet, the waiting, the 2 in the morning, so that it would happen exactly like this, so that I would name him from a shape in the dark, because that was the whole thing between us, that once I had named him from a shape in the dark and been wrong and let it stand, and now he had made me do it again, in my own hall, and this time I was right. And being right felt exactly as sick as being wrong had felt. And he had wanted me to feel that. He had traveled across a state and slept in my closet to make me feel that one specific thing. I was not calm, whatever I might wish I could say. I was making a sound, I think, a low sound, and I had my back against my own door frame, and he was between me and the front room, between me and the door, between me and out. He did not rush me. That was the worst part, the same worst part as everything. He was patient. He had all the time in the world. He had already spent years waiting, so what was a few more minutes? He said, "Do you know what I did today?" I did not answer. He said, "I sat in your kitchen and I drank a cup of coffee out of your grandmother's cup, and I looked at your mail and I looked at the pictures on your refrigerator, and I thought, he has a whole life. He has a mother he visits and a friend who watches television with him and a cup that was his grandmother's. He built a whole life, and I have been in a room for a long time, Miles, thinking about a yard, and I got out and I came to see the life, and it is a nice life, and every single thing in it is standing on top of me." He said that. Every single thing in it is standing on top of me. And the terrible thing, the thing that kept me from being able to hate him even while I was more afraid than I have ever been, is that he was right. He was right. My quiet life was built on top of him, and I had known it the whole time and drunk my coffee anyway. He talked for a while, in the dark. I do not remember all of it in order. It comes back to me in pieces, at bad times, in the shower, at a red light, but I remember the calm of it, which was the most frightening thing about it. More frightening than if he had screamed, because a man who screams is a man who is losing control, and a man that calm at 2 in the morning in a stranger's hallway has all of his control and has decided exactly how the next few minutes are going to go. He told me about the room he had been in. He did not make it dramatic. He told it flat, the way you tell a thing you have told yourself 10,000 times until it wore smooth, the years of it, the specific length of the years, and how a person passes them, and how you have a lot of time in a place like that to take one night and turn it over and over until you know every face in the yard. And he had known which face was mine, he said. He had never once been confused about which face was mine, and he had gotten out, and the first clear thing he had wanted, before a job, before a place to live, before anything a normal person wants when they get out, was to stand in front of the face and see the life it got to keep. I understood, listening to him, that I was not a person to him anymore. I had not been a person to him for years. I was a debt. I was the yard. I was the exact shape of the unfair thing that had happened to him, and you cannot reason with a debt, you can only pay it, and I did not know how to pay it, and he was about to tell me. He asked me to say it. That is what he had come for in the end, more than to hurt me, though I think he was ready to hurt me. I think it could have gone that way in a second. He said, "I do not want anything from you except one thing. I want you to say what you did. Not sorry. I do not want sorry. I want you to say the words, out loud, in your nice life, that you are not sure and you said you were sure. Say it." And I stood in my hall at 2 in the morning with the man whose years I had spent standing over me, and I opened my mouth to say it, and I would have said it, I think. I was going to say it, and that is when Colton's door opened. Because Colton had heard his name at the door, or heard the low sound I was making, or just heard the wrongness the way you hear it in your sleep, and Colton opened his door, and Jared was right there, and Colton did the thing a person does when a stranger is standing at his bedroom door in the dark. He yelled and he shoved hard both hands, a big man who loads kegs. And Jared went sideways into the wall, and the whole house shook with it, and everything that had been slow and patient and terrible for 10 minutes became fast and loud in half a second. Colton was yelling at him to get out of the house, and I was yelling, and Jared came off the wall, and there was a moment, a real one, where it could have gone very badly, where Jared had a hand back. And I do not know what was in the hand, or if there was anything in the hand. I have gone over it, and I cannot tell you. It was dark, and it was a crowd of 3, and it was fast. And is that not the thing? Is that not the exact thing? A dark room and a fast moment, and I could not swear to what I saw, and this time I know better than to say I could. What I can tell you is that Colton got between us. That is the part I am sure of. My big, dumb, wonderful roommate, who had nothing to do with any of it, put his body between me and Jared in a dark hallway, and he grabbed Jared by the front of his jacket and ran him backward down the hall toward the front room. Both of them going over the little table by the couch and taking the lamp down with them, and in the half second that opened up, I did the only useful thing I did the whole night. I got to the front door, and I threw the deadbolt open, and I hauled it wide, and I screamed into the street, the actual street, at 2 a.m. I screamed for help, as loud as a person can, over and over, and lights started coming on across the block, and that is what ended it. Not me, not a fight I won, the lights coming on. Jared had lived a long time in rooms where nobody heard anything, and the sound of a whole street of windows going yellow at once was a thing he could not stand. It was the opposite of a dark yard where nobody could be sure of anything. It was the whole world turning its face toward him, and he got off Colton and he went. He went the way he knew, down the hall and out the back window, over the porch roof, the way he had come and gone for 2 weeks, one last time, and by the time the first neighbor was on his own porch in his boxers, with a phone, Jared was a shape going over the side fence and gone into the dark he came out of. Colton had a broken finger and a knot on his head from the table. I did not have a mark on me. He put his body in it and I ran to a door, and I have thought about that division of labor a great deal since, because it is the same division as the yard, the same one exactly. Other men do the physical thing and take the damage, and I am off to the side, close enough to matter and far enough to stay clean, telling it afterward. I do not love what that says about me. Colton says I am overthinking it, that opening the door and getting the street up was the right move and the smart move, and it worked, and he is probably right. Colton is usually right, but I know what I know about where I stand when it gets fast and dark, and I have known it since I was 19. The police came, more of them this time, because now there was blood, Colton's, an erect front room, and a name. The neighbor whose lights I had screamed up, an older man named Pruitt, who I had never said more than hello to in 3 years, came across in a robe with a baseball bat and stood on our porch with us until the first car got there, and he did not need to do that. A man in his 60s with a bat facing whatever had made a younger man scream in the street at 2 a.m, and I have thought about him too, in the long list of people who put their bodies somewhere that night while I stood in a doorway. He kept saying, "Is he still in there? Is he still in there?" And I could not answer because I did not know, and Colton was on the floor of the porch holding his hand and breathing hard. And the 3 of us waited in that little pool of porch light while somewhere behind the house Jared went over a fence, and none of us knew if he was 10 feet away in the laurel or already a mile gone. That is the feeling I cannot get across, the not knowing where he was, the dark all around the little light, any inch of it able to hold him, because he had taught us that. That was the one thing he had truly taught us, that a man can be anywhere in the dark and you will not know until he decides you should. They searched that night. Dogs, later, and a couple of officers going down the alley with lights, and a helicopter for a while that lit up the backyards in that hard white circle. And Colton and I sat in the back of an aid car while a medic taped his finger, and we watched the light move over the neighborhood, and neither of us believed for a second they would find him. And they did not. He was gone. He had been getting ready to be gone since before he came. That is what a man like him does. He arrives already knowing his way out, and by the time the first door opened he was already becoming nobody again. The thing he was best at. The thing prison had polished instead of cured. I gave them the name Jared. I gave him his last name and the town and the year and the case, our old case, and I watched the officer writing it down, and I knew what I was doing. I was doing the thing I had done at 19, except that this time every word of it was true. This time I was sure. And being sure was its own particular kind of grief. Because I could have been sure all those years ago too, if I had been willing to sit in not knowing instead of grabbing the easy story. I told them everything. I told them more than they needed. I told them, in a quieter voice, near the end, standing in my wrecked front room while a man photographed the lamp, that I owed him. The officer looked up at me. I said, whatever he did tonight, I wanted on the record that I owed him, that this did not come from nowhere, and the officer said, in the flat kind way they have, sir, nobody is owed breaking into your house. And he was correct, and it did not touch the thing at all, because the thing was not a legal thing. It was older than any law that fit it. They did not catch him. That is the fact that shapes every day since, and I do not set it down lightly. Jared knew how to be a shape in the dark before he ever came to Greenwood, and prison had not taught him to be less of one, it had taught him to be more. He had come into my life without leaving so much as a name, until he chose to. He had lived in the back of my closet like a smell, and when the street lit up he went back into the dark the same way, and the police put out what they put out, and the old case gave them a file to work from. But a man who has decided to be nobody, and who has practiced it, is very hard to make into a somebody again. And weeks went by, and then months, and there was no Jared. There was a restraining order. My lawyer, a legal aid one, was honest with me about what it was, which is a piece of paper that tells a man he is not allowed to do a thing he has already shown he will climb through a window to do. A piece of paper that works only after he does it again, and only if there is somebody left to call it in. It is not nothing. It is close to nothing. It is the exact amount of protection you would expect the world to be able to offer against a man who is willing to sleep in your closet, which is to say almost none, and the rest is up to you, and your locks, and your luck, and whoever is willing to put their body in the hall. I keep the order in a drawer. I have read it exactly once. It has his name on it and my name on it and a judge's name on it, and not one of those names means a single thing to a man who has already decided he can go where he wants. And I knew that when I filed it, and I filed it anyway, because it was the only door the world would let me knock on, and a man will knock on any door at all when the alternative is doing nothing. I did not get the job. I withdrew the application, which felt like the right thing and was also just true, because a deep background investigation that now includes a home invasion and a restraining order and a decade-old assault case with my name threaded through it is not the profile of a man a defense contractor wants near a clearance. So the gray car that started all of it, the boring tale I made into a monster, turned out to be for nothing anyway. The job it was checking me for never happened. The one truly harmless watcher in the whole 2 weeks was watching me for a door that was never going to open. There is a joke in that somewhere, and I have never been able to laugh at it. I looked Hayden up once, months later, the investigator, the gray car man. I do not know why. I think I wanted to see the boring truth of him one more time, to hold it next to the other thing. He was real, licensed, a former claims adjuster with a plain website and a phone number, a man who verified boring facts about boring people for firms that needed them verified. And he had sat outside my house for 2 weeks and seen, I am sure, everything except the one thing that mattered. He had watched the front. He had logged when I left, and when I came back and confirmed I was who I said. And the whole time, in his notes somewhere, in the careful record of a careful man, there is no line about the other watcher, the one on the porch roof, the one in the closet, because Hayden was hired to look at the surface of my life, and the surface of my life was fine. That is the part I sit with. 2 men watched me that month. One was paid to and saw nothing that was true. One was not and saw all of it, and I spent every ounce of fear I had on the one with the clipboard. Colton and I moved. Of course we did. You cannot barbell a broom handle into a window that a man has already proven he can beat. You cannot sleep in a house where the closet has a shape in it even after the shape is gone. So we broke the lease. And the landlord was decent about it once he saw the report. Report 14608, the number I still have written down. And we found a place on the other side of the city, a third floor with no porch roof, under any window, no fence to climb, one door, and I check that door every night, and I check the windows every night, and Colton lets me. He does not tease me about it anymore. He saw the closet too. I have a whole routine now, and I am not proud of it, and I cannot stop it. I check the closets when I get home, all of them, before I take my coat off, and I know how that sounds. A grown man opening his own closets in his own apartment every single day like a child afraid of the dark. Except I am not afraid of the dark. I am afraid of a specific man who taught me that the back of a closet is a place a person can be, and once you have learned that, you do not unlearn it. I do not sleep with my door shut anymore, which is the reverse of the habit I had my whole life, because a shut door is a thing you have to open in a hurry, and I want the hall in my sight. I have a bad relationship with the sound of an old house settling, and I have started, without ever deciding to, standing at my own door and looking up and down the walk both ways before I go in, slow, each direction, the whole street, like the world might have somebody in it. I do not know where the habit came from. I just do it now. And the thing is, it might. That is what he left me with. It might. Colton is fine. That is the one clean thing. His finger healed crooked, and he shows it to people at bars as a story now. The night some psycho was in the closet, and he tells it funny. He can make anything funny, and I let him. And I never correct the part where I am just the roommate who called for help, because the true version, the version where the psycho in the closet was a debt I ran up at 19 and Colton got his finger broken paying the interest on it, is not a bar story. It is the thing I lie awake inside of. Here is the thing I have not resolved and do not expect to. I never said the words. He came a state away and slept in my closet and put his hands on my friend. And the one thing he asked me for, the only thing, was for me to stand in my nice life and say out loud that I was not sure and had said I was sure. And Colton's door opened before I could, and then it was fast and dark, and then it was over, and Jared went into the night without the one thing he came for. I have wondered whether it would have mattered, whether if Colton had slept 10 seconds longer, and I had said the true sentence into the dark hall, whether that would have let something out of him, whether he would have simply turned and left, debt paid, or whether he would have hurt me anyway, or whether there is no version where saying it changes anything because the saying was never really going to be enough, a sentence against all those years. I do not know. I will never know, and the not knowing is its own sentence I serve. But I think, on the worst nights, that he was owed the words whether or not they would have helped, that I had taken the truth from him at 19 and kept it, and that a man is allowed to come and ask for the truth back, and that the only genuinely unfair thing that happened in that hallway, out of all of it, is that I still did not give it to him. Everything else in that hall, the fear, the closet, the hands on Colton, I can lay at Jared's feet. That one thing is mine. So he is out there, still somewhere being a shape, and the debt is still open, because I never paid the only coin he wanted, which was the truth, said out loud by me. I think about writing it down and sending it to the court that handled the old case. A real statement, a true one, the one I should have given at 19. I have started it a few times. I have not sent it, and I tell myself it is because a lawyer told me not to put anything in writing while there is an open matter with Jared, and that is true. That is real advice I was really given. And it is also the same thing I have always done, which is find the reasonable sounding door that lets me not say the hard thing. I know that about myself now. Knowing it has not made me braver. It has just made me a man who watches himself do it. Here is the only lesson I trust, because I paid full price for it. The watcher you can point at is almost never the one who takes you, because seeing a threat is most of the fight, and the threat that takes you is the wrongness you keep explaining away. The open door you blame on a roommate, the window you were sure you locked. When something in your own house is wrong in a way you cannot account for, do not go hunting for the reasonable answer, because the reasonable answer is already inside, drinking from the shelf, learning the sound of your closet door, waiting for you to feel safe enough to leave the front room.